Chapter 951, Natural Selection, Darwin and Yan Fu. There were two people standing on the wooden platform. One of them was a Westerner with a bald head and a big beard. The other is an Oriental, wearing small glasses, a melon hat, and a commoner. The two of them promoted advanced natural views and values for the people of this era on the big podium. That bearded man is called Darwin, a professor in the Department of Biology, and the other is called Yan Fu, a professor in the School of Education. Today's speech is jointly conducted by the two of them. How can the Department of Biology and the School of Education jointly give a speech? It's really strange. When Dia heard the murmurs of some students below, she couldn't help feeling strange that the two should be out of touch with each other. To sum up my above explanation, I mainly want to express 2 points. First, species is changeable, biology is evolved. Humans evolved from apes, and apes evolved from apes. Darwin with the beard is trying his best to promote his theory. Although the students below heard Darwin's previous explanation, he was still in an uproar when Darwin made his first conclusion. It is the first time that Dayua has heard of such a novel theory. Rao felt strange to her. How could humans evolve from apes? The curious Dayua raised his right hand. Mr. Darwin, since you said that men evolved from apes, where did apes come from? Dayu's clear and sweet voice spread, causing everyone present to look back at her. Many people were slightly shocked when they saw Dayua. That woman seems to be Dayua, a senior from the Department of Economics. Why did she come back? Sure enough, as in the rumors, we can't do anything, but we didn't expect to see her today. After some students recognized the rumored Dayua, they whispered. Darwin replied, apes are a branch of mammals, and they evolved from older animals, which means that all animals have a common ancestor, and we can call it a protozoan. Where did the protozoa come from? What is the origin of life? Dayua asked persistently. Darwin was speechless for a while, and Dayua's question pointed to the fundamental origin of life, making him unable to answer. My research can only reach the level of protozoa. As for the more ancient and far-reaching origins, I am afraid I cannot answer. Life is the greatest miracle of nature. I think that there is a way ahead of protozoa. The more ancient essence, it is the origin of all life, and it is also possible that life is just an accident of nature. Darwin said. All the students present cast admiring eyes on Dayua. Unexpectedly, the seemingly casual questioning of Dayua, who was temporarily listening to the lecture, made a professor come to an unanswerable conclusion. I think it's really hard for us to imagine what happened hundreds of millions of years ago. I still have a question. If all life has a common ancestor, why would there be differences and evolve into all kinds of animals and human? Dayua asked again. Darwin and Yan Fu on the big podium looked at each other alike, and both looked sideways at the woman who asked the question. But she didn't expect her to be so savvy. This is the second conclusion I want to say. Natural selection is the raw power. Was the evolution of all living things have a tendency to excessive breeding, the human race, too. A lot of races, tribes will multiply as much as possible, but space and food it is limited. All living things must compete for survival. Different individuals will have mutations, so every individual is different. Only favorable individuals who can adapt to the environment can survive. If there is a change in natural conditions orientation, in the course of history, after a long period of natural selection, this kind of mutation and screening has accumulated over time, and the quantitative changes have produced qualitative changes, and subspecies and new species have been produced. I have research evidence in this regard. If you have sufficient authority, I can show you the evidence I found. Darwin explained. I see, maybe what the professor said is right, but I don't seem to have the authority of the biology department. Dayua said. Yan Fu stepped up at this time to take Darwin's words. The topic of my speech today is based on Mr. Darwin's conclusions. The reason for evolution lies in the natural selection of material competition. The material competition is the survival competition, and the natural selection is the natural selection. The principle is also applicable to human beings. The more human civilization develops, The more people who are suitable for survival will be those who are ethically the best. Our Chinese nation must strive to become the best nation in the world, and each individual must strive to become the best in science, culture and knowledge. Only the best people can survive in the long run. Dau finally knew why Darwin from the Department of Biology and Yan Fu from the School of Education gave a joint speech. Darwin provided the theoretical basis, and Yan Fu was to inspire the young people of the Academy of Sciences to fight for the prosperity of the nation. That's why the Academy of Sciences approves this joint speech, thought Dau. What are they talking about? Sophia and Selina asked Dau. Oh, they are saying that humans were made by apes, not by gods. Dau said. What? Dau didn't know that this concept seemed like the sky was falling in the eyes of Sophia and Selina. Darwin's theory was completely different from their beliefs. Ape? It's ridiculous. How can a man and a monkey be compared? If he is in our Europe, he might be burned to death. Princess Sophia sneered at Darwin's theory. Human, ape? Selina was also a little confused, feeling that most of the theories of the Academy of Sciences are contrary to current concepts. However, it seems that the Oriental people are not very disgusted with this concept. Is it true that people are really monkeys? Dau has guessed the purpose of Darwin and Yan Fu's speech, so she doesn't intend to continue listening. It doesn't matter to her whether humans evolved from apes or not. This girl. Which school are you a student? Are you interested in coming to our Department of Biology? Our Department of Biology can provide you with the best resources. If you join our Department of Biology, my book Origin of Species and all, you can freely check the manuscript data. Darwin saw Dau on the stage wanting to take people away, so he hurriedly stepped down and stopped Dau when Yan Fu was speaking on his behalf. In his opinion, Dau is a gifted top student. If he can join the Department of Biology, he might be able to become a master in the field of biology. Professor Darwin, I'm sorry, I am from the Department of Economics, and I have graduated for a while. Dau did not expect that Darwin would invite herself to the Department of Biology. She never wanted to study biology in the past. The 9th and 5th ISKCON Chapter 3 Character Classics 1 more. Although they have very advanced technology here, not everyone is correct. It is inevitable that some people will talk nonsense. Princess Sophia complained about what happened just now, and did not think too much. In her opinion, maybe Darwin is a lunatic. Selina was a little worried. Many of the things she learned here have subverted her worldview and values. She was scared and excited. She didn't know if she was apostate. Li Jin discovered Selina's abnormality while eating dinner, and found that she was a little lost, which made her feel strange. What's the matter with you? Li Jin asked, concerned. No, it's okay, Selina replied in a daze. Today is your first day in the Academy of Sciences. What do you think? Li Jin asked. Very good. It's just a little bit different from the world I used to know, Selina said. We in the East pay attention to practicality, and learn what is useful. Li Jin didn't know that Selina's concept had been challenged like never before, and his casual words also gave Selina a huge touch. You people here are really interesting. Is it possible that as long as it is useful, any thought can be accepted? Selina asked. You can say that, but not necessarily. We will also consider our own traditions. Li Jin shook his head. So Selina thoughtfully. After the two had finished their meal, Li Jin ordered the hired servant to clean up the dishes, and walked alone in the yard. Recently, he was involved in the preparation of the establishment of a Western trading company. The matter was relatively cumbersome. Selina was distracted while eating and made him a little worried. Treasurer, I heard that there are many young talents in the Academy of Sciences. They may be officials in the government in the future. Will Miss Selina fall in love with the young talents? That's why she often loses her mind when eating. When I asked some of my subordinates for their opinions, I got such speculations. It's not impossible if it's really like this. What should I do? Li Jin was a little anxious. As long as the shopkeeper is uncooking rice and cooking mature rice, Aren't they afraid that she will run away? The subordinate replied, "How can this be done? The media must be married." Li Jin said solemnly, "I just said that, but there are many talents of the Academy of Sciences who are about the same age as Miss Selina. The shopkeeper must be careful." Several of his men said to Li Jin, "Why do you people have a crow's mouth today?" On the surface, Li Jin didn't care much, but he was very entangled in his heart. He has been busy preparing for the establishment of a Western trading company recently. What if someone takes advantage of the situation and abducts Selina? "Do you really want to talk about raw rice and cooked rice?" as your subordinates said. No, number. Li Jin shook his head and gave up the idea of daring to be evil. The shopkeeper is really hard. It seems that we still need to stimulate him again. If it doesn't work, let the mother of the shopkeeper of Xiamen City come over. If Li Auntie knows that the shopkeeper is hesitant, she will definitely lock him and Selina in the room inside. "I won't let them come out unless they are done." An apprentice saw that Li Jin couldn't understand, so he said to others, "At the beginning of man, nature is good. The nature is similar, but the habits are far away." When Li Jin returned to the door of his room, he heard Selina reading the 3-character classic. This may be one of the Enlightenment readings of Gyuoxiu. Li Jin himself had to learn to recite when he was a child, and he still remembers every sentence clearly. Li Jin patiently waited for Selina to recite the Sanzijing a dozen times before walking in. Although she was intermittent when she first started, her pronunciation became more accurate and smooth thereafter she got phonetic transcription. "Are you here?" Selina was sitting beside her bed, only 3 feet away from Li Jin's wooden bed. Originally, when two people were sick, Xiao let them stay in the same room temporarily in order to see a doctor at the same time. Later, when the two of them recovered from illness, Li Jin's apprentice and sailor said that they would not squeeze him into the guest room, so the two of them lived together inexplicably. This is the homework assigned by the Chinese lecturer to my Royal Highness and me. When Selina saw Li Jin coming in, she was afraid that he had heard that she was studying outside the door. So she hurriedly explained. Li Jin saw her face glowing with red glow in the candlelight, not knowing whether it was the reflected candlelight or was shy. The Sanzijing needs to understand the illusions behind it. If there is anything you don't understand, you can ask me directly. When I was a child, I was so familiar with this stuff, Li Jin said. Ki Wenji can distinguish the piano. Xide Oyan can chant. Ki Wenji, Xide Oyan. These are all names? Selina asked him. Yes, these two are both famous and talented women in ancient times. One can distinguish the sound of the piano, and the other is good at poetry and singing. That's why there is the following sentence, that woman, and smart, man, be self-policing. That is, even women are so smart. As a man, you can't fall behind. You have to work hard to learn. Li Jin explained. Can you tell me the story of the two of them? Selina motioned to Li Jin to sit next to her. Li Jin talked about the familiar Sanzijing, and he immediately became interested. Ki Wenji was a talented woman in the late Eastern Han Dynasty. She was once captured by the Huns. Which period was in the Eastern Han Dynasty? Selina asked. The Eastern Han Dynasty is about 1,400 to 1,500 years ago. Looking at the phrase Guanyuxing, for the Eastern Han Dynasty in the Sanzijing, you can understand that Emperor Guanwu established the Eastern Han Dynasty. Li Jin explained as much as possible. At that time, we in the West seemed to be in the Roman Empire. I don't know if the Eastern Han Dynasty or Rome was prosperous. Selina asked. Rome? You are talking about Darkin at the time, right? Li Jin knew that there was a powerful country in the West in the Han Dynasty that was officially called Dakin. As for Xide Oyan's experience, she was the niece of a prime minister in the Eastern Jin dynasty. Li Jin introduced Xide Oyan to Selina. Which period was in the Eastern Jin dynasty? Li Jin briefly introduced the history of China to Selina as much as possible under the ability of Chinese that she did not understand. The two talked for a long time, so that Selina fell asleep leaning on Li Jin's shoulder. Later, Xide Oyan married Wang Ningxi, Wang Xi's second son, But the marriage life was not happy. Li Jin was still talking, and finally found that Selena was asleep. Why did I talk to myself for a long time? Li Jin had to put Selena flat on the bed, and then covered her with a bedding. From the beginning Li Jin taught her to speak a word, and now she can barely communicate. Li Jin feels that it is not easy. The Chinese language and the historical allusions behind it have a long history. Not to mention that Selena is a Briton. Even ordinary people in China, and may not be able to write, can read, and understand the allusions behind it. Chapter 953 Steamship Order from the Admiralty to more. At Dalian Port Shipyard No. 1, the director, shipbuilding engineers, and senior technical workers gathered in the plant, and some people stood on the suspension bridge due to lack of space. The factory manager called them up early in the morning, stating that important things were announced. In addition to the designers and workers of the British Royal Manufacturing Factory summoned by the system, the Han workers in southern Lining have become the backbone of the No. 1 shipbuilding factory after several years of training and growth. Some of them are talented and hardworking people. Has been promoted to become an engineer and senior skilled worker. It can be seen that as long as there is an atmosphere of respect for science and technology and an appropriate reward mechanism, the local area has never lacked human resources. I received a notice from the Admiralty early this morning. The Admiralty has submitted an order to our No. 1 shipbuilding plant, and they intend to produce the first steam ironclad warship, the director of the No. 1 shipbuilding plant announced. Steam iron shell warship. Has the Admiralty finally agreed to build a steam warship? Did the Admiralty decide to order a Secret-class steam warship? Our No. 1 shipyard will become the only shipyard capable of producing steam ships in Dalian Port. The engineers in the workshop heard that the steam iron armored warship designed by themselves and others in the later production of the Vostok cable ship was appreciated by the Admiralty and decided to produce them. All of them were overjoyed. The No. 1 shipbuilding factory produced the world's first steam shipping ship Yongcheng and the first steam cabling ship Vostok. If the first steam warship can be built, the No. 1 shipbuilding factory will go down in history. Don't worry, everyone. The Admiralty did submit an order to our No. 1 shipbuilding factory, but it is not a Secret-class steamship, but a small and medium-sized ironclad warship with an estimated 3,000 tons, codenamed Test-class steam battleship. This is the plan that the Admiralty obtained after careful consideration. The captain showed the revised design drawings of the Admiralty to everyone present. If this experimental steam warship is produced and can make the Navy Department feel that it is worth the money, then the Navy Department may order a Secret-class steam warship from us in the future. So you must work harder and strive for it. Even if the construction is completed, reliable performance must be ensured during the construction process. If any problem occurs in any link, report it in time. If there is a problem in the production process, the problem can be solved through additional budgets and delays in the construction period. The most feared is that an unqualified warship will be handed over to the Navy Ministry. If there are any problems at that time, our entire shipyard will be held accountable, and don't want to receive orders from the Admiralty in the future. The director reminded. We understand. The engineers and senior technicians on the scene said in unison. The most important thing in the shipbuilding industry is safety and reliability. If something happens, it must be held accountable. Let's take a look at whether this 3,000 ton experimental class is feasible. Not only the hull itself, but also the artillery, recoil and armor placed on the armored ship warships are so different from ordinary ships. We must be careful the first time we build a whole ship. You see if the Admiralty's proposal is feasible. The factory director summoned a group of engineers to analyze the revised design blueprint of the Navy Department. There are some problems here. People in the Admiralty Department don't have enough understanding of steam ships. There is also the experimental level, which is smaller than the secret level. It turns out that the secret level is a large steam warship, and the required power is also based on the consideration of the secret level, But such a power system is very important to the secret level. It's too much. I suggest 2 reciprocating steam engines and 4 round coal-fired boilers. The horsepower is about 50,006,000 horsepower and the speed is above 15 knots. The engineers quickly launched the experimental steam warship they envisioned, and revised the revised design blueprint. The speed of 15 knots is not enough. The Admiralty emphasized the speed this time. It is best to increase the speed to 18 knots, said the director. If the speed is increased to 18 knots, 6 boilers may be needed, and the steam engine provides more than 7,000 horsepower, and the tonnage of the vessel may increase from 3,000 tons to 3,700 tons. Stronger power comes at a price. I propose to add a generator to the new warship to provide electricity for the ship's searchlights and cabin interior lighting. The engineers again discussed enthusiastically, looking forward to this experimental ironclad warship. The first factory is really exciting. They have built 2 steamships. They have heard that they are going to produce a 3rd steamship, and our second factory is still producing wooden sailboats. And our 3rd factory is producing wooden sailboats for merchants. Although they spent a few years producing the Vostok, we produced dozens of galleons. But after all, they used mature technology, which was not challenging. The excitement of creating a steamship. After the directors of other shipyards in Dalian port knew that the first plant was about to start building steam iron hull ships, they were hit hard. There is a gap between wooden sailboats and steam ships. The first factory produces steam iron hull ships over and over again, which shows that the technology is constantly improving, while the other shipyards face the lead of the first factory, and they have a little heart. Not convinced. Why is the first factory able to build steamships? The government pays more and more attention to it, while other shipyards serve civil galleons. Our 3rd factory also plans to start developing steamships, and it is best to encourage those big businessmen to build steamships. Those big businessmen have money and have shipping needs. The director of the 3rd factory summoned the engineers and workers of the 3rd factory and planned to embark on a shipbuilding road different from that of the 1st factory. They planned to build a large number of commercial steamships for the private sector, while the 1st factory was to build large ships for the government. Freight and passenger transportation have great demand for steamships. The 2nd factory also keenly sensed the changes in ships and began to enter the field of steamships. The shipyards in Dalian port are the first batch of shipyards established by the Kyushu Army. They are equipped with the most advanced technologies, and changes here will affect other shipyards along the coast and the river. Influenced by the Liaonan shipyard, Nanjing shipyard began to build steamships for water transportation in the middle and lower reaches of the Yangtze River and the Beijing-Hangzhou Grand Canal, because the steamships can go up the river effortlessly. Fortune Construction Shipyard builds ocean-going merchant ships for merchants traveling to and from Nanyang, and steam power brings many benefits. After the 3 Nanyang provinces were incorporated into the territory, some overseas Chinese living in Nanyang often traveled between the southeast coast and the Nanyang Islands. The rise of fixed flights in Nanyang also created the demand for steamships. Although the major shipyards mainly produce relatively cheap wooden sailboats, the construction of steamships has become an emerging trend. Chapter 954 Coin Minting Machine, Dragon Coin 3 Shifts. When the shipyard secretly set off a wave of building steamships, Liu Sheng was busy preparing for currency reform. Instead of boat-shaped silver ingots, silver dollars are used. Producing qualified silver dollars is a prerequisite for currency reform. If even qualified new metal currency cannot be produced, there will be no way to recycle silver with different shapes and colors everywhere. Liu Sheng took Dia and some other officials responsible for currency reform to a factory. This factory is different from ordinary factories. The inspections are stricter and are guarded by soldiers carrying muskets. Even if Liu Sheng enters, they need to register normally. It turned out to be the military chief and several adults in the household department. I immediately notified the factory manager. The person in charge of registration was surprised when he knew the identity of the visitor. The mint is the property of the Bank of Kyushu, and the right to mint is owned by the Bank of Kyushu, and the Bank of Kyushu needs to obey the decision of the Ministry of Accounts regarding additional issuance and recovery of currency, and carry out production activities in accordance with the decision. Luo Sheng told Diao while waiting for the director to come out. Introduce this new factory. After a while, a German engineer brought people out, happily. Sir, you can count it. The silver dollar sample you ordered to be produced has been successfully cast. Let your subordinates lead the way. The German engineer who served as the factory director led Luo Sheng and the others into the mint. Because it involved the casting of silver, copper and even gold coins, a batch of gold and silver was parked here, and the value of products was extremely high. So the management was strict. This is the toggle press we produced. It is simpler than a screw press, and the vibration and noise are not as loud as a screw press. A German engineer introduced a strange machine to Luo Sheng and others. Daiyue saw a large flywheel and body. The flywheel was connected to the body of the coinage machine through a toggle and a connecting bar, and it was a steam-powered machine. It was the first time she saw the machine for coining silver coins, which made her secretly surprised. We investigated the Eastern coinage method, and most of them use the pouring method. That is, the metal is heated and melted into a fluid and poured into a mold to make currency. This method originated from China. Dongying, Goryeo, Annan and other countries all imitated China and used it. This method, if placed in the past, is undoubtedly a more advanced and practical technology. It is more efficient than Western pure hand-beating currency and can produce more currency. However, in the end of the Renaissance, spiral presses and presses were used in Italy. After the roller rolling machine, it will be more suitable to make coins at room temperature through the machine, so we abandon this kind of high-temperature operation. This elbow-type press is more advanced than the screw press and the roller-type roller press. It can punch 90 times per minute and produce coins with tooth edges, smooth edges, and word edges. Your military master, look here. The toggle joint is the most important part of the toggle press. The use of the best quality steel from the steel-making plant will make the toggle press very durable. Even if it is used for decades, there is absolutely no problem. Steam power can make this machine produces a steady stream of silver coins without complaint. The German engineer proudly introduced his work. Luo Sheng touched the toggles and connecting bars, and the sophisticated mechanical texture came, making him a little admired for the rigor of German engineers. In the 19th century, Germany was able to rise to become an important power in the Second Industrial Revolution under the siege of Britain, France and Austria. Groups of people are not unrelated. Where are the silver dollar samples? Luo Sheng wanted to see if this coinage machine could produce the silver coins he wanted. My lord, this is the first batch of silver dollars we produced as required. There are 120 silver coins in total, divided into 4 specifications. 266 grams, 133 grams, 53 grams, and 26 grams. The silver content is 905, and the rest is copper. In actual manufacturing, there are some deviations in the weight and silver content of different silver coins, but the total conforms to the Gaussian distribution, and the error is within an acceptable range. The German engineer continued to introduce and used statistical methods. The apprentice next to him took a paper box of silver coins, which was divided into 4 grids, and there were 4 stacks of silver coins, large and small, namely 10 yuan, 5 yuan, 2 yuan, and 1 yuan. Luo Sheng took out a silver dollar with the largest face value weighing about 26 grams, and the unique texture of silver came from his fingertips. This silver dollar is the 10 yuan silver dollar with the largest denomination. On the front is the denomination of the silver dollar and the time of coining, and on the back is the pattern of a dragon with teeth and claws. Domineering silver dollar. Luo Sheng saw the Ben dragon pattern behind it. In addition to being iconic, it actually has artistic value. After adopting standardized machines, The silver dollars produced are very regular, even more refined than the Spanish silver dollars currently circulating in the international market. The Spaniards mined silver mines in the Americas and obtained a large amount of silver, which was cast into Spanish silver dollars to circulate in various places. From the end of the Ming Dynasty to the Opium War, because of China's foreign trade, a large amount of Spanish silver dollars flowed in, and its quality was affected by the southeast coast. People love it. Later, after the Opium War, a large amount of Spanish silver dollars went out and became rare. Liu Sheng's goal was to produce a batch of new silver coins to replace the Spanish silver dollar's status in international trade. The silver content is almost the same as the Spanish silver dollar, and the manufacturing is more sophisticated than the Spanish silver dollar. It will accompany our merchandise circulation throughout the world. Liu Sheng has high hopes for this new silver dollar. According to the current manufacturing process, as long as the raw materials are sufficient, the first batch of silver dollars can be produced day and night. The German engineer said, "One machine is not enough. Our country is too big, and the amount of silver in the private sector is unimaginable." Liu Sheng said, "Then we will produce 4 other coinage machines." 5 coinage machines produced the first batch of silver dollars. Put them on the market to see how the people react. If the response is good, we will make new coinage machines. Hum said, "No problem. If the quality of the first batch of silver dollars can be guaranteed to be so good, ordinary people can be satisfied." After all, Spanish silver dollars have helped us verify the feasibility of this silver coin. Liu Sheng said he still didn't know that these silver dollars with a dragon pattern on the back would be called dragon coins by international merchants, replacing Spanish silver dollars as the standard currency used in international trade in the future. "How about this silver dollar?" Liu Sheng handed the silver dollar to Dao. With a sharp sound, Dao accidentally touched Liu Sheng's finger when he took the silver coin, and the silver dollar fell to the ground. Rao Dao, a calm person like Dao, changed his color slightly after he recovered. She didn't take the things that Liu Sheng gave her. Dao hurriedly leaned over to pick up the silver dollar that fell on the ground. However, the silver coin fell to the ground again in a panic. The atmosphere was a bit embarrassing. Dao was so anxious that tears almost fell. There were several of her bosses and mint workers around. The employees are watching. This is the first time she has lost her mind. Chapter 955 The Abnormality of Dao. 4 more. Liu Sheng didn't expect Dao to lose his temper, so she picked up the silver dollar that fell on the ground, and then handed it to her palm, casting questioning eyes. According to her personality, it doesn't look like she would lose the chain at a critical moment. On the surface, Dao was still calm, but in fact, her heart was overwhelmed and panicked. The quality of the silver coin is considered acceptable. I don't know if the copper coin is as good as the silver coin. In order to divert everyone's attention, Liu Sheng asked the German engineer who invented the elbow movement about the copper coin. Silver coins may be suitable for large E-value transactions, and copper coins are usually used by the private sector. "It'll be fetched." Wuhan summoned people to fetch a new copper coin, compared with the silver dollar with the Bewley pattern. Behind the copper coin is the more people-friendly Jia pattern, which is also divided into 4 denominations. The new copper coin contains 95 copper, and the remaining components are white lead and tin. The fineness is almost the same under the unified standard. Wu Heng introduced. Liu Sheng reviewed the 4 new copper coins and found that the quality of the 4 copper coins was quite reliable under strict manufacturing standards. In the future, the right of coinage must be owned by the Bank of Kyushu. The local government has no right of coinage, nor can it establish a local mint bureau. Liu Sheng once again emphasized the ownership of coinage. Only a unified standard can curb the abuse of bad currency. There is also the Ministry of Finance Bureau must consider the impact of monetary policy before issuing currency. Liu Sheng has a deep understanding of the impact of inflation and deflation. The inflow of a large amount of silver into the mainland has caused inflation, leading to currency devaluation. Only by producing a large amount of consumables, Liu Sheng can stimulate domestic demand to digest this silver. The high-end Hanfu, highland prices, various industrial products, and diversification of food and beverages are all aimed at stimulating consumption and preventing the devaluation of silver. The wealth of society does not simply look at the total amount of gold and silver. In essence, they are just useless precious metals. The real wealth is production factors such as machinery, labor, land, and raw materials, and the output of industrial products, agricultural and sideline products. Dao calmed down completely after Luo Sheng diverted everyone's attention, feeling a little embarrassed for the gaffe. Her two fingers held the silver dollar that Luo Sheng showed her, and it glowed with a silver luster under the beam of light that penetrated into the factory. Compared with the silver dollar seen in ordinary days, it was a work of art. At this time, the appearance of silver is not the kind of silver ingots imitated by later generations, but a variety of shapes, and the looks are not beautiful at all. If such silver coins can be used uniformly without spamming, they will surely be welcomed by the people. Dayuer also has high hopes for such a currency. Luo Sheng checked the new silver and new copper coins produced by the mint and was quite satisfied. The current emergence of new coins shows that the coinage technology is mature, and only enough coinage machines are needed to produce the new silver coins and new copper coins that are needed quickly. If there is no technical problem, you can start to produce the first batch of silver and copper coins, and then find an opportunity to exchange new coins for the old coins. For different quality old coins, the exchange ratio is different. This matter will also trouble the household department. Worry a lot, everyone. Coin minting technology is one thing, and recycling old coins is another. Luo Sheng said to the household officials who came with him. He'll wait to obey. The officials of the Ministry of Households replied one after another. Luo Sheng led the crowd out of the mint, told the household officials to leave first, and then left Dayuer alone. Recently, Dayuer was a little abnormal. Luo Sheng was still more concerned about the confidant he had cultivated since childhood. At the very least, he had to figure out what happened. People nowadays need to identify the color when trading silver ingots, and then weigh the weight. Finally, when the weighing is over, each takes what they need to complete the transaction. If you use a unified silver coin and copper coin, no matter it is so cumbersome, you can use a simple combination. Give the price you need. Dayuer looked at Luo Sheng inquiringly, wanting to put aside the topic. We are all smart people, so don't make a roundabout. I just asked directly, what happened to your side recently? Luo Sheng asked directly. Nothing happened to the subordinates. Dayuer said. If it's too personal, I don't have the right to talk about it, but you were obviously distracted just now. It seems that I shouldn't let you work on currency reform during your vacation. Maybe you really need a break. Luo Sheng said with some worry. Dayuer bit her lip and reluctantly said, it is indeed a private matter. My elder brother served as a matchmaker for me and wanted to marry me, and even my father was invited by him to jointly put pressure on me. Male colleges should be married, female colleges should be married. If you can have the blessing of your parents and brothers, wouldn't it be a good thing? I think they should also pick a good family for you. Luo Sheng said. But you said that marriage should be free. If the woman does not agree, her relatives have no right to marry. Otherwise, the woman will have the right to litigate within a certain period of time. Fine. If they force me, I will file a lawsuit with the government. Dayuer said bitterly. This decree is enforced to cancel arranged marriages. If Dayuer really wants to sue her family, the government can indeed revoke the marriage. In fact, the implementation of this decree is not so simple. Not all women have the courage to resist the pressure brought by the family. However, based on Luo Sheng's knowledge of Dayuer, she really dared to sue the big family of Hawkin tribe. You are not young this year. If the young talent recommended by your brother or father is suitable, you can try to date for a period of time before considering getting married. If you don't want to, you can find the next one. This is called a blind date and it is not an arranged marriage. Luo Sheng suggested. Subordinates are not willing. Dao shook his head. How can people know whether they like it or not if they haven't seen it? Luo Sheng said again. Unwilling is unwilling. Subordinates want to follow up with the new currency this time. Dao rarely showed a tough side to Luo Sheng. The minting of new coins originally needs someone to supervise. Since you are contradictory and self-recommended, you can apply to the Ministry of Household to follow up on this project. But I provide you with this reason to temporarily avoid marriage, and you will always face it in the future. Luo Sheng knows that this is the other party's private matter, and it is really hard for him to intervene. Otherwise he, the leader of arranged marriages, will become the facilitator of arranged marriages. It's a big deal. I won't marry any more, Dao murmured softly. What else? Luo Sheng thought about it. Let Wu Keshan, the elder brother of Dao, have a headache. Report. It's okay. Thank you for giving me a reason to escape. Dao still had a bit of resentment in her tone. Chapter 956 Fundraising. Crazy Capital 5 Shifts. The story of the nautical hero Li Jind has been circulating in the city for a period of time. He has become a well-known figure in the capital, and the people have begun to have an interest in the golden land on the other side of the ocean. At the same time, preparations for Western trading companies are taking advantage of this Western fever in full swing. The first thing before the establishment of the Western Trading Company was financing. The funds raised from the private sector were used as the initial capital. It is tentatively scheduled to issue 1 million shares, each worth 1 kilo of silver. The government subscribed for 600,000 shares in advance, nautical hero Li Jind subscribed for 10,000 shares, and the remaining 70,000 shares were issued to the public. Anyone can buy a Western trading company, but one person cannot directly or indirectly hold more than 10,000 shares. Otherwise the portion exceeding 10,000 shares will be confiscated according to law. The public can buy shares of Western Trading Company at the head office of Bank of Kyushu and its branches and become shareholders of Western Trading Company. Become a shareholder of a Western Trading Company. If the value of the company increases, they can resell the shares in their hands to make a profit. In addition to value added, you can also get dividends from the net profits of Western trading companies every year. Western trading companies have agreed to develop, and their current investments will make more profits in the future. The first to respond was businessmen from various places, especially maritime merchants. They learned about the financing of Western trading companies through the local government and began to weigh the gains and losses of investing in Western trading companies. Investing in Western companies can benefit from trade profits. If a company fails to trade, it will lose money, and it has certain risks. This form of limited liability company is both familiar and unfamiliar to businessmen. Some businessmen have this awareness when they do business in partnership. This time, Western trading companies are determined in the form of a system. Wealth and wealth are in danger. The government organizes the establishment of a Western trading company, and the government must have the determination to do a good job in this business. After all, the government actively subscribed for 60% of the shares. The government will bear the brunt of the bankruptcy of the Western Trading Company. Some businessmen pondering the determination of the government and Luo Sheng. Fujian businessman Li Jind bought 10,000 shares at one time. If he is not confident in doing this business well, he should not be so risky. It is extremely necessary for 1 liang silver to invest in a risky business at once. A courageous thing. If 10,000 liang of silver is used to buy merchant ships, it can be put into use immediately, and the business will start to pay back after a trip. However, according to the newspapers, Western companies need 1 to 2 years to build, hire merchant ships, and the escort ship will start the first ocean-going trade to the west. In a year or two, who knows if the government's plan will be stranded midway, or the fleet will encounter a storm deep in the ocean when it is sailing. Some conservative maritime merchants are not optimistic about the prospects of Western companies. They know how dangerous the sea is. If you are unlucky and encounter a storm deep in the ocean, let alone a wooden galleon, it is still difficult to escape the danger of being swallowed up by the waves. However, there are still many businessmen who regard Luo Sheng as a protector, but they don't say a word. Just buy. Spending money is not necessarily foreseeing the prospects of Western trading companies, but for unconditional trust in Luo Sheng. Most of Luo Sheng's policies are beneficial to business. It has changed the previous policy of focusing on agriculture and suppressing business. Many maritime merchants have made great fortunes, so that some of them are grateful to Luo Sheng and believe that they can make money by following him. This reason is enough. At this time, Wang Chengyuan, a businessman from Niu in the port of Yokohama, learned about the establishment of a Western trading company, and went to the Tokyo branch non-stop, buy 30,000 shares of a Western trading company. This is 30,000 tls of banknotes. Without a word, Wang Chengyuan pressed a stack of banknotes on the front desk, shocking the front desk employees. Direct 30,000 tls of silver as soon as you make a shot. It turned out to be the shopkeeper Wang. After the employees recognized Wang Chengyuan, who often conducts triangular trade in China, Dongying, and Korea, he was not so surprised. When Wang Chengyuan followed Luo Sheng in business activities in southern Lining, he became a well-known private wealthy businessman. This time Luo Sheng proposed to establish a Western trading company. Wang Chengyuan gave his best support as soon as he learned about it. Understandable. But shopkeeper Wang, we don't know if you can buy 10,000 shares in the end. During your arrival from Yokohama port, our Tokyo branch has received 70,000 tls of silver, and there are even some Eastern merchants who want to buy us. Our shares were rejected. Governor Qian came out in person to receive Wang Chengyuan, a major client. There are only 70,000 shares in total, and my money is more than 100,000. Wang Chengyuan did not expect the shares of Western Trading Company to be so popular. This is only a branch of the Tokyo branch. Bank of Kyushu has a head office in Beijing and branches in Edo City, Nanjing City, Guangzhou City, Dalian Port, Liaodong City, Xiamen City, Xiangyang City, Suzhou City, Hangzhou and other places. Among them, Jiaongyi in the southeast coast, the most affluent, have not yet made any effort. The Tokyo branch has raised more than 100,000 tls of silver in just a few days. According to this trend, the funds raised in various places will definitely far exceed 70,000 tls of silver if more than 70,000 tls of silver visits. Then how to confirm who has successfully subscribed for shares of Western trading companies? Wang Chengyuan asked. This is simple. The news of the government's fundraising is released at the same time. Our local branches will register the time when each investor subscribes for the shares. At that time, all localities will collect the account books at the head office, and the ownership of the shares can be confirmed by comparing the time. The principle is first come, first served, until the quota is full, said Governor Qian. First come, first served is fair, but why are other people so fast? Wang Chengyuan was a little depressed, but as soon as he heard the news in Yokohama port, he went to the Tokyo branch to subscribe for shares. He did not stay at all times. He did not expect that he was already in Edo. A group of businessmen in the city have thrown 70,000 tls of silver. With these 70,000 tls of silver ahead of him, there is almost no hope of buying shares in Western trading companies. Treasurer Wang, please go slowly. The share is limited. This is helpless. Even the old man would never have thought it would be so hot. President Qian comforted Wang Chengyuan when he sent Wang Chengyuan away. When Wang Chengyuan walked out of the Tokyo branch, within a few steps, several people stopped him. Who are you? Wang Chengyuan didn't know the person who stopped him, and took a half step back defensively. The second section of the intelligence department handles the case. Please come with us. Information service. Wang Chengyuan was sweating. He was approached by the most mysterious organization in the Kyushu army for the first time, and he still didn't show up in the 2nd Division. The 9th and 5th I 7th Chapter 1,026 more. According to statistics from the head office of Bank of Kyushu, the head office and local branches have raised a total of more than 1 million tls. and when the branch delivered the registration books to the head office, people were still investing money in it. After listening to the report from the head of the Bank of Kyushu to him, Liu Sheng was surprised by the wealth of the people and the enthusiasm of various capitals. The first fundraising has far exceeded Liu Sheng's expectations. Does our bank need to accept only 400,000 tals of it according to the original plan, and then return all the remaining 600,000 tals? The president asked Liu Sheng for his opinion. Since everyone is full of enthusiasm for business going to the West, and the hospitality is difficult, there is no need to return 1 million tals. This time we issued 2.5 million tals of shares, of which 1.5 million tals were issued by the government and 1 million tals were raised. Liu Sheng, seeing that so much spare money has gathered, how can they be allowed to leave easily? Our government is going to pay 1.5 million tals. Seeing that Liu Sheng planned to collect 1 million tals of silver in one go, the president was taken aback by Liu Sheng's attempts. If the government intends to always control Western companies, the more money it raises from the private sector, the more money it will have to pay. If the private sector pays 1 million tals, the government will pay 1.5 million tals to gain absolute control. But the finance has no spare 1.5 million tals of silver at all. The president of the head office reminded Liu Sheng anxiously to pay attention to the fiscal deficit. The Bank of Kyushu is becoming the money bag of the household department. The expenses of the household department go through the special account of the Bank of Kyushu to supervise the officials of the household department. Therefore, as the president of the Bank of Kyushu, he knows that the annual fiscal revenue is increasing. But the annual fiscal revenue expenses are also increasing. Our government doesn't really need to pay. We just invested 1.5 million tals in name. Liu Sheng said, it's just a nominal investment of 1.5 million tals. What if all investors ask the government to implement 1.5 million tals? The president asked. It's very simple. What our government provides is organizational power, technology, machinery and even warships. This is an intangible asset that can be converted into the amount of silver we contributed. The part of less than 1.5 million tals is provided with an interest-free loan to your bank. Anyway, this loan is put it in the bank as a reserve. 1 million tals of silver is enough for us to produce armed merchant ships and warships. Liu Sheng said. The president of the Bank of Kyushu has studied banking currency at the Academy of Sciences and knew what Liu Sheng meant, but he did not expect that Liu Shengkong's methods of glove white wolf were one set of sets, and it seemed that there was really no way to refute him. Even the Bank of Kyushu is part of the state apparatus. However, we cannot decide arbitrarily about this change, otherwise it will cause suspicion from the private sector. It is announced to all investors through the newspaper that we originally planned to raise 400,000 tals of silver externally, which will become a financing of 1 million tals of silver. If they learn about this decision, if you want to withdraw the subscription money, let them do so, and if you don't want to withdraw, just continue to follow us. Liu Sheng said. Subordinates understand. Seeing that his boss insisted on intercepting 1 million tals of private capital, he increased his courage. Isn't it 1.5 million tals? It really happened because of the huge deposits of Kyushu Bank. It was not that it was incapable of carrying it down. By the way, your military master, regarding the dismissal of the vice president of the Tokyo branch, Dieu, shouldn't it have any negative impact on our Bank of Kyushu? The situation at the Tokyo branch is quite special. To see whether the Dieu incident will affect the Bank of Kyushu. As the center of the new financial system, the Bank of Kyushu has a higher and higher status. The head of the Bank of Kyushu is second only to the minister in the household department, and is on an equal footing with the finance bureau, the audit office and other institutions. The status of the presidents and vice presidents of local branches is not low. The dismissal of Dieu caused a considerable earthquake in the Bank of Kyushu. The emerging Bank of Kyushu is worried about this, and fears that it will affect the entire Bank of Kyushu. The Big-Year incident will not affect the Bank of Kyushu. She is now overseeing the minting of new coins. The minting and recycling of new coins is also the responsibility of the Bank of Kyushu. Liu Sheng said. the mint. What is her current position? The president asked. She is now a member of the Fiscal Policy and Monetary Policy Committee. Liu Sheng said. At present, the structure of the Household Department consists of functional organizations such as the Finance Bureau, the Civil Affairs Bureau, the Bank of Kyushu, and the Oriental Trading Company. In addition to the functional organizations, there are some committees, such as the Fiscal Policy and Monetary Policy Committee, which specializes in adjusting interest, tax rates, public debt, macro control by means such as reserves, is a consulting agency. However, such a committee can determine the direction of the country, and the right to speak is not negligible. In other words, Dao was removed from the dual status of vice president of the Tokyo branch and interim director of the Dongying branch of the Oriental Trading Company, but in fact he did not intend to be blamed at all. I will make the people at the mint seriously accept the supervision and will not cause even a slight difference. Dao was originally from the Kyushu Bank, and cooperation should be easy, said the president. I will feel at ease if you are jointly responsible for this matter. You can go and deal with your affairs for the time being. Liu Sheng carried out currency reform and adopted a check and balance strategy under the joint responsibility of the Finance Bureau, the Bank of Kyushu, and the Fiscal Policy and Monetary Policy Committee. This time, the large-scale casting of silver and copper coins will turn almost all the silver ingots and broken silver into silver dollars. The amount is unimaginable. In addition to the three-party responsibility, three different departments of the Audit Office, the Supervision Office, and the Intelligence Office are also arranged to conduct post-mortem inspections. After the head of the Bank of Kyushu left, people from the Intelligence Department brought Wang Chengyuan over. Wang Chengyuan was originally in Edo City, but he was robbed by the Intelligence Department and returned to the capital, and he did not dare to complain. This time he was also taken to the military master's mansion, and it was even more frightened that he was frightened, afraid that he would have something serious. Military master, it's been a long time since I saw you. I don't know what you are looking for. If you have something to do, you only need to send someone to bring a letter, and you will be here. This time, the person from the Intelligence Department came to the door in person. It can be described as terrified to let you down, and you can't even swallow food along the way. Wang Chengyuan frowned. Treasurer Wang, we have cooperated for so many years. You should know my temper. Our Kyushu army strives to help businessmen eliminate all obstacles to free trade. As compensation, businessmen should pay corresponding taxes in accordance with the law. Liu Sheng said. That's natural. In the next year, there will be a list of customs and city taxes. There is absolutely no less tax. Wang Chengyuan said vowedly. However, the Intelligence Department found that you paid less than 1 tlin tariffs last year. Liu Sheng handed a report to Wang Chengyuan. Chapter 958. The Power of the State Apparatus. 7 more. 1 less to pay. Wang Chengyuan was surprised after reading this report. Can the Intelligence Department find out even such an omission? I have a memory of this account below. At that time, it was sucrose that was transported. I should have missed the small pile of sucrose at the bottom of the cabin when measuring the weight. This is an oversight, but it is indeed my fault. Wang Chengyuan explained. For his net worth, it is natural that he would not specifically save the 1 tlin tariffs. Even if he later learned of the missed payment, he would not want to take the initiative to pay it. He didn't care about the mere tlin. The Intelligence Department is not investigating you specifically to find out this insignificant account, but to see if you have paid taxes in accordance with the law. It seems that you should be innocent, then I need to entrust you to do one thing. Liu Sheng said. You can have today's status under the army. You can take care of you. If you have any entrustment, please let me know. Wang Chengyuan heard that the Intelligence Department had investigated him secretly, and he was sweating. Fortunately, he did nothing wrong, otherwise I am afraid I will not see Liu Sheng now, and will even be sentenced. Although you are innocent, it does not mean that the merchant groups who trade with Toyo are innocent. I have won many trade privileges for the merchants in Toyo, and set up 3 customs entrances in Nagasaki, Dorido, and Yokohama to collect and manage tariffs. I originally thought that merchants could make profits, and our government could obtain more tariffs from it, but I never thought that some merchants would not want to pay tariffs after they were granted privileges. Smuggling, yin and yang accounts, bribery to the east. The staff of the company Luo Sheng said. Wang Chengyuan's forehead was full of sweat. Although he didn't do the things that Luo Sheng said, he knew what Luo Sheng wanted to do. In the next year, I went to Beijing, Liaoning, Korea, Ryukyu, and Dongying to trade in order to find business opportunities. I met many businessmen who were also active in this area. I heard a little about these things. It was just for the sake of my peers and there was no definite truth. I have not reported it to the government. Please forgive me. Wang Chengyuan wiped his sweat. You don't need to be too nervous. I will check the main merchants then, and it is inevitable that I will catch some fish that slip through the net. At that time, it may cause a shock in the business circle of the merchants engaged in the Beiyang trade. I need you to stabilize the market by then. Luo Sheng said. He let Wang Chengyuan not be too nervous, but Wang Chengyuan almost jumped out of his heart. On the one hand, I feel lucky that I did not violate the law. On the other hand, I know that many adventurous colleagues are going to be bad. They are likely to cause Luo Sheng's dissatisfaction and sanctions for tax evasion and bribery of officials, and even save their lives. All the family properties are taken in. As for this matter, I won't divulge even half of a word. When do you want to come out to defend the situation? The army owner, just say so. Wang Chengyuan said respectfully. His own old man was touched by the intelligence department. He now knows how powerless individuals are in front of the state apparatus. Usually he still can't feel the power of the state apparatus because Luo Sheng is a cooperative ally, but once he owes taxes and tries to infiltrate the government, it violated Luo Sheng's bottom line. During this period of time, you will stay in the capital for the time being, and you must not leak any wind. Otherwise anyone who escaped may have something to do with you when we start to catch these slippery fish. Let you come forward to stabilize the situation. Luo Sheng said. Wang obeyed. Wang Chengyuan said solemnly. Being able to be selected by Luo Sheng as a stable businessman, Wang Chengyuan knew that when it was time to stand in line again, he still chose to stand on Luo Sheng's side this time. The trade privileges Luo Sheng fought in Dongying had brought him countless wealth. I heard that you paid 10,000 taels of silver this time to buy shares in a Western trading company. Luo Sheng said. Yes, I thought it would be profitable to trade with the West, so I invested 10,000 taels of silver without hesitation. However, the Western Trading Company only raised 70,000 taels from people other than the government, and then rushed from Yokohama port to Edo. At the Tokyo branch in the city, some people had already thrown 70,000 taels. With the people from other branches who were one step ahead of me, it would be impossible for me to buy the shares. Wang Chengyuan said. Has anyone bought 70,000 taels of shares in the Tokyo branch so soon? There was some suspicion in Luo Sheng's eyes. You can rest assured that this time our Western Trading Company intends to increase the number of funds raised from 1 million taels of silver to 2.5 million taels of silver. Among them, the government subscribes for the share of 1.5 million taels of silver. In order of priority, your subscription amount is also valid. It's just that 1 liang silver can only acquire 12 shares, but now 1 liang silver can only acquire 12 shares. Luo Sheng said. It doesn't matter how many shares you can get. If it is not governmental, I am afraid it would be difficult to build such a giant. Wang Chengyuan didn't care how many shares he had. There is no difference between the share of 12 and the share of 12, and they cannot control Western companies. Compared with the 60 share of the government, everyone else is very scattered. Buying shares of Western trading companies is a long-term investment. For a great company with an initial capital of 2.5 million taels of silver, Wang Chengyuan himself felt a little scalp numb. If Western companies can continue to make profits, they may be able to break through and become multinational giants worth tens of millions of taels in the future. After determining the share, we will soon convene a meeting of all investors to form a board of directors, and propose to elect a 24-person board of directors of Western companies, of which the government occupies 14 seats, the rest occupy 10 seats, and only the share is one. The above individuals can participate in the election for directors. I don't want the directors appointed by the government to harm the interests of the other 40 investors, so I need 10 directors elected to be able to supervise their behavior. Luo Sheng said. As far as I know, the board of directors is an organization that makes decisions, but they rarely participate in management, or that 24 people with the same power cannot carry out daily management of Western companies. Wang Chengyuan asked. At that time, we will hire a group of people to carry out daily management of company affairs. This group of people is called managers, that is, people who really do specific things. Salaries are paid based on their performance, and then workers and ordinary employees are hired. It constitutes a Western company. Privately believe that the initial employees of Western companies can exceed 1,000 people, so that we can form a huge fleet to go to the West to make sufficient preparations. With the 1 million raised from the private sector, Luo Sheng have sufficient confidence. Moreover, Western companies have also built a shareholder board manager employee system. The modern company system is basically complete except for the board of supervisors. The 959th chapter Forced Marriage Fail Date More. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. Follow these people who subscribed for shares in Western companies through the Tokyo branch. Luo Sheng pointed out several transactions registered in the account books. The books of the Tokyo branch show that these people bought more than 50,000 of shares in just 1 hour after they released the news about the establishment of a Western company in the Tokyo branch. In the next 2 days, other merchants successively bought 20,000 Luo Sheng accidentally heard Wang Chengyuan's complaint and discovered the strangeness. Upon hearing the news of the release of shares in the preparation of a Western company, I reacted within an hour and directly took in 50,000 of shares. Even big businessmen with a value of 1 million do not have such courage. At least they need a little time to understand Western companies. I dare to do so under specific circumstances. Luo Sheng immediately relayed the incident via telegram to the personnel of the intelligence department dispatched to Edo Castle. The intelligence department has its own cryptographic system, and even if the sender takes the order, they can't understand the meaning of the order sent to the Edo telegraph station. Luo Sheng took advantage of the opportunity to set up Western companies while dealing with some maritime business evasion of taxes and bribery of officials. After the amount of funds raised by Western companies to the public increased from 400,000 of silver to 1 million of silver, many businessmen and ordinary people were in an uproar. Instead of withdrawing their investment, they are more enthusiastic, hoping that someone will withdraw and they can subscribe for more shares. In their view, the more popular things are, the more promising they are. Bank of Kyushou's head office and local branches need to cross out those who withdrew halfway based on the original account books, and then perform a final summary. This summary will determine the final ownership of the Western company's shares. While everyone was waiting for the result, the house of Wu Keshan, the commander of the Monan Cavalry Regiment, started to make trouble. No, I don't agree. Dao resolutely refused to give in. My father and I have already agreed on the marriage for you. It's useless if you don't agree. The matter has been settled. Wu Keshan sternly refused to give in. He knew that once he gave up, his little sister might have been reluctant to marry out. Daughter, what your brother said is that you are not too young anymore. You can't delay your good years for any official career. Today is different. What everyone pursues is not only power but also money. With your ability, even if you don't participate in official careers, find a good family, manage an industry, enough for a lifetime of food and clothing. Besides, our family also has some pastures. You can also be fine if you don't stay in the capital and return to the prairie. Yashi, why should a girl stay in the eye of the storm? He was asked by Wu Keshan to convince Dao. What if I just don't agree? If I try to force each other bitterly, I will sue you in accordance with the law. Dao said in a pissed way. Do you want to sue your elder brother and father? Wu Keshan couldn't believe that Dia actually wanted to sue her family with the law. Wu Keshan, don't use such a tone to talk to your sister. The elder Lib shouted to Wu Keshan. He saw a lot of things more plainly than when he was younger, plus he was partial to his little daughter. It is to scold Wu Keshan. If your daughter is not satisfied with the family we found for you, we will switch to another family until you are satisfied. Or if you have a happy family, just tell the father, and the father must send someone to match it. Said, my father, you don't know something, the younger sister, she does have someone she likes, but it's not easy to get married. Wu Keshan complained on the side. Although the Hawkin tribe is only a nomadic tribe on the prairie, our family has no power in the past. But the family is also in charge of a pasture and vigorously develops aquaculture. There is still a problem to feed how many families. The other party only needs to marry Dia, even if the other party is a poor scholar. Buhi asked puzzledly. If the other party is just a poor scholar, I will tie him up, but it's not that the other party's status is too low, but too high. Our little family won't be put in the eyes at all. How can we bring it up? Wu Keshan frowned. Daughter, who is the other party? Buhi asked Dia helplessly when he saw his eldest son, one of the more than a dozen corps commanders of the Kyushu army. Sir, I like him, can you let him marry me? Dia said decisively. After hearing her daughter's voice, Buhi showed the same sad expression as Wu Keshan. Sure enough, the other party is the supreme ruler of 20 million square kilometers of territory, and he usually deals with major matters involving the empire. Why would he care about a tribe on the Mongolian grassland? You have to know that since the large-scale use of firearms and the construction of large railways on the grasslands, our nomadic tribes have been unable to leave the central plains. The conflicts that were previously irreconcilable due to food shortages have gradually become the past. Our tribes do not have the right to speak strong. Now is the age of the sea, the age of firearms, and the age of steel. Even the cavalry is in danger of being eliminated. To put it nicely, your brother is still in the army and can have some influence. Our family also has a pasture and eat some dividends every year. But we want our declining nomadic tribe to put pressure on the military master, unless my brain is kicked by a horse, otherwise it is impossible to do so. Buhi smiled bitterly. I know, since I said it and you can't help me propose marriage, then don't force me. My salary can still support myself, and I will live in my own house for a while. Dia left Wu Keshan's house. I knew not to give her the house, now she has a place to escape. Wu Keshan was regretful. He originally wanted to give Dia a courtyard of his own so that she could settle down, but now it seems to be counterproductive. What are you talking about? Isn't it just buying a house for your sister? Buhi was dissatisfied with Wu Keshan. I think you are too used to her, making her tougher. Father, I think you dote on her too much, right? You didn't pay for the house this time? Wu Keshan muttered. Stop talking nonsense. You can't solve your sister's marriage, so go back to the barracks quickly. Buhi dissatisfied. I pack my things and go back. It's just that the little girl is too tricky. Even if the military owner asks for her in the end, she can only be a small one. How can the people of our golden family be so wronged? Wu Keshan is still more admirable. Golden it's something that happened hundreds of years ago, and now it's the art of artillery. As long as the daughter is satisfied, she can think about what she thinks. I think let her think about it for a year or two. Then she wants to understand. That's it. Said. Chapter 960, 3 charges 9 more. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. Why are we the first group of businessmen to subscribe for shares in Western companies? And we are not included in the final list. Even the people behind us have successfully subscribed. Shopkeeper Lu, a businessman who traded in Dongying, brought a few big businessmen to the Tokyo branch to ask questions. He has a calm face. Western companies formally raised 1 million pieces of silver from the public, and the subscription list reached more than 1,000 people. but there were no businessmen like them who invested 50,000 tals of silver in the first place. Shopkeeper Lu and all shopkeepers, our Tokyo branch just reports the list of capital contributions to the head office, and the head office confirms the list of subscribers based on the principle of first come, first served. Kian doesn't know why he is ranked behind. People successfully subscribed, but the head office rejected your contribution, President Kian explained. Isn't the silver that we produce is not silver? Shopkeeper Lu snorted coldly. What? The treasurer Lu said. Where will the silver be divided into 6 or 9 grades? President Kian was afraid of offending this influential Chinese businessman in Dongying. If the silver is not divided into 3 or 6 or 9, why did the head office of Bank of Kyushu revoke our name from it? Shopkeeper Lu said, dissatisfied. Kian did not know. Shopkeeper Lu and several shopkeepers could go to the head office in the capital for inquiries, and even sue the head office in the court of the criminal ministry. President Kian could only throw the pot to the head office. We will definitely go to Beijing to ask clearly, can our subscription money be refunded to us first? Shopkeeper Lu was dissatisfied, but he wanted to go to Beijing to sue such a behemoth as the head office of Bank of Kyushu. It is difficult for a normal person to have such courage. The amount of silver handled by the Bank of Kyushu is calculated at tens of millions of tals. It is normal to look down on 50,000 tals of silver. I will return your 50,000 tals of silver to you, said Governor Kian. President Kian, you don't have to rush to give them a refund. At this time, a group of people came in from the Tokyo branch. In addition to a few plain clothes, there were also a dozen soldiers of the Beiyang fleet carrying muskets. They surrounded the Tokyo branch with guns. The Chinese merchants and the East Asian merchants who used to handle affairs in the Tokyo branch all got up and watched vigilantly at the group of soldiers of the Beiyang fleet who suddenly appeared here. Dear soldiers of the Beiyang fleet, what are you doing? It will scare our guests. Governor Kian asked quickly. President Kian, we are here to cooperate with the intelligence department. Please give me your convenience. The little officer in the lead handed a military order to President Kian. This is an arrest warrant issued by General Shea, the deputy commander of the Beiyang fleet. The intelligence department arrested the criminals. President Kian accepted the Beiyang fleet's military order and found that it was indeed stamped with the seal of the deputy commander of the Beiyang fleet. I don't know who committed the crime in our Tokyo branch. It's not the Tokyo branch, but a few of them, and take them all away. The plainclothes intelligence officer pointed to the shopkeeper Lu and several businessmen. Take them down. The small officer of the Beiyang fleet saw the intelligence service personnel identifying the suspects, so he ordered the soldiers of the Beiyang fleet to control the treasurer Lu and the others. Shopkeeper Lu couldn't contend with the soldiers of the Beiyang fleet armed with guns, so they had no choice but to capture them. What crime did we commit? Why arrest me and wait? What a shame! Shopkeeper Lu shouted unwillingly. The businessmen in the Tokyo branch were terrified. The Beiyang fleet came out to arrest people. If there is no reasonable reason, the behavior of the army will bring tremendous psychological pressure to these innocent businessmen. Smuggling goods, evading taxes, and bribing officials. Are these 3 reasons enough? The intelligence officer sneered. Shopkeeper Lu paled after hearing this. This time it was the Dongchuang incident. Injustice. We didn't do this. Shopkeeper Lu and the other arrested people knew they were inevitable, so they shouted injustice. Several of them were arrested by the intelligence service and the Beiyang fleet in Edo City. Until they were taken out, no one in the Tokyo branch dared to intercede for them. President Kian, arresting criminals on your site is quite offensive. The small officer of the Beiyang fleet said to President Kian before leaving. What are you talking about? This is an arrest warrant from the military department. I want to provide assistance. Governor Kian wiped the scared sweat. No wonder the head office of Kyushu Bank did not approve Treasurer Lu and several other people to subscribe to the West. The campaign is 50,000 tals of silver, according to their charges. Not to mention that 50,000 tals of silver were frozen. It is estimated that all family properties will be confiscated. Our Tokyo branch should not do anything wrong, otherwise the intelligence office might arrest us one day with soldiers again. President Kiane took the opportunity to warn the employees in his branch. Yes, the employees in the Tokyo branch were silent. They witnessed the army personally dispatched to arrest people. Such a thing is so impressive that they will probably never forget it for a lifetime. Not long after the eldest left our branch, someone came to arrest someone. Maybe the eldest had noticed something and reported it to the intelligence office when she returned to the capital. I heard that it was discovered that someone was evading tariffs and bribery of officials was involved. Such a crime might be decapitated. The employees in the Tokyo branch thought of Dieu. At this time, the businessmen handling affairs in the Tokyo branch were also frightened by the dispatched intelligence department and the soldiers of the Beiyang fleet. Their first reaction was whether they had done anything like this. The news of the public arrest of the intelligence department and the Beiyang fleet spread quickly. In addition to the treasurer Liu, more than a dozen Chinese businessmen were arrested one after another, which triggered panic among many Chinese businessmen who were guarding themselves in the city. The shogunate was helpless for the arrest of some Chinese merchants in Edo by the intelligence service and the Beiyang fleet. According to the treaty, this was an internal matter of China. As long as they did not arrest the merchants of Toyo, they had law enforcement powers even in Edo. Unexpectedly, there were conflicts between the Kyushu army and their merchants. I thought the Kyushu army was the umbrella of their merchant group, Abe Tadaki said with emotion after learning about this. For obedient businessmen, the Kyushu army is an umbrella. Those who are not obedient don't want to get rid of them quickly. Think about the compradors who work for the Kyushu army among our eastern merchants. And you know how annoying they are. Sakai said. The compradors who worked for the Kyushu army are really disgusting. They not only pay taxes to the Kyushu army, but also help them open up our market. Abe said. Abe-kun, the great demon king has been away from Toei for a while. Do you have the confidence to lead the Edo Bank to defeat the Tokyo branch again? Sakai asked. The great devil's previous strategy of cracking down on our Edo Bank's run strategy, I have already figured it out. I am confident that Edo Bank will make a comeback and drive the Tokyo branch out of Edo Castle. Tadaki Abe changed during the contest with Ogura. It's more difficult to deal with. Chapter 961 Accidental Income 10 more. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. While the three directors of the Dongying branch of the Orient Company were playing chess at Yokohama port, officers and soldiers of the Beiyang fleet suddenly broke into the branch of the Orient Company and escorted one of the directors away, causing the remaining two directors to panic. While a group of merchants were arrested, a group of officials from the Dongfeng Company, which manages Dongying's foreign trade, were also arrested. In the temporary prison in Yokohama port, more than a dozen businessmen and several officials were detained. A beam of light hit their faces, and the people inside were as frightened as a mouse in the sewer. Our intelligence department has worked with the audit office, the supervision department, the Beiyang fleet, and the Yokohama customs department to seize relevant evidence. Here are the account books and confessions. Treasurer Liu, during the past few years, you have smuggled and bribed with the name of Toyo. The directors of Dongfeng Company evaded more than 100,000 tals of customs duties, and others had a sum of more than 5,000 tals. Among the officials, one director was bought to assist merchants in evading tariffs, and a total of 14,132 tals were collected. There was a figure carrying a strong backlight. Let them see the other side's appearance clearly. The tariff is too heavy, and we have no choice. Shopkeeper who was making the final struggle. The tariffs are not low, but heavy taxes are not to be mentioned, and if the government is not backing them, how can you avoid so many tariffs? Don't try to quibble, let alone waste our time. You will be sent to the capital after you plead guilty, and wait the verdict of the criminal tribunal. The head of the second section of the intelligence department interrogated himself. What if we don't plead guilty? Shopkeeper Lou and the others know that they will be taken back to the capital after pleading guilty. They may not escape. If you have definitive evidence but refuse to plead guilty, you can rectify the law on the spot. If there is a manslaughter afterwards, I will be responsible for all the responsibilities, said the person in the intelligence department. Ruthless enough. I dare to bear the responsibility of killing the wrong person on my own body. Shopkeeper Lou and others finally know why the intelligence department is so frightening. They are so conceited that it is unimaginable. When the prisoner was first tried by the intelligence department, the supervisors and auditors who came with him were pacifying the officials of the Dongying branch of the Dongfeng Company. One of the 3 directors was arrested. If he is not pacified in time, it may cause a huge panic in the Dongying branch. It's unbelievable that he actually received more than 10,000 tals of silver tals from the merchants. The salary of our directors is not low, so why should he covet these silver tals? After all, it is 10,000 tals of silver. We have not paid so much in our entire life. Most of them are driven by greed and we have gone on a crooked road. Our Dongying branch must conduct self-examination and self-correction, and this cannot happen again. The remaining 2 directors said. Wang Chengyuan returned to Yokohama port again to calm the emotions of the businessmen here. The arrest of more than a dozen businessmen is a major event that makes them uneasy for the remaining businessmen. They don't know whether the government is simply fighting against tax evasion, or fattening up businessmen and then bleeding everyone. I came back from the capital and met with the military master. The military master has made it clear that this time the case is not right, and it will not turn a small case into a big one. So please rest assured that you will trade with Dongying in the future. Everything is as usual. But in the future, please be sure to abide by the law, and you must not cross the boundary, otherwise you will repeat the same mistakes. Wang Chengyuan conveyed his meaning for Luo Sheng. Fortunately, our normal trade has not been affected. Treasurer Liu is too greedy. I will leave everything behind. This time, in order to avoid tariffs, he will not only take in all the property, but also his life. It is said that Dongfeng Company was also infiltrated, and I did not expect that Dongfeng Company, which originally seemed indestructible, could also be bought. The hearts of the people are complicated. Who knows if there are any officials who will provide convenience to others for the sake of money. All the businessmen who hadn't had an accident talked with joy. Not all of them are clean, and some also evade taxes, but the amount is small, and the Kyushu army is too lazy to investigate. Nevertheless, this group of businessmen who were lucky enough to escape the catastrophe did not dare to continue to mess around because of this incident. For a time, Huixia's various forces in Dongying converged and conducted self-examination, for fear that they would be arrested if they did something wrong. In addition to the arrests of a dozen people from Dongying, several officials in Beijing who had impeached Daiyue were also arrested. They were also found to have participated in the bribery of the directors of Dongfeng Company. Shopkeeper Liu and several other big businessmen were able to throw 50,000 tals of silver within an hour when the news of the issuance of shares in Western companies came out, because they received the news from Beijing ahead of time. It's shocking. This is the early detection of their collusion, otherwise one will involve more officials in coming in, and then it will not be just a case of this scale. Luo Sheng received the complete arrest report from the intelligence department, somewhat shocked. The Dongying case involved more than 200,000 tals, and a director of the Oriental Company was investigated and dealt with. It can be said to be a relatively serious case. In the past few years, there have been many similar cases in various places. Luo Sheng himself and various systems cannot completely avoid such things from happening again, unless everyone's assets are completely open and transparent. But that is not feasible at this stage, and it will cause many ethical problems. For those who participated in the bribery to be investigated in accordance with the law, the rest shall be dealt with 3 to 5 times the fine. According to law, Luo Sheng found that after investigating these people, he had hundreds of thousands of tals. This unexpected income will be invested in the experimental steam warship that Nelson was promised to build. After the experimental steam warship is produced, it can be leased to Western companies as a frigate, so that the cost can be recovered year by year, which is equivalent to an extra steam warship without the government's investment. Liu Sheng didn't expect to find money from his home so quickly, but after all, it was a way to kill chickens and get eggs. The steady stream of tax revenue every year was the source of finances. After the funds are in place, the next step is to form a board of directors of Western companies, managers who are good at business operations, and a large number of employees. But I only need to supervise the establishment of the board of directors and shipbuilding, and the rest is left to Li Jin and the established board of directors. After Liu Sheng initiated and established the Western Company, the rest of the development was left to others. Anyway, I am not worried that Western companies will be destroyed. At this time, Eastern porcelain, silk, spices, and tea were still very competitive, not to mention industrial products with higher technical content. For example, high-quality steel produced with new metallurgical technology will be sought after to ship a ship of steel to the West. A few tons of high-quality steel can meet the annual import volume of a European country. There is no need to worry about selling good products. Chapter 962. 24 directors. I heard that more than a dozen businessmen in Dongying trading were arrested by the government, and several officials from the Eastern Company were interrogated at the same time. Among them, 3 large businessmen were confiscated and sentenced to life imprisonment for colluding with officials of the Eastern Company and evading taxes. A director of the Eastern Company was also sentenced to death. So don't touch the law. Especially recently, after the merchant tax evasion incident ended, there were still many merchants who had nothing to do with them. Western companies are preparing for the first general meeting of shareholders. In theory, all shareholders can participate. However, because the transportation is not very convenient at this time, and the small shareholders who have invested a few ounces and a few bucks actually have no right to speak, so basically, only government officials and major shareholders with capital of more than 1,000 tils were preparing to attend the meeting. Many people were absent from the meeting because they could not arrive in time. Li Jind, who has begun to gain prestige among businessmen, is responsible for organizing the meeting, and he will also participate in the election of directors of Western trading companies. Although he is not considered to be the richest group of businessmen, his experience of traveling to and from the West and meeting Western kings has made him famous. He has become a sailing hero shaped by Liu Sheng and a banner. So many are more than Li Jind. The wealthy businessmen are also very polite to Li Jind. The first general meeting of shareholders of a Western company was held in a large tea garden in the capital. The number of participants exceeded hundreds of people, and the large tea garden was crowded. This is to let their entourage stay outside, otherwise the big tea garden will not be able to sit down. Li Jind wore dry clothes and stood in front of the gate to welcome the coming major shareholders. They will be partners in the future. It turns out to be the hero of Li. We have heard the story of your wise fight against the pirate king. After these major shareholders who came to recognize Li Jind, they turned to Li Jind one after another. What a wise fight against the pirate king. That is to say the book's nonsense. In the future, we will work together to open up the Western market. Please take care of you. Li Jind returned a gift to the other party. This time Liu Sheng asked him to be responsible for the preparation of the first shareholder meeting of the Western Trading Company and placed high hopes on him. Li Jind also realized that this was a key turning point in his life. If he can lead the development and growth of Western companies, then he can become a true legend. There is no need for Liu Sheng to specially arrange an exaggerated legend. After the people arrived, the first general meeting of shareholders of Western companies began, and many large businessmen and some upstarts gathered here. First of all, let me explain the purpose of Western companies. Western trading companies are profit-making organizations that implement the concept of free trade and organize fleets to trade in the West. According to my experience in the West, in addition to Beiyang and Nanyang, there are many other companies in the world. The country, they are not as large as ours, but the total population is bigger than ours. The market of tens of millions of people is several times that of the domestic market. Li Jin stood on the wooden platform in the middle and described the broad prospects of Western companies to everyone. Tens of millions. There are no more than 20 to 30 million people in Nanyang and Beiyang, but there are tens of millions of people in Western countries together. The businessman below whispered in surprise, because Nanyang, Beiyang and other countries have poor technology and China's commodities are popular. Chinese merchants have earned a lot of gold and silver from them, creating a group of wealthy people such as Wang Chengyuan and Lu Shopkeeper. If the population of the Western Ocean is 10 times that of the above two places, wouldn't it be possible to make 10 times the profit? Thinking of this, the businessman below was a little moved. To form a fleet to go to Western trade, establish factories and warehouses, 2 preparations are needed. The first preparation is to clarify who will direct. We need to select 24 directors to form a board of directors, make joint decisions, and they will appoint employment management personnel, workers, sailors, and miscellaneous services. The second preparation is to use the funds we raised to build our own ships and hire naval ships. Our fleet going to the west must be absolutely safe. You can get it if you go to the west. Several times the profit, but there are many pirates on the way. Once caught by them, they are likely to be sold as slaves in the desert or other unknown places. Li Jin explained to everyone the preparations for Western companies to go to Europe. Western companies currently have only one shell and capital, and need to establish their own decision-making institutions and own their own fixed asset ships and machinery. There are 24 directors, of which 14 belong to government seats, and the other 10 belong to private major shareholders. The seat of the government is appointed by the government, and the other 10 major shareholders are elected by election. In fact, shareholders with more shares are more likely to be elected as directors. Major shareholders with more than one share, such as Li Jin and Wang Chengyuan, became 10 directors. These 24 directors own more than 70 shares of all shares, and they determine all important matters of Western companies. As Western companies conquer the city in Europe, the board of directors of Western companies composed of 24 directors has also become a frightening existence. Regarding the operation of Western companies, it is planned to approve 400,000 tals of silver to build ocean-going sailboats and purchase artillery from the government, and 100,000 tals of silver will be used to hire more than 2,000 talents, workers, sailors, and provide salary and pension reserves, and the remaining 500,000 tals silver is used for the company's 3-year normal operation and procurement of materials. Western companies are divided into 2 headquarters, one eastern headquarters, right here in the capital, and the other western headquarters, in the City of London in Britain, in order to quickly respond to the local market and situation. Before the construction of the submarine cable across the ocean, the Eastern Headquarters formulates the annual master plan at the beginning of each year and sends it to the Western Headquarters. The Western Headquarters has a certain degree of autonomy in the master plan to make changes according to local conditions. The board of directors represented by Li Jin quickly passed the proposal that had been prepared long ago. The most important investment is shipbuilding. Only with ships can we talk about transoceanic trade, otherwise it would be nonsense to go to the west to open up markets. At the same time, because the distance between the capital and the City of London is too far, the 24-person board of directors has to be divided into 2 parts to deal with the changes in the European situation. Otherwise, when the capital's handling opinions arrive in the City of London, it will be too late. Everyone, I wish our Western Trading Company all the best, full of pots, and cheers. Li Jin celebrated with a toast at the end of the meeting. Smooth sailing, cheers. The wealthy businessmen present raised their glasses one after another. There are some bloodshot eyes in Li Jin's eyes. He is busy preparing for the Western Trading Company for a while, so he can talk to each other, and he didn't even have a good rest. But in today's grand occasion, everything he has done is worthwhile. In the past, he led a large sailing ship to the west, In the future he will lead a huge fleet of ships. Chapter Table of Contents Chapter 963. Li Jin was preparing for the dinner party of a Western company, because almost every shareholder took turns to toast to him, so that after the first shareholder meeting ended, Li Jin was drunk. The shopkeeper, "Are you okay?" The subordinates holding Li Jin saw Li Jin vomiting halfway, and couldn't help but feel worried for him. The last time Li Jin looked like this was at the banquet of King Charles I of Britain. Li Jin and others were filled with a lot of red wine by the enthusiastic King Charles, and the next day they had a headache. I'm so overwhelmed. It is the first time to work with so many businessmen. In the future, our Western company will be able to seize the Western market, owning thousands of merchant ships, all over the world, without any disadvantage. Li Jin waved his hand and shouted. How could he ever think that he could prepare a company worth 1,000,000 tals of silver, and this company not only got the support of the government, but also had unimaginable great prospects and a large amount of initial capital, so it became famous. We went to the West and it was right. It feels like our childhood dreams have all been realized in this period of time. The drunk Li Jin barked in the street like a child. Fortunately, this is night, otherwise we will be recognized by others as the HN hero, and I am afraid that our image will plummet. Several of his men squeezed a cold sweat for Li Jin. There are streetlights on the main road. Let's go back on the small road, one of the men said. In front of Li Jin's courtyard, Selina in a long skirt waited anxiously at the door, watching the streetlights on the main road in the capital light up for a long time, but Li Jin had not yet come back. Usually, even if it is late to return, it would not be possible to have not come back at this time. Selina murmured anxiously. Miss Selina, the shopkeeper is back. Several subordinates came back with Li Jin on a small path. What did you do? Why are you coming back so late? Selina said with her right hand on her hips, lightly scolding in Chinese, her tone full of worry. Isn't the shopkeeper going to deal with the affairs of Western companies? I drank too much with some of my colleagues. Several subordinates have regarded Selina as a hostess, and their attitude towards her is second only to Li Jin. Oh my God, this is how much you drink. Selina frowned slightly. Miss Selina, the shopkeeper will take care of you, and we have to go back to our room to Washington. Several subordinates carried Li Jin to the door of his room, exchanged eyes with each other, and then handed Li Jin to Selina. Don't go, wait. Before Selina had finished speaking, Li Jin's drunk body leaned on her. There was really no way. Selina had to help Li Jin by herself, trying to put him on his bed. Selina, is that you? Li Jin asked deliberately, smelling the scent of Selina's hair. It seems that you haven't drunk too much, and you know it's me. During this period of preparation for the Western Trading Company, Selina improved her Chinese skills. I, Li Jin, won't let you be taken back to the West. Who is Li Jin? A sailing hero, a Chinese man, Li Jin yelled. Selina regretted saying the above. Li Jin definitely drank too much this time. I will not be taken back to Europe, so please feel at ease. Selina finally put Li Jin on his wooden bed. Because Li Jin was full of alcohol, the house was also full of alcohol. Selina looked helplessly at Li Jin, who was unconscious and sweating. Do you want to wipe your body with the hot towel? Selina thought that Li Jin once rubbed her back, and now Li Jin is unconscious. Even if she wipes his body by herself, she won't be found. Selina, who decided to repay Li Jin, came out to boil hot water in person, then poured the hot water into the copper basin, and prepared clean towels. She carefully moved the copper basin into the house, looked at no one on the left and right, and surreptitiously pulled down the door latch, as if she was about to do something invisible. Although it is indeed shameful. It's going to begin. Selina encouraged herself, and then removed Li Jin's clothes. During the whole process, Selina blushed and didn't dare to look at it. Fortunately, Li Jin slept soundly and didn't mean to wake up. After a while, Selina, blushing, came out of the house with a copper basin. God, please forgive my behavior, Selina said to herself. Selina poured out the water in the copper basin, and then returned to the house. With a bang on the ground, Selina was thrown onto the bed by Legend, who was ambushing behind the door. She could feel Legend's heavy gasping sound coming towards her face. Could it be that he had been sober just now that Selina was pressed under by Legend, and her heart was bumping like a deer? No, Selina said softly, but she didn't mean to refuse in her tone. On the contrary, she looked forward to Legend's further action. Selina, I won't let you go, Legend said as he fell asleep again. His head tilted to one side, making a sound sleep. Selina understood that Legend was not a sudden attack at all, but an irregular behavior in a drunken state, called drunkenness for short. What's wrong with me? How could I have some expectations just now? Selina was hugged by the sleeping Legend, feeling up and down. She lay quietly in Legend's arms, attending classes at the Academy of Sciences during the day, and took care of Legend a little bit earlier, which made her quite tired, and she fell asleep unconsciously when her eyelids sank. In Legend's courtyard, several subordinates cocked their ears to listen to the movements of Legend and Selina. It is said that when people are drunk, they often muster up the courage to do things that they usually don't dare to do. This is what the saying goes. You said today that the shopkeeper is drunk like this. Will it be a good thing? I don't know. If you drink too much, you will probably fall asleep directly, and you won't be interested at all. Several people were whispering in private. Then they heard the sound of Selina coming out to boil water. What to do with boiling water at this time? A group of gossips discussed again. After a while they heard the sound of the copper basin falling and Selina's scream. The one who became the shopkeeper finally got it done. It seems that Wine is still in charge. Aunt Lee will be holding her grandson soon, isn't it? Aunt Lee had been asking for her grandson since the shopkeeper was a young boss. This time the shopkeeper took the initiative. Several subordinates were excited to reach a consensus, but they were happy to have a factory, because Legend really drank too much and became unconscious. 964th, let's get married. Legend woke up the next day and found that there was something wrong with the soft ends of his hair falling on his face. Legend seemed to be awakened by cold water, and he was not drowsy. He was holding Selina in a very ambiguous position, and she didn't seem to want to wake up yet. No. Maybe I drank too much last night. Legend didn't dare to move for fear of waking her up. At the same time, he tried his best to recall what happened yesterday and found that there was no impression at all. And his clothes were changed. Legend has made new discoveries, and there is no doubt that something must have happened last night. This kind of situation can only be held responsible. The beautiful woman was in her arms, and Legend felt that this posture was quite comfortable. After a while, Selina woke up, just in line with Legend's eyes. Yeah? The two exclaimed and separated. I will be responsible. I will be responsible for everything that happened last night, Legend said quickly. Responsible? What is responsible? Selina asked inexplicably when he reached the wall. Last night I must have done too much because of being drunk. But please rest assured, I will definitely take the responsibility. Legend raised his head and said. Selina somewhat understood what Legend meant, and wanted to clarify that nothing happened. Actually, why don't we get married as soon as possible? Legend thought for a while. If Selina became pregnant without marriage because of what happened last night, it would be unethical for both the East and the West in this era. Getting married? Selina wanted to explain. But after hearing Legend's proposal to get married, she no longer wanted to clarify. He'll look through the almanac to find a good day nearby to get married, next month at the latest, Legend said. Selina did not expect Legend to become so anxious after such a thing happened. Would you like to be late? Why, are you not willing? Legend asked. No, you decide. Selina passed the decision to Legend. Feeling up and down, she wanted Legend to bring it up as soon as possible. She was really worried at this juncture. After all, the two countries are separated by tens of thousands of miles. It is not easy to find relatives in case something happens in the future. When Legend and Selina were out for dinner, Legend's men felt that there was something wrong with the atmosphere. It seems that the shopkeeper did succeed last night, and this time we don't need our help. You wait. We will have a wedding wine soon. Several subordinates were keenly aware of the abnormal atmosphere and talked in private. Ah, what are you talking about? Li Jind also found that these men behaved strangely, reporting to the shopkeeper. Do you have any important things to announce today? One of the subordinates asked. How did you know? Li Jind became more and more puzzled. I will soon marry Miss Selena. You can help me find a gentleman who understands feng shui, and set a good day. The sooner the better. As predicted, several subordinates gave each other a certain look, and then said to Li Jind, the shopkeeper, we must find a well-known feng shui gentleman in Beijing. Go and get back quickly. Money is not a problem. Li Jind didn't know what medicine was sold in the hordes, but he was afraid that Feng Tsai could get married, so he could only get married as soon as possible. Mother, let's let you over again. At that time, Li Jind thought of the old lady in Xiamen City, and he wanted to send someone to Xiamen City to notify him before returning to Beijing, but he didn't know when it would be. After leaving the courtyard, several subordinates were busy looking for Mr. Feng Shui. I heard that the government strictly prohibits fortune tellers from setting up stalls in the city. Where should we find someone who understands Feng Shui? I don't know why the government respects the ghosts and gods, and the fortune-telling is not forgotten. It is said that they are afraid that some gangsters will mislead the people. The shopkeeper is asking us to find Mr. Feng Shui at this time. Is it possible for us to go to the countryside to find it? The fortune teller in the remote countryside doesn't know whether it's correct or not. Several of them felt quite difficult for Li Jind to find a fortune teller. You can't find the Eastern fortune teller. I wonder if the Western fortune teller can come in handy. The British sailor Roberts proposed. There are fortune tellers in the West too? Everyone asked in surprise. I met a Roman missionary in Beijing who lived here during the Ming Dynasty. They should be similar to Eastern fortune tellers. Anyway, the shopkeeper just wants to get married sooner. We give this missionary a sum of money. Let him specify an earlier date. Roberts said. The missionary is here to pick the day. Everyone was surprised by Roberts' opinions. Finding Mr. Feng Shui to pick a good day from the almanac is just for peace of mind. I think the shopkeeper means you want to get married as soon as possible. How about spending money to buy peace of mind? Roberts said. There is some truth to what you said. The other people thought for a while, and felt that Robert's idea was a bit wrong, but it was another feasible solution. Invite him over and let the shopkeeper see if he is satisfied. If the shopkeeper is satisfied, we will give the money. If the shopkeeper is not satisfied, we will not give the money. This is the same as doing business. Roberts said. Well, anyway, we can't find Mr. Feng Shui in the city, so we can try to find a missionary. Others even accepted this absurd proposal. There are many missionaries in the capital who lived in the city during the Ming Dynasty, such as Matarichi and Tang Liuawang. After Liu Sheng came to power, he didn't do anything to them. They still lived the same life as before, except that they were forbidden to spread their beliefs in public places. Let me pick a good day in the almanac. The old missionary heard Roberts and others' intentions. His dry face was like bitter gourd. He was a missionary. Old Pyro, our treasurer, is the nautical hero Li Jind. He plans to marry a British noble lady. You are proficient in Eastern and Western cultures and will surely be able to find a good day. Roberts said. It turns out to be the sailing hero of the East. I have lived in the East for decades, and I know the calendar. But our missionaries don't do this kind of thing. You have to be considerate of me. Old Pyro still refused. If Old Pyro is willing to go with us to see our shopkeeper, this Spanish silver dollar is yours. Roberts gritted his teeth and stuffed a double bill of Spanish silver dollar into the hands of the missionary Pyro. Old Pyro saw the Spanish silver dollar and couldn't help but feel a little moved. His life in the capital was very difficult. If our shopkeeper is satisfied, maybe there will be more rewards. Roberts seduced. Well, I'll take this almanac over. Old Pyro was a little moved. The 965th missionary picks the day. Are you sure you will read the Chinese calendar? Li Jind asked in disbelief when he saw that his men had not brought back Mr. Feng Shui, but had brought back an old missionary with a white beard. In the early years of the Wanli period, I followed the fleet to the east. I am very familiar with the almanac here. and I dare not say that I am proficient in astronomy. I also know the operation of the Zeushan stars. The missionary Pyro had no choice but to insist on the Spanish silver dollar. I acted as Mr. Feng Shui on my scalp. Don't worry, the treasurer. When they were working in the imperial court's Kinshin supervisor, they were far better at observing celestial phenomena than ordinary Feng Shui. Roberts defended the old missionary. Li Jin was dubious. Which day do you think is suitable for marriage in the last month? Old Pyro wears reading glasses, flips through the old almanac, and points to one of the days: Yihai year, Jiashan month, Yimao day, suitable for marriage, travel, and bed. Li Jin came over and looked at the day pointed by the old missionary. July 7th. Isn't this the Kiao festival? There is a saying in the Book of Changes Fugua, repeating the principle, coming and going in 7 days. The woman comes from the west, and she will live a completely different life here in the future. That is to say, you will start again and you will have a new life. Pursuit is in line with the cycle of repetition of heaven. The number of 7 or 7 can be said to be like heaven's will. Old Pyro said confidently. Li Jin saw that the old missionary analyzed the Huangalai and the Book of Changes, so he didn't doubt him. The most important thing was that the old Pyro had chosen a very close date, which made Li Jin, who couldn't wait, found it acceptable. It's just that Kikiao festival is a woman's festival. Does it seem strange that we get married at this time? Li Jin asked worriedly. You are married to a Western woman, what's so strange? Old Pyro muttered. Treasurer, we all think this is a good day. Several subordinates seemed to have discussed it secretly. Chi said. If this is the case, then we will set the wedding time on the Kikiao festival next month. Li Jin thought that the Kikiao festival would be a festive holiday after all, and there would be no trouble. The most important thing is to settle the marriage as soon as possible and give Selina a name. After all, he didn't know how much he would be too drunk last night. Let the missionary go back and give him some rewards. We will wait until the Kikiao festival, Li Jin said. The shopkeeper, are we going to prepare invitations, wedding candles and other items? Asked a married man. Yes, I almost forgot. These are all headaches. We have met many people in the capital, and we will invite them by then. Even the military owner will send an invitation, although he is busy with his business and will never come. Li Jin had no contacts in the capital, but his reputation for a while, coupled with the preparation of Western companies, now he has known many businessmen and upstarts active in the capital. The person who invited the invitation may ask the shopkeeper to confirm it in person, but we can help the shopkeeper to purchase festive items such as happy candles. Several subordinates volunteered. Excuse me. Li Jin thought that getting married is really a headache, but he also has a group of men who can help. Some colleagues in Western companies need to be invited, and an invitation is sent to the military chief's mansion symbolically. Li Jin thought in his heart who needed to invite to participate in his marriage. Would you like to take Li Auntie to the capital? When the time comes, one will worship heaven and the earth, and the one who worships will be Gotang. An apprentice said. Time is too late, and her old man is still uncertain about what it will turn out to be. He'll cut it first and then play it. Li Jin was a little afraid of what kind of uproar would be caused by his wife's arrival at the wedding. I am afraid that Aunt Li will later realize that she will be even more angry. A long time ago, she followed Li Jin's subordinates secretly. Li Jin set the time to Kikiao festival and informed Selina. Selina heard that she was going to get married next month. She was a little shy and was full of interest in the origin of Kikiao festival. It was the first time that she knew about this festival, and she knows that behind every Eastern festival, there is an ancient story. The 7th day of every July is the day when the cowherd and the weaver girl meet at the Magpie Bridge. The women will look for the Altair and Vega on both sides of the Milky Way under the moon, hoping to see them meet once a year, and beg God to make them feel like the weaver girl. With dexterity, I pray that I can have a happy marriage. Li Jin introduced to her the ancient festivals that existed as early as the Han Dynasty. It's really a romantic holiday. If you can get married on this day, you will be happy. Selina doesn't understand the auspicious days in the lunar calendar, but feels that the story behind the Kiao festival is extremely romantic, and it is very interesting for young women. Very attractive. That missionary is pretty good. At least he can think about the thoughts of women from the western side. Li Jin saw that Selina was paying attention to the story itself and ignoring the hexagrams, and he secretly said in his heart that he should pay more attention to romanticism when getting along with the other party in the future. "Can I invite Princess Sophia over on the wedding day?" Selina asked after Li Jin had clarified the wedding time. "Of course, if the princess of a country can attend our wedding banquet, it will be an incredible thing," Li Jin said. "And Mr. Chu, I begged him to help me stay." Selina mentioned Liu Sheng, and then she hurriedly kept silent as she realized something. "At that time, you asked the military master to let you stay?" Li Jin now finally understands why Liu Sheng stepped forward in time that day and asked Sir Greenville to leave Selina behind. It turned out that Selina pleaded with Liu Sheng. "You won't blame me?" Selina worried. "Of course not. You should have told me directly. That is, I will keep you even if I beat Sir Greenville," Li Jin said here, and found that the other party seemed to have become his own old man. He beat him. The meal didn't seem to be great. "We also want to give Mr. Chu an invitation. He helped us," Selina said. "This is natural. Even if you don't invite anyone, you must invite the military master. He is the benefactor of the two of us. I am afraid that he will take care of everything and will not take care of our affairs. At that time, he will even send a person to come. It is our honor to give us a gift," Li Jin said. "Yeah?" Selina also knew that the matter of the two of them still couldn't alarm people like Liu Sheng. When Li Jin was reaching the pinnacle of his life, Liu Sheng in their mouths came to a secret factory, a factory that crossed the ages, without even an official name. Only the engineer inside knows that the field of his research is called aircraft. 9066 Fengru and the plane. Aircraft is a very broad concept, which can be divided into spacecraft, aircraft, rockets and missiles. No matter which item, it is a creation and invention far beyond this era, breaking through people's imagination. Because of the beginning of formal contact with the West, the distance between the Eastern and Western hemispheres was too far, which made Liu Sheng aroused the idea of developing aviation technology, especially the most practical aircraft, which can greatly shorten the distance between different regions. Otherwise, Liu Sheng could not imagine how long it would take him to travel to Europe, or he would not dare to bet his life on the long sea voyage. This aircraft research factory is located in the outskirts and has just been established. It can be said that there is insufficient funds, shortage of manpower, and no specific production goals. But here is the future of technology beyond imagination. There were only a dozen people in the factory, and they got up after seeing Liu Sheng personally bringing people there. One of them was wearing a suit and tie, and his short black hair was combed slickly. He was even more excited when he saw Liu Sheng's arrival. "Fengru, can you adapt to life here?" Liu Sheng was equally excited when he saw this group of people. This group of people were technical talents from the late Ming Dynasty and the early Republic of China, and they were summoned by Liu Sheng through the system. In Liu Sheng's eyes, these people are all treasures. Fengru, the father of Chinese aviation, studied machinery manufacturing in a factory in New York, and later set up an aircraft manufacturing plant in Oakland, east of San Francisco, with the funding of overseas Chinese. In the second year he set up an aircraft manufacturing plant. His factory was summoned to this world by Liu Sheng and became the first aircraft manufacturing plant under Liu Sheng's. Liu Sheng wanted to start research on aircraft technology first, and after more than 10 or 20 years of gestation, a practical long-range aircraft might be able to appear. In 30 to 40 years, the performance of the aircraft will become reliable, and the safety of the aircraft will eventually be guaranteed. After all, this is the homeland. Although it is a bit old, I quickly adapted to it. With the support of the government, the future development prospects of our aircraft factory are limitless. I can't wait to build a batch of reliable aircraft. Fengru came to this world inexplicably, and after the system cleared his nostalgia for the original world, he felt that this place gave him even more room to play. When I learned that the Wright brothers had invented the airplane, I also wanted to make a more reliable aircraft on a whim. Several overseas Chinese strongly supported me, and I was able to set up a small company. Later, the first flight test failed, and the factory caught fire. All of the materials and equipment were burned down, and I was in a dilemma. I had to find a house of only 80 square feet as a factory building. Under such an embarrassing situation, you called us and gave us a new factory. Vitality, Fengru said. I didn't expect you to be so sleepy at the time. Liu Sheng patiently listened to Fengru's talk about the intersection between him and the airplane, and deeply felt that it was not easy for them to study airplanes. It would be a big mistake if the military master thought that we would be able to produce a real biplane when we arrived. In fact, we don't know whether we can actually make the Wright brothers Aviator 1 plane. Fengru is full of uncertainty about the future. That is a common concern in his era. With Western technology already leading several levels, whether he can imitate their technology or even surpass their technology. Don't worry, you just lack the accumulation of time and the support of money. Our current demand for biplanes is not great. Although biplanes can conduct reconnaissance in the air is great, our forces are too strong, and we don't even need to conduct airborne reconnaissance. Reconnaissance? Liu Sheng asked Fengru and others to study it slowly. Fengru considered whether he could imitate the airplane invented by the Wright brothers and surpass it, while what Liu Sheng wanted to consider was the practicality of the airplane. It's one thing to make it or not, it's another thing to be practical or not. The original biplane was not practical. The Wright brothers Aviator 1 has a blank time of 59 seconds and a flying distance of 260 meters. It can be regarded as a powered glider. The Aviator 3, manufactured 2 years later, had a blank time of 38 minutes and a flying distance of 386 kilometers, which had some practical value. This practical value cannot be embodied in the transportation of people or goods, but in the military field to conduct investigations and fight for air supremacy. However, Liu Sheng didn't have this requirement. There is no concept of air supremacy in this era. The core composed of his guns and artillery units can destroy any country in the world if they launch a strong attack at all costs. The emergence of reconnaissance aircraft is just icing on the cake. Moreover, there is no airport, insufficient fuel, lack of pilots, limited flight distance, etc., which severely restrict the use of aircraft. Unless it is the Almatal cantilevered monoplane propeller planes and jet airliners that appeared in the early stages of World War II, will they really have practical value? Only when the Boeing 247 transport aircraft appeared. It had been 30 years since the Wright brothers invented the aircraft. Liu Sheng is now investing a little in the aerospace field, mainly for the sake of future generations. He may not be able to enjoy the benefits brought by the plane until a long time later, but the people of this land will surely have a group of people able to enjoy such benefits 30 years later. We will develop an airplane that can fly dozens of kilometers or even hundreds of kilometers as soon as possible. Fengru thought that Liu Sheng lacked confidence in their factory and couldn't help but feel a little anxious. He knew that if he had the support of Liu Sheng, his factory was likely to produce a useful biplane. You misunderstood me. Flying in the blue sky is a dream of mankind since ancient times. Wanu in the Ming Dynasty was such a pioneer. Of course, I want to be able to emerge practical airplanes soon. It's just that many advanced technologies require technological accumulation and precipitation. You can't make it in a hurry. Liu Sheng explained. For example, the engine your aircraft uses requires the support of internal combustion engine technology. Also, the proportions and structure of the wings require the principles of aerodynamics, the material of the aircraft. It also involves the field of materials science. In the future, the aircraft is not a wooden structure, but an Almatal structure, which requires the use of alloys and superalloys. The increasing number of basic sciences is like building blocks to build a building. Great industrial products one by one. When Fengru listened to Liu Sheng's description of the future of the aircraft, his eyes were full of eagerness. He was one of the first people to study airplanes. But Liu Sheng's vision went through a century of airplane history. He was able to see the development trend of airplanes clearly, making Feng Ruting forget about it. Chapter 967, Aero engine is a problem. The aircraft can really be made of all metal? How much horsepower does such a heavy aircraft need to start? And I am afraid that the flight angle cannot be adjusted through the pilot's body, and turbojet engines will replace piston engines in the field of aircraft. Feng Ru excitedly listened to Liu Sheng's introduction of the development trend of aircraft and kept taking notes. Liu Sheng didn't know much, only some common sense of his era, but to Feng Ru it was like a treasure, giving him many directions for thinking. My knowledge is limited, and it is not realistic to want to make it to the sky in one step. Let's try to build the first biplane. It's true that a turbo engine is better than a piston engine, but it also took the wisdom of countless aircraft designers to be able to do so. It's designed. You don't have this knowledge. It's not realistic to study the turbine engine directly. Liu Sheng said, my understanding of the engine may only lie in the mechanical level, and it is difficult to understand its physical basis. The core of the aircraft is the engine. What I need to do is to consider the overall composition of the aircraft. Although Liu Sheng's words were a bit of a blow to Feng, such as, but Feng Ru is not depressed. It is impossible for him to compare with the numerous aircraft designers in the history of mankind in the field of mechanical manufacturing. The development of aircraft can be said to be the crystallization of the wisdom of a group of top-notch mechanical engineers and physicists. Liu Sheng also knew that the aircraft that had just started to appear could not be compared with the aircraft that followed. The more the aircraft developed later, the more it relied on theoretical knowledge and more advanced aviation materials. Aircraft designers became more and more professional and needed theoretical foundations. Be able to intervene in this field that shows human wisdom extremely. For example, the creator of the turbine engine, German mechanical engineer Oehn, is a PhD in physics from the University of Göttingen, studying aerodynamics. The increasing professionalism of future generations does not affect the greatness of the Wright brothers, Feng Ru and other aircraft pioneers, but they risk their lives to explore the possibility of flying in the blue sky. Aero engines are the core of aircraft. It seems that there are no talents who can make piston engines among you. Liu Sheng glanced at the dozens of people in the factory. The number of people summoned this time was really limited. Moreover, when he summoned the group of Feng Ru, it happened to be their most desperate time. They had not yet successfully developed a biplane that could successfully fly in a test flight. In view of the fact that modern aircraft technology is too advanced, basically the technology after the 20th century, the more civilization points the system requires. More aircraft technology is in the hands of German Junker, Messerschmitt, American Boeing, Lockheed and other large manufacturers and their engineers. Liu Sheng does not have enough civilization points to unlock the technologies owned by these large manufacturers in the 20th century. Some of us here can repair the engine, but the repair is not the same as being able to manufacture it. The engine is too precise, and the corresponding lathe and mold are needed. Feng Ru was also helpless to their small workshop. Daimler is researching automobiles, and their main area of research is also engines. You can consider letting them allocate a part of their staff to designate aero engines according to your requirements. They have even studied automobile engines for a long time, and they are afraid that aero engines need more long research time. Liu Sheng said, fortunately, we had a 75 horsepower engine purchased from Curtiss at a cost of $500. The Wright brothers Aviator 3 uses only a single 20 horsepower 4-cylinder water-cooled inline engine. I think the aircraft we build will have a faster speed. Feng Ru and others pointed to a precision engine placed in the corner, which was also the only aero engine they brought. Liu Sheng saw this engine, his eyes lit up. This gadget can become an important reference for the research of piston aero engines. 20. The aero engine of 75 horsepower is nothing compared to the aero engine of tens of thousands of horsepower at every turn. but there is a real thing that can greatly shorten the research time. Later, I will ask Daimler to inform their car factory to see if anyone is interested in aero engine research. I will find more aircraft designers to join the plan to develop aircraft when I have the opportunity. Supplement: his investment in the aircraft field is just the beginning, so that there is a little industrial foundation for aircraft research. In the future, the development of other technologies will be similar, especially when the basic theories such as aerodynamics and materials are sufficient. The progress of aircraft will be a matter of course. If there is a team specializing in the development of aero engines, our factory may become the same as Curtiss, no, a greater aircraft manufacturer than them. Feng Ru excitedly said. There will be no Curtiss and Boeing in this world. From now on, there will only be our aircraft manufacturing plant. Luo Sheng believes that as long as the talents in this field are constantly dug up through the system, the manufacturing plant can monopolize the next few decades or even the next few decades. Hundreds of years of aircraft manufacturing technology. Luo Sheng strolled around the rudimentary factory building. In addition to the aero engine Feng Ru bought in his time, there was also an unfinished biplane. According to Feng Ru, this unfinished biplane was the second biplane they designed after the failure of the first flight test, and it was also brought to this world. I'm not very optimistic about this aircraft, especially after chatting with you, Lord Military Commander. I have new ideas and I want to rework it, Feng Ru said. Our technology is far ahead of other places. You don't have to put too much pressure on yourself. Especially don't test the flight easily. The safety of the aircraft is still a big problem now. Luo Sheng seemed to have thought of something. Feng Ru died because of a crash in flight. The first batch of plane crash rates were too high, and many celebrities suffered air crashes. As a person who designs an airplane, he must be responsible for the airplane he designed by himself, and he must not let others take the risk. If the first biplane can be made in this world, his subordinates should be the first to test the flight, Feng Ru insisted. Luo Sheng had nothing to do with Feng Ru's stubbornness. He had no choice but to hope that he could do something in this new world, and that he would not lose his life in flight as before. The research and development of aircraft is one of the most confidential projects. That is, ordinary officials and the public are not aware of the location of your factory, which is claimed to be a strong barracks. You must keep the employees in the factory absolutely confidential. Luo Sheng does not want it for the time being. Let people know that there is still such an advanced technology going on. Chapter 986. Gifts brought back from Oceania. The aircraft factory was still an extremely secret existence. Luo Sheng simply checked the situation inside and asked Feng Ru to build the first biplane according to their own ideas. Because aircraft manufacturing is not a top priority, and his staff lacks researchers in the field of aircraft, unlike the Dalian shipyard, after several years, new experts have been called in to enter the shipyard, and a batch of local people have also been cultivated. Talents. In addition to sending people from the Automobile Research Institute to research aero engines, some people in the Department of Physics should also be asked to study aerodynamics and aviation materials. Luo Sheng knew that if the aircraft really came in handy, the first generation biplane would still be not enough. A second generation propeller plane, or even jet plane, is needed. My lord, there is a notification from the Tianjin telegraph station that the expedition team returning from Oceania has arrived at Tianjin. When Luo Sheng returned to his way, someone came to report. Oceania expedition team, how many people are they here? Luo Sheng asked. There were dozens of people from the expedition team who returned to their mainland in the first batch, but you have ordered them to send only 2 or 3 people. So only 2 expedition members came as representatives. The rest received their rewards. Later, they will return to their hometowns. It has been a long time for them to see their relatives in their hometowns. The person who reported the letter said, it's been 2 years according to the plan. They will send the first group of people back after a year in Oceania. But now it has been 2 years before they sent back the first group of adventure players. Maybe it happened. What happened? You asked them to see me in my house. Luo Sheng was notified. only to remember the agreement between himself and the adventure team who went to Nanyang. According to the agreement between the two parties, the Oceania expedition team found Melbourne and established a stronghold, then sent some people back to Nanyang to contact the military. In the current situation, the Oceania expedition team sent back to contact the military only 1 year later than the scheduled plan. The subordinates immediately went to the telegraphed Danjin telegraph station and asked the two expedition members to visit you. It is said that they also brought a special gift. The informant said, "Special gift." Liu Sheng was a little curious about what kind of gift the Oceania expedition team would bring back to him, as the only place where the sea route leads to the capital, Danjin Y, has received a batch of legendary figures. This time the two expedition members came to Beijing to visit Liu Sheng and also passed through Danjin Y. I heard that the two arrived at a continent called Oceania thousands of miles away. I don't know if there is any new information there. The general guard of Danjin asked them about the unknown continent Oceania on the way to the train station. Strange things. As a general guard in Danjin, he had come into contact with Dongying people, Koreans, and Britons during this period, and he was more interested in overseas affairs, especially Oceania, which is different from Dongying, Goryeo, and Western, is a more mysterious and unknown one. Local Oceania is a very vast land. Our fleet sailed along its east coast along the ocean currents for more than half a month before reaching a place in its southeast bay called Melbourne, where we established a town called Danji. The city symbolizes the end of the southern sky. The expedition team enthusiastically described their adventure story to the general officer. "Are there any settled humans in the area?" Tanjin General Guard asked. "There are also humans in Oceania, but they are just like the savages in the deep mountains and old forests." "No, they are more primitive than the savages in the deep mountains and old forests. The local natives still use stone tools. We are the first to hunt with stone axes, stone arrows, and stone spears." I was shocked when I came into contact with them the first time. The expedition member said, "Still using stone tools? So how backward should they be? Don't even have any iron tools?" The Danjin General Guards learned of the backwardness of the indigenous people in Oceania, deeply surprised. They didn't master metallurgical technology, just like the ancients tens of thousands of years ago. The expedition team explained the local situation. "We can easily scare them off with muskets. We are gods to them. They don't understand our words. Has its own language, but no words. That's really a group of savages. And such a vast continent has not developed a decent civilization." Tanjin General Guardsman sighed with emotion. In his opinion, if Oceania is also a vast continent, at least there should be the same civilization as the remote places such as Goryeo and Dongying. "We don't know why the indigenous peoples of Oceania still use stone tools. But the backward indigenous people are a good thing for us. Our hundreds of expedition members can easily labor them, as long as they are given food and no salary is required. It will help us grow land and raise livestock. Sometimes we will help one tribe launch a war against another tribe. The captured prisoners are divided into half of which will be given to the local tribe, and the other half will be used as labor for us." The expedition member said, "Apart from getting along with the local indigenous people, how are your usual days?" Tanjin General Guard can imagine the position of the expedition team with muskets in Oceania's stronghold. It is estimated that it is like the emperor of the earth. Propelling local indigenous people to open up farmland and pastures for free has indeed reduced our workload. However, we lacked medicines. Many people died of illnesses. Some people encountered beasts and storms when they were exploring everywhere. Natural tests such as marshes, etc. The muskets are limited in what they can do. We miss our homeland every day in the local area, and we waited for 2 years to come back. Most of the people still stay in Celestial City. It seems that the life in our civilized place is good. Oceania is too backward. The General Guard of Danjin listened carefully to the descriptions of the expeditioners, and roughly understood that Oceania is equivalent to an isolated island that has not been discovered by the world. It is just the island of this isolated island. The size is a bit exaggerated. Fortunately, there are rivers and plains where we live. As long as we produce enough materials, we can still sustain our lives. Moreover, there are many strange animals in Oceania. We chose to bring back one of these unique animals this time. Dedicated to the master of the army, one of the expedition members pointed to the wooden cage on the carriage, which contained a strange animal. "What weird thing is this? What a big mouse!" Tangent General Guard leaned over. "Yes, there are a lot of these strange big mice in Oceania. But after 2 years of getting along with it, we found that it is very different from a mouse. Perhaps it is not the mouse we know. The people of Tangi City call it's a kangaroo. Although the military master knows everything, he doesn't necessarily know this strange animal." Chapter 969. Situation in Oceania Strongholds. "Isn't this a kangaroo?" Liu Sheng squatted down and looked at the present that the adventurer from the Oceania expedition team brought back to him in the wooden cage. There was a chubby kangaroo in the wooden cage, with round eyes staring at Liu Sheng. "This is a unique animal we found in Oceania. We are all called kangaroos. Thinking that you may not have seen this, I brought it back to you," the returning expedition team said proudly. They lived near Melbourne Bay for nearly 2 years, and there were almost no industrial products, so they had to capture a kangaroo back to prove that they had indeed arrived in Oceania and established a stronghold there. However, he has actually seen a kangaroo, and Liu Sheng also knows that the kangaroo he brought back is called a short-tailed kangaroo. It is the smallest kangaroo, about the size of a rabbit, and is not afraid of humans at all, and even asks for food. "I have never seen such weird creatures." "It seems that you have indeed arrived in Oceania." In order not to discourage their enthusiasm, Liu Sheng had to pretend not to know the kangaroos they brought back. "Yes, more than 400 of us have established a small town in the local area and established a connection with a nearby Aboriginal tribe. They will come to help us work in their leisure time, and we only need to divide the crops we planted in the local area." Some were rewarded to them. "That tribe had enmity with another Aboriginal tribe and asked us to help them attack another Aboriginal tribe. After conquering another Aboriginal tribe, we divided up the captives. So our farmland and plantation, the first batch of free labor, we only need to provide them with 3 meals a day." A member of the Oceania expedition team reported to Liu Sheng. "Can it be like this?" Liu Sheng couldn't imagine that the Oceania expedition used this method to get along with the indigenous people, buying labor with the food they planted, and getting free labor by intervening in the struggle between the indigenous people. Although the process certainly has the iron and blood side, it is also a way for advanced civilizations to invade backward civilizations. The hunter-gatherer civilization of the Stone Age was as fragile as thin paper in the face of farming nomadic civilization and firearms civilization. The Oceania expedition team has been very benevolent, and has maintained a relatively friendly relationship with the first tribe it came into contact with. For the tribes of the Stone Age, being able to eat is the most important thing. Under the temptation of food, they acted as agricultural laborers in the new towns. Maybe they can't understand why farming and animal husbandry can produce a lot of food in this way. After 2 years, the crops in the new town should be mature enough for several stages, right? What are the suitable local crops? Liu Sheng still has a lot to do with the crops in the Melbourne area. The higher the local crop yield, the more suitable for colonization. Food is the basis of all human activities. If there is not enough food to organize a lot of people to mine in the past, it will cause famine in the local area. We have divided all the crop seeds we brought in the past into farmland for planting, and found that wheat, barley, corn, and millet are all suitable for planting. In the first year of arriving in Oceania, we also hunted and collected wild fruits locally to supplement the shortage of food. Later, after we opened up farms and pastures, in addition to being self-sufficient, food could also be supplied to the nearby indigenous people. In order to obtain our food, the indigenous people were willing to work for us, and our farms and pastures would be even bigger. The returning adventure, the team member said, Oceania is vast and sparsely populated, and the local indigenous people are not going to be short of food. Will they come and ask for food from you? Liu Sheng was a little strange. Sir, you don't know. The food that their tribe can find is good enough. But first, they lack a way to preserve food, and secondly, they use fire to roast meat at most, without seasonings, and no cooking methods. So we easily conquered them with the seasonings and kitchen utensils we brought in the past, so that when the tribe we were kind to hunt game, they would bring our chefs to cook, and they were willing to share the game with us as a countermeasure. The expedition team member said, the seasoning and cooking skills are so powerful that even indigenous tribes can be conquered. Through the dialogue with the expedition team, Liu Sheng basically understood the living conditions of the Oceanian expedition team on the other side of the ocean. Among all the civilizations currently conquered by Liu Sheng, some of the indigenous tribes in the depths of the Spice Islands were originally relatively backward. But the Spice Islands tribe may have a higher level of civilization than the isolated indigenous people in Oceania. The indigenous people in Oceania were still alive tens of thousands of years ago. We and others have lived in Oceania for 2 years. The only thing we don't understand is such a large land, why the number of local indigenous people is far less than us, and the level of development is so backward. The expedition team asked Liu Sheng. They arrived in Oceania in an unknown way between 40,000 and 50,000 years ago. Since then, they have been isolated from other civilization circles in the world, so they are so backward. The development and progress of civilization requires communication and competition, internal competition, external competition for them. The current level of civilization is enough to cope with the local environment, and there is no motivation for development. The evolution of civilization is not completely stagnant, but slowed down. And the pan-continental population we live in more, different regions have formed their own unique civilizations, and the mutual influence between different civilizations has contributed to the current situation. Liu Sheng said, Master, how do you know that they arrived in Oceania from other places 40,000 to 50,000 years ago? Oceania is isolated from the rest of the world, and it is impossible to reach without great navigation skills. The two returning expedition members were puzzled, asked indifferently. This is the speculation of the academics of the Academy of Sciences. It may be that the canoe that someone was riding in was brought to Oceania by wind and ocean currents. It may also be that there was an ice connection on the sea surface between Nanyang and Oceania. Liu Sheng mentioned 2 hypotheses. It's just that the drift theory or the glacier theory has not been confirmed, and it may never be confirmed. After all, it was tens of thousands of years ago. The 2 expedition team members who had returned from Oceania looked at each other. They did not expect that the natives of Oceania came from outside. Oceania is like a natural prison, constraining their civilization outside the pan-continent. I will stay with this kangaroo. You can go down to rest and return to your hometown. You come to the capital to report hard, and the military will give you an extra compensation. Liu Sheng said, It's our honor to see the military, master. How dare we ask for compensation? The 2 said, flattered. Chapter 970, Building a World-Class Animal and Botanical Garden. Why did you come back a year later than planned? Liu Sheng thought of this when they were about to leave. The 2 looked at each other, and then one of them said, Originally, at the end of our first year, we had to return as planned. At the end of the year, the Captain Cheng Hong took people out to find the islands of New Zealand across the sea, and encountered a storm midway. We lost contact later. After we lost our command, we couldn't determine the list of returning personnel, and there were still many things in the stronghold that had not been built, so we stayed for a while. Is there something wrong with the captain? Liu Sheng asked. We also thought they had an accident at one time, and then they returned in the summer of the following year, and the crew who went to sea with Cheng Hong almost died. The expedition team replied. Sacrifice. Half Liu Sheng understood what this loss meant. As the most expansive ocean, the Pacific Ocean was full of danger. Did they find the New Zealand islands? Liu Sheng asked. According to the captain, The mast of their ship was broken during heavy rain and was stranded on a small island in the Pacific Ocean. Based on the latitude and longitude, the captain suspected that they were in the waters southwest of New Zealand, so he planned to turn to the northeast after the ship was repaired. However, nearly half of the crew died in the heavy rain, and the remaining crew said that they would not go to the unknown sea, so the captain had to take them back the same way. The expedition team said, that is to say, New Zealand has not been discovered if there was no storm. Perhaps Cheng Hong, who had a brief map, had already boarded the land in New Zealand, but it was not at fault that the crew lost nearly half of them and asked to retreat. The situation at that time was already very urgent. New Zealand is not in a hurry to discover or emigrate right away. It is estimated that it is almost the same as the continent of Oceania. Liu Sheng is also very interested in New Zealand, a land that no one has already touched, but has no idea of occupying it immediately. The Western Pacific is the sphere of influence of the Kyushu Army, and it will be sooner or later that it will land on the New Zealand archipelago. There were 447 members of our team going to Oceania this time. When we returned, only 384 were still alive. Some died from shipwrecks, and some died from diseases, beasts, and local tribal conflicts. The expedition team members said 63 people died in the past 2 years, and the death rate was as high as 14, which is a bit higher. Liu Sheng calculated a little, but in 2 years, 14 people stayed in the South Pacific forever. We went to Oceania with a mission and are ready to sacrifice at any time. It is our duty to venture overseas for the future of China. The 2 expedition members were former soldiers or employees of the Navy Department. Only they can have the courage to challenge the ocean. After you return from vacation, we will count the names of the sacrificed members, and then give their families pensions. The Admiralty will soon send a second group of soldiers and civilians to the newly established stronghold. Yu Cheng, you take them 2 down, Liu Sheng said. After Yu Cheng sent the 2 expedition members back to the mainland away, Liu Sheng looked at the short-tailed dwarf kangaroos in the wooden cage, thinking about how to develop the base in Oceania next. The Celestial City, established in the Melbourne area, was the first local colony, with a large area and sparsely populated area, so there was not much pressure to feed millions of people. If only the government organizes immigration. The resettlement and pension fees are very high. In order to support the first batch of 447 pioneers to explore Oceania, the Admiralty has paid nearly 100,000 tals of silver, including settlement expenses for these people, pensions, several large sailing ships and materials on them, 2 artillery, etc. To develop the resources of Oceania, it is necessary to mobilize the enthusiasm of the people, and how to mobilize the enthusiasm of the people can only rely on the gold mine in the Melbourne area. The second group of people sent to the Oceania colonies needs geologists, and it is best to find gold mines to make up for the losses caused by the organization of immigration. If the project of colonizing Oceania only puts money into it without making money, the already tight finances will only worsen the situation. In addition to geologists and lecturers should also be sent to Oceania. We must firmly grasp the patriotic education and not allow the Oceania colonies to separate from the Chinese mainland. When Liu Sheng was thinking about the manpower and composition needed for the second batch of immigrants sent to the Oceania colony, the short-tailed kangaroo in the wooden cage cried and stared at Liu Sheng eagerly. I almost forgot about it, maybe I was hungry. Liu Sheng opened the wooden cage and reached out to touch its chin. This dwarf kangaroo is just like a cat, and it is also a vegetarian animal. They will bite people unless they are offended. The members of the expedition team who returned from Oceania estimated that this dwarf kangaroo had a good size and good temper before he caught it and gave it to Liu Sheng. If they brought back a big kangaroo that was as tall as a human, it would be irritable not to say whether it would be good to feed it or not. Maybe even the owner was seriously injured. The short-tailed kangaroo was an endangered animal at the time of Liu Sheng. Its population was greatly reduced because the colonists had domesticated hunters such as foxes, hounds, and cats. In this era, there are still a lot of them in Oceania. Do you want to build a world-class botanical garden and zoo to collect all the animals and plants in the world in this museum, leaving a special legacy for future generations? Luo Sheng saw the later endangered animals and had the idea of establishing a biological gene bank. After the industrial age, many species began to become extinct, such as the dodo, the sea cow, the Antarctic wolf, the Chinese rhino, the Taiwan clouded leopard, the Ryuka kingfisher, and the thylacine. Some people even think that the Industrial Revolution is the beginning of the sixth species extinction, at which time the rate of species extinction was 1,000 times faster than the rate of natural extinction. If there is no deliberate protection, this kind of mass extinction will also happen in this world. Sir, I have never seen such a strange animal. It seems to be a mouse, but it's bigger than a mouse. After Yu Cheng turned back, he curiously looked at the short-tailed kangaroo that was stroked by Luo Sheng. This is not a mouse. Although it is very similar, the relationship between it and the mouse is as alienated as the relationship between humans and it. Rats are extremely viable and can spread the plague. However, this kind of kangaroo is just like humans. Generally, it can only be pregnant once a year, and it is much more vulnerable than a mouse. Luo Sheng once saw this kind of animal in a zoo. How do you plan to place this gadget? Yu Cheng asked. It traveled across the ocean and traveled thousands of miles to China. It is estimated that it will be trapped in a cage along the way. Let it move around in the yard. Grass, leaves, seeds and rhizomes may be its food. It will be in the yard in 2 days. Build a wooden house for it in the house. If a zoo is established in the future, you can consider moving it to the zoo. Chapter 971 Invitation. Has the military master come back? Ella asked Yu Cheng with the invitation sent by Li Jind. Master Ella, the army owner, after seeing the expedition team members returning from Oceania, rested in the backyard. Yu Cheng replied. After hearing this, Ella nodded and went into the backyard. Yu Cheng suddenly thought that there was a kangaroo in the backyard. Just about to remind Ella, she had already entered the backyard and had to stop. There shouldn't be anything wrong. Yu Cheng couldn't enter the backyard easily, thinking that Luo Sheng had said that this kangaroo was not afraid of strangers and would not cause trouble. Ella walked on the path leading to the backyard, vaguely heard something rustling in the grass, stopped immediately, and looked around vigilantly. Could it be that a snake crawled into the yard? Ella's face turned pale. The vegetation in Luo Sheng's mansion was deep, and there were rockery ponds. Although the air was very fresh, it was easy to attract snakes and insects. There is Linga, who is more than 1 year old, in the yard. Wouldn't it be dangerous if a snake enters the yard? Suddenly, Ella noticed that something got under her long skirt, and her shaggy hair was rubbing against her ankle. Her pretty face brushed white, and she backed a few steps in panic, stepped on the skirt of her heels, and fell heavily to the ground. It hurt. Ella fell backward, unavoidably hurting. However, something more terrible happened. A mouse as big as a cat climbed onto her and stared at her with 2 black eyes. Ah! Ella screamed with her eyes closed. When Luo Sheng came out, he found that the short-tailed kangaroo did not know when it jumped onto Ella, and Ella fell to the ground, closing her eyes and daring not to open it. This is the kangaroo brought back by the Oceania expedition team, but it's not a big mouse. Luo Sheng went to pick up the short-tailed kangaroo. Ella heard Luo Sheng's voice, barely opened one eye, and saw that the big mouse that had crawled on her body was taken away by Luo Sheng, and then opened the other eye. I was scared to death. I thought it was a mutated big mouse, Ella said with a guilty conscience. Yes, I forget the time you lived. Oceania has just become a British colony. You probably haven't seen a kangaroo. Luo Sheng put the little kangaroo aside and reached out to pull Ella up. Are you okay? I'm fine. Is this animal really not a mouse? Ella was still a little scared. Of course not. If it's a mouse, would I let it run in the backyard? You can touch its fur and you will find that it is very different from a mouse. Luo Sheng said. The short-tailed kangaroo, who was put aside, chewed on a leaf he didn't know where he found, and ignored it. Ella timidly stretched out her hand to pet the back of the wallaby, because the short-tailed kangaroo's hair is smoother and it feels good. The little kangaroo seemed to enjoy it. was not offended, and was still gnawing on the leaves. Is this thing called a kangaroo? After knowing that it is different from the mouse that she recognizes, Ella relaxes her mind and treats the wallaby as a pet. The short-tailed kangaroo didn't know that the two people squatting and observing it had tremendous power in human society. After gnawing on the leaves, they jumped into the grass. I intend to let it move in the backyard temporarily, hoping it will not destroy all the trees in the backyard. Otherwise it can only be locked up. Liu Sheng, who has never raised a kangaroo, can estimate its food intake. Military Master, this is an invitation from Li Jind. He plans to marry Selena on the Kikiao festival next month. Ella remembered the business. Has Li Jind finally made up his mind? He wants to open up the market in Europe in the future. If he can connect with the British nobles, it will be a good thing for the locals to accept him. Liu Sheng knows that xenophobia occurs everywhere. In Britain, the xenophobia is even more serious, and they even exclude people from the European continent. It is not an easy task to cynicize Britain and become a bridgehead to penetrate Europe. Liu Sheng can be said to be very persistent in Europe, and wants to China's another equally splendid civilization. As for the rest of the world, civilization is not even talked about at this time. Soldier, will you attend their wedding? Iroh asked. It's not convenient for me to go. You can go instead of me. Haven't your relationship with Sophia, Selena and others been better recently? Let Selena go to our household registration management department to register and apply for household registration certificates after getting married. From now on, she will be a citizen of our country. Liu Sheng thought about abducting the studious Selena into a citizen of his own country and becoming Li Jin's assistant in opening up the European market. Sir, why are you so persistent in letting Selena join the Chinese nationality? Ella asked puzzledly. She is not the same as you. You are not an aboriginal in this world, but she is a citizen of Britain in this era. Although people's national concepts are not strong in this era, I must ensure that the talents of the world are used by us. Liu Sheng said. Soldier, do you say that if I go to their wedding, what should I give them? It is the first time that Ella is going to attend someone else's wedding on behalf of Liu Sheng. Take this banknote. Liu Sheng took out a banknote. No, you don't need to give me money, military owner. I have a lot of money and nowhere to spend. I just ask you, what are the taboos of buying gifts? Ella waved her hands repeatedly. There are indeed many taboos in our culture. Basically, they are caused by homophony, such as not being able to give umbrellas, shoes and other items. Liu Sheng thought of the troublesome cultural taboos, and he really had a headache. I think you just need to follow suit. A share of money is enough. We have a special identity. If we give gifts casually, we might be judged by someone who has the intention to be partial to Li Jind. That's enough. Ella blinked. It might already be an honor for them to be able to go here in place of me. Did they decide to adopt a Chinese wedding or a Western wedding? Liu Sheng asked. Chinese wedding. And they also invited the directors of Western companies, Princess Sophia, Daiyue, Xiaoxiua, Goya and others. Ella counted. Liu Sheng knew that the directors of Western companies were invited by Li Jind, while Ella, Sophia, Daiyue, and Xiaoxiua were the only people she knew in the East. Princess Sophia and Goya, who just loved to get into trouble, were also invited. One of them was a Briton and the other was a mountain from Yizu. I wonder if they would engage in a Chinese wedding that they had never seen before. Thinking of this, Liu Sheng couldn't help feeling sympathy for Li Jind. This wedding might be a twists and turns. You have to be optimistic about Princess Sophia and the others. Don't let them make too much noise at the wedding, Liu Sheng reminded. Chapter 972. Li Jin's temporarily rented courtyard in the capital was decorated with lights and festoons. Looking at the past, it was all festive red. Because the halls of both parties are not present, this wedding banquet is relatively simple. But everyone invited here is unusual, either a large businessman who has invested in a Western company, or a few women with special statuses that Selena knows. Several subordinates were holding firecrackers and crackling outside, and some invited chefs in the courtyard were busy preparing dishes. Treasurer Li, Congratulations. Each of the major shareholders of Western companies came with a few entourages to congratulate Li Jind. From now on, the Western company fleet will go to Europe at sea, and I would like to ask you all for your advice. Li Jind bowed his hand. In any case, we will develop and grow Western companies together and make money together in the future, said a group of big businessmen. In Li Jin's room, Selena was wearing a red wedding gown and sitting quietly in front of a bronze mirror, while Liu Ru combed her hair with a wooden comb behind her. Selena looked at her almost completely changed herself in the bronze mirror, with some anxiety and expectation. Ella, Sophia, Dayu, Xiaoxiu, and Goyo are the female representatives of Selena, and they are the only friends she knows in the East. They looked at Liu Ru helping Selena comb her hair. Each had their own concerns. Sister Ella was so bright and moving back then, but it's a pity that the army owner only invited very few people to come, and many people didn't even know it. The army owner should be asked to do a bigger wedding. Dieu said, if you have the kids, you still need to do some weddings. I think it's better to be simple and save money and not so tired. Ira disagrees. The wedding in the East is very different from ours. The wedding couple on our side has to go to the church and receive the blessing of God. Princess Sophia was a little envious of her companion. She didn't expect that she had only arrived in the East for a long time. Will become a woman. After Liu Ru helped her tidy up her long hair, she put a phoenix crown on her, and a red pleated skirt. We don't worship God here, but worship heaven and earth, high halls, and raise eyebrows. We will also put on a red hijab and wait until the bridegroom helps you uncover it. Liu Ru reminded. You mean you want Selena to wear such a red headscarf all the time? Aren't you afraid of her wrestling? Princess Sophia first heard of such strange etiquette. This red hijab is a very thin gauze. You can look at things indistinctly. And with me leading in front, as long as the footsteps are light, you won't fall. Liu Rushi explained. In the Eastern tradition, the red hijab has the meaning of hiding shame and warding off evil spirits. Ella explained to Princess Sophia the meaning behind it. It's great. It's the first time I attended a wedding. When will I be able to become a bride? Goya spent 2 years in the Army School of Martial Arts. Many wildness was polished, but he didn't have a relationship with Liu Sheng. Worried that it would disrupt the order of the wedding, but envied Selena, Sister Xiao. If one of us gets married first, the other one will be her bridesmaid. Okay? At that time, I will be your bridesmaid. As for my side, there is nothing wrong with not getting married. I was originally a maiden in the tribe. I meant to be a grandmother, and I would never get married. Xiao Xiao said. But Sister Xiao, it's because you want to remain mysterious. Now you have left the tribe and returned to your hometown. You don't have to follow the old rules. After Goya came out of the tribe, he understood many things and no longer felt that the maidens in the tribe are solemn and inviolable, and the relationship with Xiao Xiao is closer. Where is it so easy to get a good relationship? Otherwise, there will be no Kiao festival today. Although the begging for Kiao is the craftsmanship of the weaver girl, behind it is the woman's full yearning for marriage and family. Xiao Xiao said. Xiao Xiao still didn't say something in her heart, and her long-term contact with Liu Sheng made her feel disappointed with other men. Beijing has the Academy of Sciences, the Army Lecture Hall, the 6th Department, and the Military Department. Tanjin has the Navy Lecture Hall. There are countless young talents. Would you like me to find one for you in the Army Lecture Hall? Goyo asked. I think you should take care of you and Yu Cheng's affairs, so don't think about it for me. Xiao Xiao said. I still have a project of the Department of Medicine in progress on my side, so I am very busy. Yu Cheng is a piece of rotten wood, meaningless. Goya pouted when he heard Yu Cheng's name. When Dieu saw Selena in Fengguanxia, she also had a little envy in her heart. Sister Dieu, do you have any other clever tricks for me and Yu Cheng? I also want to put on such a wedding gown and hold such a wedding. Goya asked Dieu for help. In the past, Dieu had helped her get Yu Cheng to be submissive, So Goya admired Daya more and more. After Daya returned from Dongying to settle down this time, Goya even regarded Daya as his emotional mentor. Daya was a little helpless, and she had never experienced feelings, so she could only give Goya advice based on instinct. If you want to get married early, just find a chance to be alone with him, and then push him down. This is not a shameful thing. Doesn't it mean equality between men and women? Men can overthrow women. Women, why can't you overthrow the man? Daya made a very aggressive suggestion. Then he will be responsible for me and then marry me. Goya didn't seem to mind this simple and rude way, but worried that Yu Cheng would be responsible afterwards. Xiao Xiu frowned slightly, but Daya's instigation of Goya was very dangerous. Ella's cheeks were slightly hot, and Liu Rushi had also taught her to take the initiative to overthrow Liu Osheng. Although it is different from urging her to marry, it is indeed a huge challenge for the woman to take the initiative in this era. It's really wrong to say that it's two people who don't know each other, and they just agree with each other as soon as they meet each other. But you have been together for 2 years on and off. If you understand each other's character, you can take a risk. If he doesn't want it afterwards, getting married can only show that he is not sincere to you, so don't delay your youth. Daya added. Sister Daya, what you said is very reasonable. I will look for an opportunity to overthrow him. Goya bared his little tiger teeth, eager to try. In order to be a bride, isn't this way too nonsense? I think you might as well be honest and talk about it. Maybe things will go smoothly unexpectedly. Xiao Xiu couldn't stand it and intervened in the conversation between the two. Sister Xiao, I think Sister Daya is right. She must use extraordinary means in extraordinary times. Goya stood on Daya's side. Chapter 973. Marry a chicken and follow a chicken. Worship heaven and earth. The bridesmaid sang loudly on the side. Selina didn't know the wedding ceremony in the East, but just embracing the Buddha's feet temporarily. Liu briefly introduced the whole process to her, knowing that this time should be worshipped with Li Jind. Second, worship Guotang. The bridesmaid continued to sing. However, this time the problem came. Li Jind's doll hall is in Xiamen, on the southeast coast, while Selina's doll hall is even more exaggerated, in Britain, thousands of miles away. The couple was stunned for a while, and the bridesmaid looked at each other. Guotang is not here, I will make up for it in the future. Daya called out in time when the situation was not good. Yes, the two new couples will worship Guotang again in the future, and the third one, the husband and wife will worship. The two bridesmaids hurriedly sang loudly after Daya's reminder. Under the guidance of the bridesmaid, Li Jind and Selina completed the ceremony of 3 worships. Li Cheng, send it to the bridal chamber. According to the etiquette, it should have been more complicated. Li Jind has already simplified the process extremely. Considering that Selina is not very familiar with the culture here, the bride should hold the knot and lead the groom back to the room. It has also become Li Jind that brings her back. Room. I can't imagine that shopkeeper Li, at a young age, dared to go to the West alone and bring a Western woman back to get married. It is said that she is also very famous in the West, and her father is still a big landlord. When Father Sambo sailed to the West, he probably didn't go as far. Today is different from the past. 200 years have passed and the navigation technology is also improving. In a year or two, our Western companies will organize a fleet to go to the West. It is estimated that there is similar to Dongying and Goryeo, but it is far away from us. Less direct contact with them will make them appear mysterious. If you are familiar with the situation there, such marriages are not uncommon at all. After sending the two of Li Jind into the room, some big businessmen were left muttering this rare thing. For them, attending such a strange wedding is also a long-lived wonder. Masters, please sit down. Our shopkeeper has prepared a variety of delicacies. Please be sure to come home. Our shopkeeper will come out to toast you later. Several of Li Jind's men were busy greeting the guests. The guests who came were humility to each other, allowing people with higher generations to sit in better seats. A few girls, you sit in the chief. An apprentice respectfully led Ella and the others to the best position. Ella came to attend the wedding as a personal friendship with Selina, but she was always Liu Sheng's person, plus Princess Sophia, a foreign guest. They were sitting in a group of chiefs. No one in the room dared to have an opinion. On the contrary, I feel that Li Jin has a lot of face. Father, why are you here? Princess Sophia saw the missionary among the guests and waved for him to come over. The missionary old Pyro caught a glimpse of Princess Sophia's greeting and had to come over. You are the Princess Sophia sent to the East by Britain? I read about you in the newspaper. You can call me Pyro. I was originally the pastor of the Roman Church, with the fleet coming to the East during the apocalypse years. Unexpectedly this stay will last for decades. I'm afraid no one in Rome remembers me. It turns out to be people from the Roman Church. They held an Oriental wedding. How come you were invited to their wedding scene? Princess Sophia wondered. Because I helped them choose this date to marry. The missionary old Pyro replied. The people of the Roman Church will do this kind of thing? Princess Sophia was even more puzzled. Your Royal Highness, I want to eat. Old Pyro wrinkled an old face. Selina was put into their room by Liege Indler, and her heart was up and down. She had already realized what was going to happen next. What else can two people do if they are alone in the same room? I still need to go out and have a toast with the guests. According to the custom, you can't remove the red hijab, but your situation is very special. You can ignore this rule. There are some snacks on the table in the room. You can pass the time. Li Jin lead Selina to the wooden bed and sit down. If you understand what I said, nod your head, otherwise shake your head. Li Jin repeated it again, fearing that Selina would not understand a few of the words. Selina was afraid to nod loudly. After confirming that she knew the current situation, Li Jin went out of the room and toasted with the guests. Thank you for coming here. Selina only knows a few of you in the capital. If it weren't for your help, I'm afraid she would be more nervous than now. Li Jin took the lead to toast at the table of Ella, Sophia, Dayua and others. The military master is inconvenient to come here due to my identity, but my money has a share of the military chief. Ella said. It's a great honor for you to come here. How dare you let the military master come in person? I will definitely manage a Western company with my heart. I will do my best when it comes to Western trade, and I will die. Li Jin was flattered. Originally, he thought that Liu Sheng would send a subordinate to him and it would have given him a lot of face. But Liu Sheng sent his wife directly, and he could already feel Liu Sheng's attention to him. He also remembered that Liu Sheng asked him to learn English in order to break into the British aristocracy. It is estimated that after the bridal chamber with Selina, besides Selina going to continue to learn Chinese, he will also start to learn English. If you can understand the local language, it will be easy to gain the trust of the locals and open up the market. Selina is a nobleman in Britain. If you dare to be unchaste after marriage, I, as the Princess of Britain, will come to you and ask your guilt. Princess Sophia is because only Selina stays in the East alone. The capital naturally supports Selina. Don't worry, how dare I? Li Jin wiped away her cold sweat, and Selina unknowingly had Liu Sheng, Princess Sophia and others behind her back, as if it would be difficult to fight in the future. Princess Sophia, the military master has already said that after getting married, Selina needs to register at the household registration section and change her nationality. Ella had a disagreement with Princess Sophia on this point. Mr. Chu is openly digging a wall. Selina is our British citizen. How can we join the Chinese citizenship? Seeing Liu Sheng eagerly ask Selina to change her household registration, Princess Sophia said angrily. However, even in Europe, the country a woman is married to is a person from that country. This is the saying that marrying a chicken is like a chicken, Ella said. Mr. Chu is really bad. He even registered his household registration specially. Princess Sophia still exclaimed a little angrily. Nevertheless, I still have to support her as a private person. I will keep in mind at this time, Your Royal Highness, that maybe we too will send you back to London next year. Li Jin said. Return to London City. Princess Sophia's eyes flickered because of guilty conscience. She didn't want to go back so quickly. Chapter 974. Hand over a glass of wine. One more. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. According to Eastern custom, the bride's red hijab should be lifted by the groom. After the well-educated Selina came to learn about this rule from Liu Rushi, she stayed on the wooden bed and dared not walk away. I didn't expect to marry the East in this way. I don't know what kind of life I will live in the future. I will still travel between the East and the West frequently in the future, right? Selina sat there thinking wildly. In this era, marriages across oceans are rare, almost non-existent. Fortunately, here is also a civilized country, and the capital is more spacious and clean than London. I thought that Li Jind was only going out for a while, but Li Jind stayed outside all the time. After the scattered guests left, footsteps came from outside the door. Selina suddenly became nervous, and Li Jind was coming back soon. If he comes back, he will really round the house. Next time we will continue to drink. Go to the west to buy the red wine there. Please drink. Li Jind opened the door and stumbled in. He was as full of alcohol as last time, still talking nonsense. Bang, and Li Jind knocked down the wooden chair in the room. Are you all right? Why did you drink so much? Selina took off the red headscarf without regard to manners, and came to see if Li Jind was injured. Because I'm happy, ha ha ha. Tonight is the wedding night of the bridal chamber. Li Jind's body was full of alcohol, which made Selina somewhat smoked. My father also likes to drink. Maybe you will be able to talk later, but it will hurt me. Selina was helpless. Now Li Jind is so drunk. Where there is any interest in the bridal night, most of them want to hang out. Go straight to sleep like that. Selina helped Li Jind onto the wooden bed, and Li Jind immediately fell asleep. Looking at the sleeping man, Selina had no choice but to change his clothes. After the ceremony of the 3 prayers was 10%, Selina became a husband and wife, and Selina no longer felt so embarrassed about changing clothes for Li Jind. Just when Selina reached out to untie Li Jind's clothes, Li Jind suddenly grabbed her wrist. Okay, I'm not anxious yet. So the lady is anxious? Li Jind teased. Aren't you drunk? Selina was clasped by her wrist, and she couldn't help being ashamed. Looking at Li Jind's composure, she didn't look like a drunk at all. This time I have learned the lesson from before. How can I get a hangover again in the bridal night? The reason why I am so full of alcohol is naturally deliberately tricking you. Li Jind pulled Selina into his arms. It's too bad. Do you want to see me embarrassed on purpose? Selina almost thought that Li Jind was going to miss the spring festival. You'll know that worse. Li Jind originally wanted to blow out the candle, but he seemed to think of something temporarily. According to etiquette, you should also drink a glass of wine, called a cup of wine. Hand over a cup of wine? Selina hadn't heard Liu Rushi say, and Liu Rushi had forgotten to tell her about this procedure. Li Jind came to the table and took 2 porcelain cups, filled 2 small cups, and handed one of them to Selina. Come on, we each hold a glass of wine, and we meet each other, and after drinking, we throw the glass under the bed one after the other, to show that we are happy for 100 years after marriage. If it is an ordinary local woman, Li Jind does not need to explain too much. He knew what it meant, but he still wanted Selina to understand the traditional culture here. Li Jind guided her arm in arm to make a cup. Do you still wear the jade pendant around your waist? In fact, in our Eastern tradition, jade pendant means a token of love. Li Jind caught a glimpse of the jade pendant on Selina's waist. The jade pendant given to her when she was in Xiamen City. She was still hung around her waist when she was wearing the wedding gown. I didn't know, but recently the Chinese lecturer mentioned to us the meaning of this aspect, and your mother gave me a bracelet when she left. It must be of no ulterior motive. Selina has understood. Less cultural implication here. In the culture of the East, everything is more subtle. If it weren't for Liu Sheng to arrange a Chinese lecturer to teach her and Princess Sophia Chinese, she stayed in the East again, and she might have been kept in the dark forever. My mother is so strong. My father passed away early, leaving only a family business. At that time, some ancestral relatives came from our home in Fuzu and wanted to divide our family business, but she was thrown out with a broom. I am not under her rigorous teaching, and I am afraid I will not be able to develop and grow the family business that my father left behind. It is generally difficult to change her mind about things that she recognizes. When you get along with her in the future, try to take care of her feeling. It's really not easy for a person to come over for so many years. Li Jin mentioned his mother, respectful and afraid, and this time he was married. He should be cut first, and it will be uncomfortable for the mother to blame the sin in the future. I didn't know that such a brave mother would provoke such a spark when he met a Western daughter-in-law. Li Jin couldn't imagine what would happen if he took the mother over. It's really interesting. Can it really be a good match for 100 years? Selena blinked curiously when she saw Li Jin really put 2 small wine glasses under the bed. Yes, otherwise why have so many people followed this tradition throughout the ages? Li Jin said. But are there no divorced couples here throughout the ages? Selena asked. Why, we just mentioned divorce before we got married. It seems that we will establish the family law of our Li family from tonight, Li Jin said deliberately with a straight face. You still have laws in your family? What laws? Only when Selena dared to ask, Li Jin rushed forward and used practical actions to tell her what family law is. After Ella, Daewoo, Xiaoxiu and others left the wedding banquet between Li Jin and Selena, they did not go home individually, but went shopping in the market. This day is not only the day when Li Jin and the two get married, but also a women-dominated festival of begging for cleverness. The night market is blocked by carriages and horses, and the night market is blocked, making Ella, Daewoo, and Xiaoxiu overwhelmed. A few women bought some knitwear, and Ella was even more interested in knitting culture. Unfortunately, she was a naval officer and her craftsmanship was much worse. Look, there are a lot of people gathered there. What are they doing? Princess Sophia was yelling. The group followed Princess Sophia's intentions to the place where the crowd gathered, and found that many women were gathering in front of several bronze basins. Among these women, there is no shortage of gorgeously dressed people, even wearing the new style hanfu produced by Danxia Cloth Village. Some women may not have that good family background and dress relatively plainly, but they are all staring at a few copper basins. Women lined up to throw sewing needles into the copper basin, often accompanied by the exclamation of the women around, either joy or frustration. Chapter 975. Acupuncture Test 2 More. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. Injecting needles to test skill. 1 coin and 1 needle for embroidery are limited to 1 opportunity per woman. This is an opportunity to verify whether her craft is skillful or clumsy. If it is a skill of a divination, then the daughter to be married in the next year must be able to do so. I found a good family, but a married woman has a happy family. Add another big fat boy. The small vendor in this stall is soliciting business. A vigorous little vendor knows how to use the tradition of needle throwing to do business. Don't look at 1 needle throwing needle and you only need 1 copper plate. The copper basin, well water, and knitting needles are all without capital. There is no profit. Daewoo has the most contact with the merchant class, and has an understanding of the merchant's business methods. Because Liu Sheng practiced mercantilism in the early days, the merchant class developed rapidly. These merchants include not only the large international merchants who trade with Dongying and Korea, but also the small and medium-sized merchants in the city and the countryside. These talents are the majority. Today's picture is an auspicious. Everyone is very happy to pay a copper coin for auspicious. Would you like to try it together with a few of us? Xiaoxiu also understands that this is a small trick of a vendor, but the most important thing is to ask for it. Auspicious. A few women gathered around, and the yelling vendor saw that they were well dressed, and said quickly, "A few girls, this water is Mandarin duck water. It is very effective. If you put the embroidery needles in the copper basin. If you put the embroidery needles in the copper basin, if the needle shadows under the water, if it is formed into various shapes, it can be regarded as a successful begging and a happy marriage in the next year. On the contrary, if the shadow is as thick as a hammer, thin as a silk, and straight as wax. Then begging for a coincidence will fail. Mandarin duck water. What is that? Princess Sophia puzzled. Mandarin duck water is a mixture of water taken during the day and water taken at night. After being exposed to the sun during the day, a water film will form on the water surface. Embroidery needles are inherently light and will be suspended on the water surface. Because the water film is an impurity, so it will affect the shadow shape of the embroidery needle on the bottom of the water, and has nothing to do with the real fortune. Dao explained. Even though she said so, Dao was also a little nervous, no matter whether she was alive or not. After all, as Xiaoxiu said, all she wanted was good luck. Should I come first? Ella held an embroidery needle in her hand, and when she threw the needle into the copper basin, she hesitated. I hope that the military master and Linger are healthy. Ella completely took the needle injection test as a blessing, although it is true to say that the slender embroidery needles fall into the copper basin and are suspended on the water surface blocked by the water film. It's the shape of a cloud, Dao said, pointing to the shadow on the bottom of the water. As long as it is not straight, it means begging for Xiao has succeeded. Xiaoxiu knew that because of the impurities on the surface, the probability of begging for Xiao was still relatively high. It was a kind of self-comfort for people, but she was also delighted for Ella. I want it too. I want it too. Princess Sophia was confused and didn't understand the rules of throwing needles, but after seeing Ella tried it, she became very interested in playing and wanted it too. Try your luck. Let the princess come first. Several women made Princess Sophia the guest as the second person to throw the needle. The women onlookers saw that the principal of Britain was testing their luck, whispering to each other in private. It turned out to be a princess from the West. What kind of country she is in, right? I don't know if our oriental needle injection experience will have any effect on people in their country. Princess Sophia held up an embroidery needle and threw it into the copper basin under the eyes of everyone. The embroidery needle floats on the surface of the water, and a thin straight shadow is cast on the bottom of the copper basin. It's a pity, it's a straight shadow. It seems that people on the western side are not very lucky. Is it really bad luck or the people over there don't use this method? Princess Sophia showed regret when she saw the people around her. She also felt a little frustrated. She could feel that she had failed. Sister, don't be afraid, Dao said. What this is all about, it has nothing to do with luck. Ella took Princess Sophia's hand to comfort her. Yes. Maybe there will be different shadows when the needle is thrown in different places. For example, if I throw this silver needle to where you were just now, there will be the same shadow. In order to comfort Princess Sophia, Dao embroidered the needle hurled at the place where Princess Sophia was thrown at will, trying to prove that her speculation was correct. Congratulations, girl. The shadow you threw seems to be scissor-shaped, and it is also a success, the vendor said. Dao was stunned there. She just flung it and fell on the spot where Princess Sophia threw the embroidery needle. According to Dao's speculation, the impurities on the water should be similar. How could the projection of the embroidery needle she threw, the shape of the scissors, and the princess is a straight and thin shape? Liar, why are you just aiming at me? Ella looked at each other with Dao and Xiaoxiu, all with helpless expressions. This princess dared to love and hate, and sometimes she did not hide her feelings at all. My embroidery needle is also a straight shadow, Xiaoxiu, the fourth needle thrower, said. Mine is in the shape of birds and beasts. Goya said. The shadow is as thick as a hammer. It seems that I should concentrate on my studies. Liu Ru was the last to throw and found that the result was not ideal. After 6 people took turns, Kikyo's success and failure turned out to be 3-3, 5 to 5. It seems that it is really a coincidence. Princess Sophia was not so discouraged after observing her group of companions and the coincidence results of other women around her. If luck really depends on this little embroidery needle, it is better to rely on your own hands to grasp happiness. Dia said, "You are right. God will protect us. Embroidery needles are not as useful as Lord God." Princess Sophia cheered up completely. Hey, what I want to express is not what I mean at all, okay? Dia thought to himself, Sister Liu, after the Kikiao festival and the Double Ninth festival, next will be the entrance examination of the Academy of Sciences in October. Are you confident to pass the examination? Ella asked Liu Ruai, who has always been unknown. Since Liu Rushi met Liu Sheng, Ella, and Xiao Xiu, her life has undergone tremendous changes. In the past year, she has studied new studies in a local manner in order to prepare for the fourth entrance examination of the Academy of Sciences. I have some confidence. Only the entrance examination of the Academy of Sciences has been carried out 3 times. The changes are great every year, and it is impossible to guess what type of questions will be issued this year. Liu Ru is a little worried that she will not be able to enter the Academy of Sciences. She has abandoned everything in the past to pursue knowledge. I heard from the military chief that a nationwide school reform will be carried out soon. The Academy of Sciences will be split into several universities, and elementary schools and middle schools will be set up in each prefecture and counties. And a trial of literacy will start. If you can enter this year, if you don't, you don't have to think about the changes next year. Ella kindly reminded. Chapter 976, Mathematics is too hard. In October, the fourth entrance examination of the Academy of Sciences was underway, which had replaced the imperial examination. The required examinations included 4 subjects: literature, history, law, mathematics, and science. Literature and history is the foundation of a nation's culture and cannot be discarded. It is the most important and most obscure subject and requires a relatively deep foundation of Chinese studies. Laws, mathematics, and science are relatively new, and the difficulty setting is relatively low, but as the number of people studying increases, the difficulty increases year by year. This is also where Liu Ru is more troubled. The difficulty is increasing, and the number of competitors is increasing. Beijing is the largest examination venue, and this is also the last entrance examination before the school system reform. The capital is divided into several large-scale examination rooms, and examinations are carried out at the same time. Such a grand event alarmed the people in the whole city. Even the vendors who usually yelled through the streets and alleys yelled a lot. They dared not yell loudly anymore, for fear that it would disturb the students in the examination room. Outside the examination room, there are some people wearing coarse cloth clothes anxiously waiting for their children to finish the examination. They have regarded the entrance examination of the Academy of Sciences as a glorious way for their children to embark on official careers. Although they do not know that there are so many faculties in the Academy of Sciences, their children are likely to embark on the path of researchers, technical workers, etc., not necessarily as officials. In addition to the flat-headed people, there are also some wealthy and powerful upstarts who hire servants and carriages to wait outside. This time is also the time to demonstrate financial power. Liu Ru was in the 3rd examination room, with math papers in front of her. This is different from the previous requirement to do a stereotype TESI, which is to solve the equation based on the application problem. If such an equation was in Liu Sheng's age, it might be easy for a middle school student to solve it easily, but for those who hadn't deliberately studied mathematics, it would seem a bit difficult. The 2 invigilators going back and forth in the aisle made people feel more nervous. There are a wooden chair on both sides, front and back of the examination room, on which other invigilators sit, which means that there are 6 invigilators in an examination room. 2 patrols and 4 are arranged in front and rear, left and right, The degree of strictness is unimaginable. This tense atmosphere is also part of the screening mechanism. It is also an ability to deal with pressure and tension. There are countless emergencies in various positions. It is difficult to handle many tasks without good psychological quality. The examiner sitting in the front took out the pocket watch from his arms. This new type of timing tool is much better than the hourglass, etc. It can be accurate to every second. The assessment time is up. Students, please stop answering, sit in their respective positions, and don't act rashly until the examiner collects the answer sheet, otherwise it will be treated as fraud. After the chief examiner announced the end, the two inspectors ordered everyone to stop answering and began to collect test papers. Liu Ru was sitting in his test position, looking at the last paper with a blank question. His head buzzing. It's over, I haven't done a whole big topic, and more than a year of preparations will be in vain. Liu Ru was a little broken. She didn't expect that mathematics in the fourth year would be so difficult, and she didn't have any ideas for the last big problem. Although Liu Ru was worried anymore, the examiner took the answer sheet away from her. Students can leave, and the results will come out at the beginning of the next month. Only those who have passed the assessment will be announced, and the rest can come to inquire about their own results. If you suspect that the scorer has major omissions, you can apply for a review. However, the possibility of mistakes is very small, because there will be two reviewers who will cross-rate, and there will be a superior for review. The chief examiner said, in order to be afraid of damaging the confidence of all students, mathematics was put at the end. After this examination is over, it is equivalent to the end of the whole examination. Brother Xu, do you think this year's mathematics is quite difficult, especially the last question, involving the advanced knowledge of calculus? The younger brother is so talented that he can't move the slightest. Isn't it? The teaching material puts the knowledge of calculus at the end of the book. It is difficult and difficult to understand. I haven't seen it in the past 3 years. I still thought that it was only the subject of the subject as the content of interest in the teaching material. This year is the last big question. I am afraid that few people can answer it. The today assessment has finally come to an end. I don't think it will help to worry about it anymore. It is better for us to go to the Zhuxiangla for a drink to relieve our fatigue after 2 days. When he came out of the examination room, Liu Ru was surrounded by many contemporaneous examinees. They all have a big headache for the subject of mathematics. Although there are ancient mathematics works such as 9 chapters of arithmetic that have involved preliminary calculus ideas, the Pythagorean theorem, and unary equations, these knowledge is in the 8-part article and Cheng's elixir. In front of him is just a side door. Liu Ru didn't hear what the people around her were saying. She was still in shock. Worried. Sister Liu. Outside the examination room, Ella, Daiyue, Xiaoxiu, and others who were close to Liu Ru had been waiting for a long time. Seeing Liu Ru coming out, they waved to her. Goya was unable to come because of training in the army academy. Princess Sophia is also the first time to see such a large-scale selection assessment. There is no such grand occasion in Britain, and there is even no concept of a unified written examination. When did you wait outside? Liu Rusi didn't expect a few friends to wait outside, and she couldn't help being touched. At least she is no longer an unaccompanied orphan in the capital. The few of us really can't rest assured, thinking that after your participation in the assessment is over, we will celebrate at home. Ella said. Sister Ella, no matter what the result of this assessment is, I can't continue to live in your courtyard. These days have caused you a lot of trouble. Liu Ruzi said after the assessment. She is still living with Chen Yuanyun in the courtyard that Liu Sheng gave to Ella a few years ago, and they lived there for 2 years. I hardly live there anyway. If it's vacant, it's better to let my sister take care of it, until you have your own job. Don't mention moving away. Ella stopped Liu Rui from thinking. Just now I saw my sister that you were a little out of your mind. Did something happen? Dieu asked on the side. Liu Ru nodded. The last big problem in mathematics involves calculus. It is too difficult for me. I almost didn't move. I'm afraid I will miss the Academy of Sciences this time. Calculus. We also have to learn it in the medical department. It is really difficult to understand when I first contacted it. Xiaoxiua is also very painful. Recently, she has to contact knowledge that is not available in this era. Why do doctors study mathematics? Liu Ru was puzzled. It is mainly used in the statistical analysis of drug and herb trials to confirm the elimination rate, metering, and lethality of the drug. Back to the Ming Dynasty with the Industrial Revolution system confluence of East and West. Chapter 978. It's hard to take for granted. Sister, don't worry. Yuan will always be with you. Chen Yuan is at a developmental age. She has reached nearly a head height in the past 2 years, but she is still very close to Liu Ru. Sister Liu, the food will be cold if you have a sad face. The assessment is over, no matter how worried it is. If you pass the assessment and enter the Academy of Sciences, we will celebrate for you. If you accidentally lose the number 1, you can do it again next year. Dia persuaded him. Everyone saw that Liu Ru was a little depressed, and the atmosphere was also a little dull. Fishlinger, who was in Ella's arms, pointed to a sweet and sour fish on the dinner table, babbling, "Beware of the fishbone." Ella helped him pick out all the fishbone before daring to let him eat the fish. Taking advantage of Linger to break the dull atmosphere, Xiaoxiua said, "This time the dishes were delivered by the chef of Jiangnan restaurant. Sister Liu's best is Zhejiang cuisine. You must taste the craftsmanship of Jiangnan restaurant. If their dishes are not authentic enough, they will not order their dishes in the future." Yes, let's see if this piece of sweet and sour fish is authentic. Dia picked up a piece of fish and placed it in a Liu bowl. Seeing everyone trying their best to comfort him, it's hard to continue to be depressed to make them worry, so he smiled slightly and said, "Okay, I have been to Jiangnan restaurant once. Their chefs are all from Suzhou and Hangzhou. Nothing to say. I like Eastern cuisine the most. The taste of the food on our side can be said to be very plain, unlike here. Every meal can be different." Princess Sophia came over to eat with a brazen face, because Selena is married to Li Jind and lives with Li Jind in a fair way, and she can also receive her family from a Li Jind. Princess Sophia lived in a rented courtyard with a few servants alone. She always felt very boring at ordinary times. She often came to eat dinner or follow Ella, Xiaoxiua, Dia and others. And another important advantage is that Princess Sophia doesn't have to pay for it. Sir Greenville didn't have much money left to her. In order to experience as much Eastern cuisine as possible, Princess Sophia was still a good deal. If the people of Britain knew that their princess was addicted to eating and drinking in the East, they would have no face to look at it. Once talked about the topic on the tip of the tongue, the atmosphere suddenly became alive again. Chen Yuan tried to make Linger laugh with a grimace, causing chuckles from the pavilion in the small courtyard. But when they celebrated Liu Rushi's completion of the assessment in Ella's courtyard, unexpected guests came outside. "I knew you would come here." Liu Sheng came to this courtyard that rarely came. This courtyard was given to Ella several years ago, but Ella has been kept by him in the military mansion, and it has not actually been used. Later, after the courtyard was lent to Liu Rushi and Chen Yuan to stay temporarily, it became a place where Ella and the others held a tea party. Liu Sheng knew in his heart that he didn't say anything. It wasn't a bad thing, and sometimes Linger would be taken here to look after him when he was troubled with his affairs, which made Liu Sheng rare for a day or two of peace. "Sir, why are you here?" When several women saw Liu Sheng coming in person, they hurriedly got up. "Of course I have something to come here, but it's not a major event. Just sit down," Liu Sheng said. "Yuan, look after Linger first. I'll go to serve the meal." Ayla knew that Liu Sheng hadn't eaten at this time, so she handed Linger to Chen Yuan to take care of her. "I came this time because Liu Ru was you who participated in the 4th entrance examination, and you knew you were going to celebrate for her here. I also took the opportunity to see if this examination is reasonable. If there is something unreasonable, In the future let people improve. You can speak freely, and you can say what you feel is bad. There are no outsiders here. Liu Sheng knew that Liu Ru had participated in this assessment and wanted to know the opinion of a party. The Academy of Sciences is currently the highest institution, and the selection for entering the highest institution is the top priority. If something goes wrong in the middle, it may affect the flow of the entire social class. Sir, you don't know anything about this. Not long ago, Sister Liu was still anxious that the last answer to the mathematics question could not be solved. Maybe this time the test question presented by the questioning officer was too difficult. Dia said, "The last question in mathematics. Oh, it was designed to find our local mathematics genius. There must be geniuses in this area, but I can guarantee that few people can solve it completely. You don't have to worry about it, no matter how difficult it is. What's more, others who you find difficult also find it difficult, as long as you can surpass the same group of competitors." Liu Sheng said nonchalantly. The reason why it was so difficult to design the last question was because Liu Sheng wanted to see if there were any mathematics talents like Gauss, Taylor, and Euler in the local area. Sometimes it is not because people's IQ is insufficient, but society does not have such a culture, so there can be no masses of mathematicians. As long as people who are gifted in mathematics are discovered and valued, some of them will eventually be able to obtain mathematics. The achievements of the masters. Listening to the military master said that, "Sister Liu, do you feel more comfortable?" Dia smiled towards Liu Ru. "Thank you, my lord." Liu Rushi felt a lot more relieved after hearing this. She was worried that she would not be able to write and lose her name to Sun Shan, but even the all-knowing Liu Sheng found it difficult. Mostly, few people could solve it, so it is possible to get a place to enter the Academy of Sciences. If you feel unsatisfied with the entrance examination, just speak bluntly. Liu Sheng asked again. "Let me think about it." The examination room is open air. If it encounters rainy weather, it may cause confusion. It may be because the indoor examination room is not spacious enough to accommodate many students. If the number of applicants is even greater in the future, I am afraid that there will be more. I can sit down in the examination room, Liu Ru said to Liu Sheng, recalling his participation in the entrance examination of the Academy of Sciences in the past 2 days. Hearing this, Liu Sheng nodded slightly. He couldn't help it. The Academy of Sciences accepted a large number of students, and there were also attractive policies such as the official reserve class, which made the whole country flocked. Regardless of whether you read the teaching materials carefully, you will try your luck. Hope can blind cats and dead mice, so that the number of people participating in the assessment is increasing. Many people just join in the fun. The level of candidates varies, and even more so they only write a few words. This kind of enthusiasm has also led to a shortage of venues. The original thatched halls, schools, and academies are not suitable for examination rooms, and the examination rooms have to be arranged in open spaces. Is it possible that in the future, a specially built building will be used as an examination room? Liu Sheng thought this was a very costly thing. Chapter 978 School System 5 More. There is also a big difference in the age of the students who participated in the entrance examination of the Academy of Sciences. The young ones are only 14 or 15 years old, and the older ones are in their 60s and 70s. The comprehension of what they learn is very different. Without a suitable teacher to explain the 4 new subjects, they are all relying on the textbooks issued by the government to self-study exams, and when they encounter real test questions, they are somewhat different from expectations. Liu Ruzi explained to Liu Sheng the shortcomings found in the selection and assessment. What you said is very reasonable. These are the issues that I have repeatedly considered. The use of the entrance examination instead of the 8-part essay-based imperial examination system was actually an emergency measure. If we did not simply and cleanly replace the old system at that time, and choose to inherit, then it will be easy to fail in the future, and reform will require a huge price. Liu Sheng said the reason for his approach. Since it is a temporary solution, there are naturally many problems. We are thinking of improving measures, and that is the school system. Liu Sheng explained his remedy. What is the school system? Xiao Xiaoyu was also puzzled. It can be simply understood as allowing people of different ages to receive different stages of education, and this kind of education is continuous, from the bottom to the top. Young people go to a private school in elementary school to learn pinyin, literacy, arithmetic, and geometry. Those who are younger enter the middle school academy, learns literature, history, law, mathematics, and science. Adults, or enter a higher education college, or enter a technical college to learn a craft. It does not cost this life. Liu Sheng explained. Several women's eyes lit up after hearing Liu Sheng's explanation. Liu Sheng's ideas seem to solve some of the current difficult problems well, such as the uneven number of students participating in the entrance examination, and it is also easy to manage and educate. With elementary school, middle school, university college, and technical college, you can teach students in accordance with their aptitude, and carry out different education for people of different ages. Primary school, private schools have different grades, which are graded according to age. This method is excellent. Although some children are in their teens, many of them are not necessarily literate. That is to say, the first group of people should what kind of grade you are in is a distressing thing. Liu Sheng mentioned the problems encountered by the new system that is about to be tried out, that is, there are too many illiterates. Even if a 20-year-old person is divided by age, he should be in a university or college, but if he doesn't know a word, it seems that he has to start his education from a private school in elementary school. Otherwise his eyes will be smeared even if he enters a university or college. I have a good way. You can stipulate that starting from the next year, only adults or those who have completed a complete education in elementary school or secondary school can participate in the entrance examination of the Academy of Sciences. In this way, the underage will go to the private school. Schools study what they learn in private schools and schools is new, in order to make it easier to enter the Academy of Sciences in adulthood. Adults don't have to return to private schools, they all depend on their talents. Liu Rushi suggested. Liu Sheng thought about it for a moment, and Liu Rui's suggestion might be feasible at the moment of change, or it could play a certain role. By that time, the Academy of Sciences will not be the Academy of Sciences, but the university, and the entrance examination of the Academy of Sciences will become the higher education entrance examination. Liu Sheng said, the Academy of Sciences is about to become a university. Yu and Xiao Xiaoyu are two people who have a great relationship with the Academy of Sciences, asked in surprise. Yes, the Academy of Sciences is becoming more and more bloated, and various departments are concentrated in the local area. On the contrary, there is something wrong. I plan to split the Academy of Sciences into several universities. In addition, I plan to establish the Ministry of Education, independent of the 6 departments and the military. Manage public-private schools, and universities across the country. Each prefecture and county must establish a prescribed number of private schools and schools in accordance with the indicators, and include the performance of each school in the higher education entrance assessment into the performance evaluation indicators. Liu Sheng again said. So what kind of university will our Beijing Academy of Sciences headquarters become? Xiao Xiaoyu was a little worried that she would lose her department before she graduated from the Faculty of Medicine. The headquarters of the Academy of Sciences in Beijing is the largest. It is planned to be split into a comprehensive university and several functional universities. The Department of Medicine will be independent and become a medical university, as well as the normal university, the University of Political Science and Law, the University of Geosciences, the University of Technology, and the University of Agriculture. There are technical schools, such as nursing school, railway school, textile school, animal husbandry school and so on. Liu Sheng said of his grand adjustments, and wanted to split the headquarters of the Academy of Sciences into universities and schools, and then turn the Academy of Sciences into one. It is purely the most advanced scientific research institution, and the management of universities and schools is handed over to the Ministry of Education. De Yue and others couldn't help being shocked by the huge plan that Liu Sheng envisioned. Liu Sheng's idea covered almost all walks of life. The number of talents that such a huge education system can mass produce every year is terrifying. What about the branches of Liaonan and Nanjing City? Are they also divided into various universities? De Yue asked. There is no need for the branch, and it can be directly established as a comprehensive university. For example, the Liaonan branch will establish Liaonan University to help the capital share the pressure, and at the same time form competition between universities to ensure vitality. Liu Sheng said. When Princess Sophia heard Liu Sheng's words about chase, what about the overseas department where I am located? Will there be an overseas university? Of course not. Overseas department is still in a comprehensive university. Liu Sheng said. That has nothing to do with me. There are so many people here. A university can be split into so many, and there are not so many people on our side. Princess Sophia pouted. 10 years of trees and 100 years of people, how easy it is. There are so many people in the country, our resources are limited. The limited number of private schools, and universities that can be established will mean more fierce competition. In particular, people always have to separate out everything. High or low, I am afraid that some universities and schools will have a great effect on the national economy and the people's livelihood, but they will be left out. Liu Sheng tried to imitate the education system of later generations, but he understood that it was not without its shortcomings, and any system had its weaknesses. I don't know if the vaccine research will be affected. Xiao Xiaoyu was a little worried about the smallpox vaccine project she participated in. Don't worry, even if the hospital department goes out independently, it will gradually separate the management, funding, and teaching land, and will not forcefully separate the various departments at once. How about the development of the smallpox vaccine? Liu Sheng asked. The first batch of vaccines have been successfully developed and clinical trials are in progress, and clinical reports will be issued soon. If the effects are substantial, they may be mass-produced and put into use, Xiao Xiaoyu replied. Chapter 979 Selling Drugs to Europe. One more. If the smallpox vaccine is successfully developed, I don't know how much the first batch will be produced. Xiao Xiaoyu said. It depends on the production cost. This kind of vaccine with a certain lethality rate is really not good for charging the people. Basically, only the government can provide the vaccine for free to make ordinary people willing to get the vaccine. A sum of money is needed for pension and hush money. Liu Sheng found it difficult to get people vaccinated. Even if they are vaccinated, they can be immune to smallpox virus for life, and it can also completely expel the smallpox virus from this land. Ordinary people are not willing to risk their lives to get vaccinated. If ordinary people are willing to spend money to vaccinate, then there is no need to worry about the cost. As long as the cost is not unacceptable, it can produce energy. Will our project cause financial troubles? If it will affect financial expenditures, you can delay it a little bit. Xiao Xiaoyu knew that Liu Sheng was short of various funds, and said with some anxiety, vaccination is related to the national economy and people's livelihood. It doesn't matter if you invest a part of the finances. This is taken from civilians. After successful clinical trials, you can try vaccination in Beijing and see the after effects. The population of Beijing is increasing. If there is an outbreak, the smallpox virus may spread throughout the city, and dozens of people will die. Liu Sheng has mixed feelings about the rapid development of the capital. The capital city has accelerated the urbanization process nearby, and it is very likely that it will become a giant city, which will expand to a population of tens of millions in the future. Liu Sheng believes such a huge city will bring a series of problems, such as fire, plague, public security, floods and so on. In addition to smallpox, there are cholera, plague, flu, measles. Xiao Xiaoyu also counted a series of terrible diseases in this era. These serious infectious diseases are not uncommon at all, and may suddenly break out in various places at any time. but there are not many records of them in history books. What are you talking about? Princess Sophia couldn't understand the meaning of smallpox in Chinese. Liu Sheng didn't know the English vocabulary corresponding to smallpox, so Ella had to convey it on his behalf. When Princess Sophia learned that it was smallpox, she exclaimed, "This disease is terrible. It may be second only to the Black Death that swept across Europe 300 years ago. We in Western countries may have dozens of them every year. 10,000 people died directly or indirectly from smallpox, and no doctor has a countermeasure. Can you really have a way to treat smallpox? Accurately speaking, our vaccine is not used to treat smallpox, but to prevent smallpox infection. When it is really infected, it will be useless. If a person is vaccinated, they will not be infected with a certain disease for a long time. Some prevention can last a lifetime." Liu Sheng said, "If there is such a drug, I think someone will be willing to pay for it. If I vaccinate, will I not be infected with smallpox in the future?" Princess Sophia understood the benefits of the vaccine and wanted to get the vaccine. "This is not okay. There will be a few or even dozens of deaths per million people. You are a British princess. If you are killed by a vaccination, how should I explain to your brother?" Liu Sheng said about Princess Sophia. "I admire the bravery, but this is risky and can easily lead to diplomatic conflicts. There are only a few and dozens of deaths among a million people, so why won't it be my turn?" Princess Sophia said with curled lips. "It's hard to say. We try to keep the risk to the minimum, but we can't ignore any possible dangers." Liu Sheng said, "Mr. Chu, do you want to see a Russian scabies on my face, and then go to heaven in pain?" Princess Sophia said, "This is not the same thing. If the lethal rate of the tested vaccine is very low, maybe you sign the certificate of life and death. We dare to vaccinate you." Liu Sheng said, "If it is really useful, please be sure to ship it to us in Britain and other kingdoms in Europe. They all need this medicine. You can make money and the local people can be free from the suffering of diseases. I think this is for the well-being of both parties. All things are beneficial." Princess Sophia thought that there were tens of millions of people in Europe threatened by the smallpox virus, and she naturally saw the broad prospects of vaccine, not to mention its drug value. The commercial value alone is quite worthy of recognition. In a market of tens of millions of people, even if you earn 10 copper plates from everyone, there are hundreds of millions of copper plates. Of course, Liu Sheng thought about making overseas gold and silver, not only in Europe, but also in Ottoman, Mughal and other places. It is also difficult to escape the torture of smallpox. Together, it is a drug market for hundreds of millions of people. This is just a drug for vaccine. If antibiotics, antimalarials, tetanus immune globulin, and insulin are produced in the future, each drug will be a market for hundreds of thousands of bottles of silver each year. Diabetes, tetanus, appendicitis, dystocia, tuberculosis, etc. were all incurable diseases in ancient times. If these diseases can be controlled, it will not only promote the process of human civilization fighting bacteria and viruses, but also continuously benefit from them. As Sophia said, there is no contradiction between treating illness and making money. The key is to have a good balance. Our smallpox vaccine will definitely complete the research and development and clinical trials before the Western company leaves for Europe. At that time, Li Jin's fleet will take at least 10,000 copies of the vaccine to Britain. We will offer a fair market price and strive to increase it. The well-being of both parties. Liu Sheng thought to himself, he worked so hard to develop a vaccine, and the gross profit would not be too much, right? It is best to divide the vaccine into 3 or 6 or 9 grades. Although the effects are the same, the rich will choose more expensive vaccines, and they will be able to make more profits. Liu Sheng had already figured out a strategy to recover costs. By selling drugs to earn gold and silver in Western countries, it is used to provide free smallpox vaccination for the people in their territory, which is equivalent to transferring costs in a disguised form. However, Europe, which does not even have a human pox vaccination method, will surely pursue the vaccinia vaccine after learning about this miraculous drug. And there is no need to worry about making a profit. If it were not for the purpose of completely letting the smallpox virus from the Earth's civilized history, Liu Sheng would even limit the annual export volume of vaccinia vaccine to obtain huge profits. However, if only the rich are vaccinated and the poor are ignored, the smallpox virus will still spread among the poor and even produce resistant variants. This is why Liu Sheng's previous world will try his best to stop the spread of a certain deadly virus on a global scale. The balance between profit and conscience is always a test facing the drug market. Chapter 980, The Issue of Silver and Copper Dollars. 2 more. When Dao saw Xiao and Liu Sheng talking about the smallpox vaccine, he was more speculative, and couldn't help but report to Liu Sheng on the progress of his supervision of the first batch of silver dollars. Sir, the first batch at the mint, the silver dollar 100,000 yuan has been produced, and the copper dollar 1 million yuan is already in the warehouse. You can start to provide the people with the service of exchanging silver ingots, broken silver, and copper coins at any time. At the same time, the Bank of Kyushu is preparing to issue banknotes linked to the silver dollar for future banknotes. Prepare. 100,000 yuan of silver dollars is equivalent to consuming more than 2 tons of silver. It is still the silver till prepaid by the Kyushu Bank. Liu Sheng found the first batch of silver and copper dollars using deposits absorbed by the Kyushu Bank. This silver dollar and copper dollar will flow into the market to exchange various currencies such as silver ingots, broken silver, and copper coins in the hands of the people. The recovered silver ingots, broken silver, and copper coins will be melted and recast, producing exquisite silver and copper dollars to become more standardized currencies. There will be no such thing as broken silver in the future, because each specification of silver dollar and copper dollar clearly stipulates its price, and through different combinations, it is completely possible to deal with various amounts. As for huge payments, silver dollars may not be able to cope, but there are also banknotes and checks issued by Kyushu Bank. Large payments will be recorded by the bank to prevent tax evasion and economic crimes. So we need to put this batch of silver and copper dollars into circulation as soon as possible, and then use the collected silver and copper coins as raw materials to make the second batch of silver and copper dollars. With this cycle, we can replace all the silver and copper coins circulating in the private sector with silver dollar and copper dollar. Dao said, after the acceptance is correct, the exchange of silver and copper dollars will be opened to the public next month. The exchange ratio is strictly in accordance with the silver content and copper content. Do not give merchants any opportunities for arbitrage. Liu Sheng replaced silver and copper dollars with a wide variety of currencies. I don't think there is any suspense, but I am more worried about the exchange ratio. If the absolute value of the new currency is higher than that of the old currency, the government will face huge losses if all the silver and copper coins of the people are exchanged once. On the contrary, if the absolute value of the new currency is lower than the old currency, it is impossible for the people to exchange the old currency for the new currency. One more question: if people withdraw money at Kyushu Bank, should they be forced to issue silver and copper dollars? Dao asked. Forced to use. Liu Sheng couldn't say number. I hope that silver and copper dollars will be used in the future. Don't take a bite on the silver dollars to see if they are really silver. This is really unhygienic, Ella said. When Ella said that, Liu Sheng was also very helpless. Ordinary people seldom use silvertals. Some people use scales to measure the value of a piece of silver ingot or broken silver. Some people even take a bite to see if the silver is true. Such silver bars are often pitted, which makes Liu Sheng from the future unbearable for those who are a little clean. It must be explicitly forbidden to bite silver dollars. Use iron scissors to cut silver dollars into broken pieces of silver, and those who destroy silver or copper dollars are regarded as illegal. After being reminded, Liu Sheng realized that corresponding laws and requirements must be promulgated. Correct people's behavior. Whether it is biting a silver dollar or cutting it into pieces, the silver dollar will be depleted, and it is estimated that it will take several years to recycle it and recast it. The folks distinguish the authenticity of silver tools because they worry that someone will forge them with other metals. When we issue silver and copper dollars, we need to pay attention to whether anyone will forge silver or copper dollars, and impose severe penalties on those who act like this. Consolidate our silver dollar and copper dollar positions in the market. Dyer added, fight against counterfeit money. Why did Liu Sheng feel so similar that many modern social behaviors existed in ancient times, but the form has changed? Silver and copper dollars can be imitated in the first few months or even a few years, because silver and copper dollars are produced by machines instead of traditional pouring methods. The regular texture patterns make it difficult for people to imitate silver and copper dollars. Imagine that it is impossible for ordinary people to imitate it by hand in a short period of time. When it is discovered that there are counterfeit coins in circulation later, a special organization can be established to crack down on counterfeit coins. Liu Sheng said he found that just to mint new coins, many aspects must be considered, including the behavior of the people, the possibility of being counterfeited, and the arbitrage of merchants. Princess Sophia was stunned as she listened. Whether it was school system reform, vaccine production, or new coin minting, the topics involved were all about tens of millions of people and hundreds of millions of people. This is really a man and a few women. Is it a normal topic to talk about? Moreover, these people were only partially involved in some of Liu Sheng's projects. What were the high-level officials who really built this great Eastern Empire with Liu Sheng and discussed with him? When Princess Sophia thought about this, she was extremely terrified. It seemed that the issues discussed in the Eastern countries were completely different from those in the West. Although the religious reform and the Enlightenment began in Europe at this time, the Enlightenment was still in its infancy, and the light of reason had not completely dispelled the dark fog of the Middle Ages. The discussion was more about theology. What the East is discussing is how to provide people with various levels of education more efficiently, produce drugs to overcome terrible diseases, and create a more stable and orderly financial order. The things you study really involve all aspects, like inexhaustible finances, and my brother is busy intervening in Scotland, and is very short of money. If my brother and you are swapped, maybe there is no such trouble. Princess Sophia compared the situation of Liu Sheng and Charles I. She always felt that Liu Sheng was extremely rich and had a lot of manpower, material resources and financial resources to invest in one after another huge project. Charles I had to borrow £40,000 to build a new sailing battleship for the Royal Navy. After all, the national conditions are different. Liu Sheng said he has some understanding of the current situation of Charles I. The British royal family had a lot of debts long before Charles I came to the throne. In addition, Charles I went to war with Spain and Scotland to maintain the royal family's huge expenditure in military expenses, and the money was not enough every year. It was precisely because the parliament had the ability to raise funds that Charles I had to reconvene the parliament later, giving the parliament a chance to fight for power, and finally he was executed. Liu Sheng's country is huge, so he can concentrate his efforts on big things, and the use of steam engines improves production efficiency, so there is no huge expenditure as Princess Sophia imagined. For example, there are special coin minting machines for minting new coins, and the place that needs to be invested is to control the entire process of coinage and currency circulation, so it is more cumbersome, and the most populous Huaxia lacks human resources. Chapter 1981 Preparations before going to Britain. 3 shifts. You take this family letter back to Xiamen City, and take my mother over to the capital, and we will settle in the capital in the future. Li Jin handed a letter to an apprentice. I will bring the old lady here safely. After receiving Li Jin's order, the apprentice went to Tanjinwai Wharf. Unexpectedly, Li Jin, came to the capital to live here. After Li Jin helped Liu Sheng do things, he had the idea of settling in the capital. Xiamen City is too far from here. If Liu Sheng has anything to do with him, He will have to take a sailing boat from Xiamen City. Is Aunt Li coming over? Selina became Li Jin's wife. Her face was ruddy, and it was clear that she had a good time. Afraid of getting along with your mother-in-law? Li Jin asked. Of course not. Aunt Li taught me how to chop sticks, changed clothes and combed my hair. I was just afraid that she would not accept me. After all, I might not be the kind of daughter-in-law she wanted. Selina said in a tone some worry. As long as we give birth to a child quickly, my mother will not say anything. What she wants most is to hold a grandson. For this goal, we need to work harder. Li Jin said. I didn't know you were so bad before. Selina whispered. There are 3 kinds of unfilial piety, and the last is the greatest. The construction of the country is in need of someone to contribute. I am responding to the call of the military master to work hard to have children. Li Jin said. When Li Jin was chatting at the door, an employee of a Western company came over. Shopkeeper Li, the shipyard in Dalian has already accepted the company's order for large sailing ships. This is the design drawing of the armed merchant ship they gave. There are 2 models. One model has 6 artillery, and the other model has 10 guns, all of which are 12-pound front-loaded smoothbore guns. There are long guns and short guns, which have a certain degree of self-protection. In addition, according to the decision of 14 directors arranged by the government, the Western Company invested in the construction of a warship, lead the ship, and enjoyed the 10-year free escort right of the warship. The employee handed over the brief drawings sent by the shipyard to Li Jin. These are simple drawings of 2 types of armed merchant ships, and the drawings of the experimental steam ironclad ships will not be handed over to him. Armed merchant ships and warships. Li Jin looked at the 2 plans submitted by the shipyard. Basically, the size of the armed merchant ships is proportional to the cost. In order to load as much cargo as possible, it is impossible for an armed merchant ship to have as many decks as a battleship, with artillery installed on each deck. The employee conveyed the meaning of the shipyard. Since it is the government's intention to invest in the construction of military ships, let's do it. With a military vessel leading our armed merchant fleet, we will be more deterrent against pirates. Li Jin knows that the government has absolute control over Western companies. If the 14 directors dispatched by the government unanimously decide to do one thing, the other 10 directors will not be able to veto it. He didn't know that this warship built with funds from Western companies was not a sailing battleship in the traditional sense, but the most advanced steam-armored warship of this era, or a new warship coveted by the Admiralty. Most of the 1 million tals of silver raised by Western companies are used to hire employees and build ships. A considerable part of the funds used to make ships has gone into the experimental steam iron hull ships. The vast majority of people who have invested in Western companies do not know that the establishment of Western companies is to develop new warships for the Navy. At the same time, the growth of the Navy is also conducive to opening up sea lanes to the west to a certain extent. There is this steam warship leading a group of armed merchant ships out to sea, but the navies of many countries dare not come out to challenge. It's a pity that the warship we invested and built will not be launched before next year. I don't know what kind of warship it is. The shipyard actually proposed a 3-year construction date. Dalian's shipyard is the best and most mature shipyard in technology, especially shipbuilding. The first factory, the steamship Yongcheng and Dongfeng, are their masterpieces, and it will take 3 years to build a military warship. Li Jin regrets that this ship invested and built by a Western company cannot be used for next year's voyage of warships. With a 3-year manufacturing period for the #1 shipbuilding plant and steamship, Li Jin seems to have grasped the key points. The #1 shipbuilding factory became a famous steam iron hull ship manufacturer because of the construction of 2 steamships, Yongcheng and Dongfeng. The 14 directors sent by the government unanimously entrusted the #1 shipbuilding factory to build a warship. Could it be that this warship, or is it not a steamboat? Thinking of this, Li Jin felt that it was not impossible. Even the Vostok steamship with a displacement of 10,000 tons was built, so is it difficult to load cannons on the steamship? You are going to Britain next year. Can you take me back then? My father Sir Greenville didn't say goodbye to him when he left the capital. and he failed to attend our wedding. Begging. Of course there is no problem. I will lead the fleet to the City of London this time. In addition to selling goods, I also have to establish factories and warehouses in the local area as our permanent business station. We will come back then. Your family still has what other people? Legend asked. Except for my parents. There is only one daughter and no one else in our family. Selina replied. Only you? Legend couldn't say so. No wonder Sir Greenville has always been hostile to him. There is an only child in their family, and he is left in the east by him. It is not anxious. Hey, our family is a hereditary nobleman. In the future, I will be able to inherit my father's land. Many knights have even proposed to me for the land. Selina said triumphantly. It turns out that you are still a small landlord. Hurry up and tell me about the customs there, lest I go to Britain to do business and make jokes next year. Legend happened to have a Europa next to him, and he somewhat understood why Luo Sheng would support them. In addition to the royal family, there are all kinds of nobles. In addition to the aristocratic power, there are squires in every village. They have land, hire servants, and have great autonomy. They circle the land to raise sheep and pass. They provide wool to make huge profits. They have formed upstarts with some workshop owners and big merchants in the city, and even have a large number of their representatives in the parliament. However, they have irreconcilable conflicts with His Majesty the King, which often causes His Majesty to dissolve the parliament. Chapter 982, New coins put on the market for more. Here are 1 million yuan of silver dollars and 10 million yuan of copper dollars. The employees of the mint led the supervision office, the officials of the audit office, and Dao to the warehouse where the new coins were temporarily stored. 1 million yuan of silver dollars weighed more than 2 tons, and 10 million yuan of copper dollars was even more terrifying. Most of the wooden boxes were loaded with copper dollars, and there was a small amount of silver dollars. Let's start the inventory, and hope that there will be no omissions. The officials of the National Audit Office held a few registration forms and asked the employees of the mint to open the wooden boxes one by one. The first batch of silver and copper dollars was also considered to be quite large. The wooden box opened, and exquisite copper and silver coins appeared in front of everyone. Each box is marked with the specifications and quantity of silver and copper dollars. For example, this wooden box contains 100,000 copper dollars with the face value of 1 round. Every 200 pieces are 1 pillar, and there are 500 pillars. The employee pointed to one of the wooden boxes and said, I thought there would be a lot of copper dollars worth 10 million yuan. But I didn't expect that a wooden box would contain 100,000 yuan worth of copper dollars. An officer from the supervision office who arrived was a little surprised when he saw the 100,000 yuan in the wooden box. There is also this box with 10,000 10 silver dollars, which is only that small. The employee of the mint pointed to a wooden box and said, the 10 silver dollar, according to the new decimal unit, is only 25 in thickness. Millimeters, a column of 200 pieces is only half a meter high. Everyone thought that the counting of 1 million silver dollars and 10 million copper dollars would be quite a time-consuming task, but now it seems that the counting will be completed soon. These silver and copper dollars are not enough to meet the needs of so many people, and even the commercial trade in and around the capital may not be enough. They are only used as a stone to ask for directions to see if they can be welcomed by the people. Dao also knows this. Not enough. With the size of Huaxia, I am afraid that it will be 10 times the silver and copper dollars that we see now. Before putting this batch of silver and copper dollars on the market, the quantity needs to be reviewed by the supervision office and the audit office, and then transferred to the Bank of Kyushu. Then it is released through the Bank of Kyushu. Even if ordinary people don't take the initiative to exchange broken silver and old silver for new silver dollars, as long as they go to the Kyushu Bank to retrieve their deposits or deposits, the Kyushu Bank will issue them silver or copper dollars. Why don't you worry about Mr. Yu? Our silver and copper dollars are well made, and the silver or copper content of each silver or copper coin is within the tolerance range. which can definitely satisfy the people. The employees of the mint replied confidently, if it is beaten by hand or using the pouring method, the fineness of different silver coins may be very different, but if the coin is machined, the error is quite small. Daya saw that the production of the first batch of silver and copper dollars was over, and she only needed to recycle old coins to produce new coins, and her task of supervising the mint came to an end. From then on, she only served as an economic advisor in the newly established Monetary Policy and Fiscal Policy Committee. It seems to be a little leisurely. At the macro level, Daya doesn't need to worry about the specific details, but after being idle, he feels a little panic. The first batch of silver and copper dollars can be checked. Next, some of the silver and copper dollars are randomly checked and weighed to see if they meet the specifications. The National Audit Office, after counting the quantities, also randomly checked the weights of some of them. After checking the quantity and quality, the first batch of silver and copper dollars were escorted to the Kyushu Bank under the protection of soldiers. Soon people who withdrew money from Kyushu Bank received the new currency. These are the silver and copper dollars mentioned in the newspaper. Can they really be used? A resident got a few silver dollars with a Bewley pattern and dozens of copper dollars with a grain pattern, and some doubted people would recognize this new type currency. Don't worry, according to the newly passed currency law, those who do not accept the new currency will be dealt with in violation of the law. An employee of Kyushu Bank said, in other words, if I use this kind of silver and copper dollars to buy things, if the merchant is not willing to accept it, I can go to the government office to sue him? The resident asked. It's the truth. Before the issuance of the new currency, the Kyushu Daily, as a powerful tool of public opinion for the Kyushu army, has already created momentum for the new currency in advance. Most residents in Beijing already know that the new currency will be put into use this month, and the old currency will be recycled into new coins. The silver dollar and copper dollar will have the same weight and face value. When the first batch of residents got such silver and copper coins, they were a little bit new and uneasy. All businesses supported by the government did not dare not accept the new coins, so circulation was not a problem at all. Silver dollars with delicate patterns have become a new topic in the market, and some residents who have received the new coins have attracted the attention of others. Look, this is the dragon coin. In the past, the dragon was a symbol that can only be used by the emperor. Now it is also on the silver dollar. We can also use it. A middle-aged man held a 10-iron silver coin between his fingers and played with it. Come with envious eyes. I also have silver coins taken from the Bank of Kyushu here. Another big merchant wearing silk clothes walked in through the gate. He had a small pile of silver dollars in his hand, which was inadvertently stacked on the table. 1, 2, 3, 30. That's 300 yuan. The people around them counted the small pile of silver dollars taken out by the big merchants, and they were all 10 silver dollars with the largest denomination. This is equivalent to about 20 tons of silver. Those who can take out these silvers at once and play with it can be said to be rich people. Not only the people in the capital are a little bit strange because of the new currency. Even Spanish businessmen who came to the capital to trade have also learned about the government's introduction of silver and copper dollars. Look, this is a dragon coin minted by the government of the Eastern Heavenly Dynasty. Its ingenuity is still higher than our Spanish silver dollar. As for the fineness, it is not much different, all of which are 90% silver. A Spanish businessman managed to get a few silver dollars and handed it to other Spanish businessmen who came to watch. Sure enough, it is very delicate and the patterns are lifelike. I am afraid that there will be a lot of competition for our Spanish silver dollars in the future. A Spanish businessman saw that the silver dollar casting process issued by the government was more advanced and was full of worries. What is even more frightening is that they have established a Western company and are preparing to go to our West for direct trade. In the future, what should we transshipment merchants who risk our lives to find silk, porcelain, and tea in the East do. For the full-scale competition in trade and currency in the East, these Spanish businessmen who ventured to the East to pursue profits have to think about their role in this fierce competition that is about to begin. Chapter 983 Assessment Results announced 5 updates. The emergence of the new currency gave rise to a wave of currency exchange in the capital. Because the government mandated that the new currency must not be violated, the circulation of the new currency was inevitable. The exquisiteness of silver and copper dollars is acceptable to the residents of Beijing. It is also a face-saving thing to use new coins in front of people around them, at least until the second batch of silver and copper dollars are put on the market. The first batch of silver dollars was only 1 million yuan, and the copper dollars were only 10 million yuan, and the number was limited. When the silver and copper dollars were put on the market in November, another important event happened. That was the announcement of the results of the 4th Academy of Science entrance examinations. Each examination room will announce the list of students who are eligible to enter the academy. This is the last entrance examination of the Academy of Sciences before the implementation of the school system. After the Academy of Sciences is split into graduate schools, this examination will be renamed as the Entrance Examination for Higher Education Institutions. Liu Rushi got up early in the morning, combed her hair in front of the bronze mirror, put on the long dress that she felt best fit, and was ready to meet the result that could change her life. She can be said to be one of the most humble people in this era. No matter what kind of work she is engaged in, she will inevitably be rumored by others. Only when she enters a more open-minded Academy of Sciences can she have the opportunity to display her talents. Sister Liu, are you not ready yet? Chen Yuanyun came to Liu Rushi's back and curled up her long hair. I'm a little nervous. Liu Ru felt his body trembling uncontrollably. The result this time is very important to her, but she always feels that she has not performed well, for fear of losing her name. No matter what the outcome is, I will be in the same boat with my sister. We are always a family. Chen Yuanyun remembered Liu Ru helping her redeem, and said to her, Sister Liu, we should start. Xiao Xiu and others' voices came from the courtyard. I will come out now. When Liu Ru came out with Chen Yuanyun, he saw Xiao Xiu and others were already waiting for her. A few good elder sisters, if you do, you will never forget your kindness. Liu Ruai almost cried, leaning towards Xiao Xiu, Ella, Deiyue and others. What are you talking about? 2 years ago, you have to take care of me. Ella reprimanded slightly. If it fails this time, there is another chance. I really don't want to continue the exam. Just come to the military master's house as a housekeeper. I think it's better to be a steward in the military chief's mansion than to enter the Academy of Sciences. Deiyue pursed her lips jokingly. When Liu Ruai and the others arrived at the examination room, many candidates and their relatives and entourage had already gathered. All the people gathered in front of the list to watch. Im-hit. Someone screamed excitedly when they saw the publicized list. It's really a lucky guy who is on the list, and his future may be limitless. Many people are envious of these middle-exit candidates. Oops, there is no my name. How is it possible? But every day I hung my head to study new studies. How could I fail the ranking? It must be the judge's missteps. I want to apply for a review. Except for the few candidates who danced and danced, more candidates felt quite disappointed because they failed the exam. The resources of the Academy of Sciences are limited, and the number of people who participate in the selection is increasing every year, and there are also many people who are mixed up. After all, a small number of people can pass the selection. The people around him were happy or worried, accompanied by various emotions, which made Liu Rushi more nervous. This time, there are 1,000 places for the Academy of Sciences in the Beijing examination room, and there are 2 examination rooms in total. It is said that this examination room has the least number of candidates, with 27 people, and Ling Lung's score is only slightly lower than the 27th place, which is a pity. Liu Ru, I heard someone say this in her ear. Can only 27 people in this examination room enter the Academy of Sciences? Liu Ru is a little worried, for fear that he is not among the 27. On the walls of the examination room, public notices in black and red paper are posted, with names, scores, and corresponding examination numbers on them to show justice. No, Liu Ru looked directly from behind, becoming more nervous before seeing his name. The 8th, Sister Liu. Look! Chen Yuan saw Liu Rushi's name with the tip of her eyes. Liu Rushi directly saw the 8th name, and what he found was indeed the 3 characters Liu Rushi actually passed the assessment. Liu Ru was cheered up. At this time, the 5 flavors in his heart were mixed, like a stone falling on his chest, and it seemed that he had fulfilled a long-cherished wish. This is just the beginning. Liu Ru told himself that entering the Academy of Sciences was the beginning. I never thought that women can also participate in such selections, and they will not be surprised at all. And only in Wu Zixin's era. Xiao Xiaoyu stood aside and said, as a Han Chinese woman, Xiao Xiaoyu knew that in the past, women were not allowed to intervene in the selection of imperial examinations, and it was a delusion for women to pretend to be men. Yu Xuanji in the Tang Dynasty has a cloud, hating Liu Yi for covering up his poems, and raising his head to envy the rankings. But now is different from the past. Liu Ru said with emotion. This is the liberation of productive forces that military leaders often say. If women also participate in labor and production, it is equivalent to doubling the labor force. Dieu didn't feel much. She was originally a little princess of the Mongolian tribe and didn't care about this kind of assessment. And she was still arranged before the Academy of Sciences had an entrance assessment system, and she didn't think there was anything. It seems that among the 27 people, only your sister is a woman. Chen Yuan carefully looked at the candidates shortlisted in the examination room again and came to a conclusion. After all, there are not many women who can read, let alone those who have spare time to learn new things in the past 2 years. It will take at least 5 years and 10 years before the proportion of women will increase. Xiao Xiaoyu said. She also obtained Liu Sheng's promise before the entrance examination system, and had never experienced this kind of cruel selection. Yuan will also take the exam when she grows up, and she will definitely be among the best, at least in this position. Chen Yuan pointed to the top 3 positions and said stiffly, "Where is the little girl film? The idea is strange and interesting, but unfortunately the number of men who sign up every year is high. It is not bad if there is a woman in the examination room, and I want to be among the best." The people around heard Chen Yuan's words. Could not help shaking his head. HMPH. I will definitely be in the top 3. Chen Yuan saw the contempt of the people around him, and made his own declaration unconvinced. Okay Yuan, let's go back. My sister will teach you well in the future, and your achievements will definitely be higher than your sister. Liu Ru took Chen Yuan's hand and left. After confirming that she passed the assessment, she breathed a sigh of relief, and she also had a new pursuit in life. Slightly. Chen Yuan stuck out his tongue at the person who mocked her just now. Chapter 984. Want to learn mathematics one more? After passing the entrance examination of the Academy of Sciences, you have to choose a different department. I don't know what direction Sister Liu needs to study. Do you want to come to our Department of Medicine? Although the study time is longer than other departments, it is too long now. The salaries of doctors in hospitals are very high. The government pays more attention to hygiene and disease control, and there is a shortage of female doctors. Many patients are female patients, and it is not appropriate for male doctors to take care of them. Some pediatricians are also suitable for women. It's a pity that there are very few women in the Academy of Sciences, and men are unwilling to take care of children. After Xiao Xiaoyu knew that Liu Ru had passed the entrance examination of the Academy of Sciences, she encouraged her to choose the Department of Medicine. Doctors were not considered a respectable profession in ancient times, and their status was under the ranks of scholars, farmers, industry, and commerce. Sometimes they were also related to witchcraft and poison. Although Liu Sheng strongly advocated medicine and increased the income of doctors, few people are willing to study medicine at present. resulting in an extreme shortage of doctors and nurses. After passing the assessment, do I still need to choose a direction? I thought it was the government that arranged every candidate. Liu Ruai said. After all, this is something that affects a person's life. Naturally, I try to take care of everyone's thoughts. After knowing the result, I have half a month to consider. A person can apply for up to 5 volunteers and arrange them according to the ranking of scores. It is said that this method is still invented by the military master. No ordinary people would think of doing this. Xiao Xiu said. Military master is really a strange person. It feels incredible to be able to come up with this method. Liu Rushi was also surprised. Why did they think that Liu Sheng just copied the evaluation method of later generations? Although this method has many flaws, the principle of the highest score can select a group of people who are willing to accept new learning as soon as possible, and then treat them like a factory. Groups of professionals are transferred to new positions to allow the old scholars to accept new knowledge such as mathematics, science, law, which is far from the 4 books and 5 classics. As long as they are constantly comparing scores and giving enough incentives, they will flock to them, even if they still can't understand. What is the practical effect of learning these contents? But for official career, money, and reputation, they will compete with each other. The number of departments in the Academy of Sciences has been increasing over the years. There were only a dozen departments in southern Lining, but now it has increased to hundreds. Many departments have thousands of people, and few departments even have only a few people. The Academy of Sciences charges very little tuition, and there are subsidies for poor and outstanding students. This large number of people has brought a huge burden to the finances. Fortunately, there are many factories under the Academy of Sciences. These factories have begun to make profits and can subsidize these education's expenses. Dao entered the Academy of Sciences as early as in southern Lining and learned about the changes over the years. Then what direction should I choose? Liu Ru is not clear about many departments of the Academy of Sciences. Fortunately, I kept my eyes on it. Just now, in the examination room, an administrative official was handing out application forms and faculty catalogues to candidates who made the list. You just came back. Dao handed the 2 forms to Liu Rushi. The first form is the faculty catalogue table, which records in detail all the faculties in the Academy of Sciences. And the second form is the application form. You can choose up to 5 of them. Liu Ruai glanced briefly at the faculty catalogue table. It is actually divided into 3 places: the headquarters of the Beijing Academy of Sciences, the Nanjing Academy of Sciences, and the Liaonan Academy of Sciences. Yes, before the implementation of the school system, the Academy of Sciences had 3 locations: the headquarters, the Nanjing branch, and the Liaonan branch. In the future, the 2 branches will be independent and become 2 comprehensive universities. Dao said. Of course Liu Rushi wanted to stay in the capital. He saw the various faculties on the list of faculties, but he didn't know where to study. Xiao Xiu is from the Department of Medicine, and Dao is from the Department of Economics. What is she really interested in? If women want to pursue official careers, the departments in the Ministry of Humanities will be more appropriate. Many people trained by the Ministry of Natural Sciences go to factories and construction sites. Some of them study applied sciences, but natural sciences are difficult. Different disciplines. It is difficult for ordinary people to understand the content. The content of the assessment you participate in is only a very simple part, and the difficult part has not been involved. Dao said when Liu Rushi was thinking about it. Liu Ru scanned the list and found one of the interesting departments. How about this mathematics department? Department of Mathematics. Dao and Xiao Xiu looked at each other. They had both been in the Academy of Sciences and knew that the contents of this academy were not something ordinary people could delve into. Are you sure you want to choose such a difficult direction? Both Xiao Xiu and Dao felt unimaginable, and Liu Rui's choice was beyond almost everyone's expectations. If other knowledge involves arithmetic, it is usually relatively simple knowledge of arithmetic. If you specialize in this difficult knowledge, You may delay all your youth, or even gain any. Ayla reminded as a partner. Xiao Xiu had a special job in the Department of Medicine, and Dia also embarked on an official career. But if Liu Ru chooses the basic science of mathematics, it will be hard to say what he will do in the future. Liu Rushi is also a bit entangled. She currently has no income of her own and has to raise Chen Yuan. She has to consider practical issues. In the past, our people paid attention to practicality, but did not summarize the natural principles behind them. I want to study the most basic problems. 9 chapters of arithmetic has recorded the use of arithmetic in practical problems. I think if basic science can furthermore, it will be of great benefit to solving practical problems, right? Liu Ruyi said. It's okay if you think like this. Different people have different pursuits. How can we force you? Ella and others still respect Liu Ruyi's choice. Let me think about it again. Liu Rushi was also afraid that he had made the wrong choice because of a whim. There is still half a month, so don't worry at all. Even if you are in the Department of Mathematics, you can stay in the Academy of Sciences to do research. Many geniuses, Ella said. The geniuses in the mathematics department mentioned by Ella include the top figures in mathematics such as Newton, Taylor, Maclaurin, Mung, Gauss, Bernoulli, etc., who were summoned by Liu Sheng. Their research fields include number theory, partial differential, and non-geometry, etc., is likely to be the most difficult learning in the world so far. If Liu Ru chooses to enter the Department of Mathematics, then her tutors will be masters who have stood at the pinnacle of the mathematics world in the 18th and 19th centuries, and the research results of any one of them can be breathtaking. Chapter 985, The Popularity of the Idea of Survival of the Fittest. 2 more. At the Tianjin dock, the Vostok steam cabling vessel, which has been silent for several months, is ready to go, and workers are moving supplies up and down. The Vostok cable-laying vessel has undertaken a new cable-laying task and is preparing the materials needed by the crew for sailing. This time, the cable deployment task is smaller than the submarine cable that arrived at Yokohama port last time. We only need to pull the submarine cable to Seoul, which is the royal city of Goryeo Kingdom. If the submarine cable from Beijing to Seoul is successfully laid, then there are 3 main submarine cables in the Bohai Sea, the submarine cables to Liaoning, Edo and Seoul. The Commander-in-Chief of the Navy Nelson received the mission from the military. Unlike the submarine cable that was connected to Dongying country last time, the purpose this time was to bring Korea into China's telegraph network system. After Goryeo King Li Hing took office, he implemented a foreign policy closer to China. He continued to use China as the suzerain country. At the same time, he sent more overseas students to learn the knowledge here and make changes in accordance with the system. The idea of setting up a telegraph station was brought up by Li Jin on the initiative. He believed that since Gao Ligo wanted to learn from China in an all-round way, he should also set up a telegraph station. So the submarine cable project between Beijing and Seoul has been implemented. This project is not only China's unilateral funding, but also Korea's participation in the investment. It is envisaged that after the telegraph station in Seoul is put into use, if the Kyushu Army's factories and technicians are left unused, it can help Korea build its own telegraph network to cope with the rebellions that have occurred since the king's son Li Yong came to power. How long is the estimated time for cabling? Tianjin General Guards followed Nelson and asked with a little interest. As the general soldier of Tianjin Guard, he has seen various things in this place, such as receiving the Dongying mission, the Korean mission, and the British mission, witnessing the construction of the submarine cable, and so on. He believes that if he writes a memoir, he might still sell well. The estimated time taken this time is about half of the last time I went to the Dongying country's submarine cable project. I am a naval commander, and now I have become a cabling engineer. Nelson laughed at himself. He was in an era where Europe was in an era of Anglo-French hegemony, and he was inseparable from naval battles throughout his life, and even he was killed in naval battles. But at this time, The east was under the control of the three fleets of the Kyushu army, and the Korean Navy and Dongying Navy were not enough to watch. Even the Beiyang fleet led by Zheng Zilong could crush the navy of the two countries to death. The mission of the Zili fleet led by Nelson had no other combat objectives except to protect the capital and prevent any possible rebellion in the Beiyang fleet and the Nanyang fleet. In order to make full use of resources, Nelson also served as the head of the temporary cabling project. You are still sailing in the sea on the Victory and Vostok, and I can only catch thieves in places. Now the world is peaceful, and I heard that except for some small rebellions in Southeast Asia, the people are all in peace. As long as you can eat enough, who would want to make trouble? Tanjin General Guard also said with emotion. He is the sheriff of Tanjin, and he can only catch some petty thefts. Even the number of murderers has become rare. For some idlers, what would your sheriff generally do? Nelson was also curious about the work of the Tanjin General Guard. For the bankrupt refugees, men will rush to the mines and factories to work, and women will rush to the textile factory. Everyone must support themselves and use their own labor to obtain food and salary. You have heard of the survival of the fittest theory? The newspapers have already promoted this theory. I personally think it makes sense. Tanjin is undergoing drastic changes. Everyone can only try to adapt to this drastic change. No one can get something for nothing. Tanjin Bing said. Survival of the fittest. Nelson knew that this was an idea put forward by Darwin and Yan Fu of the Academy of Sciences. One of the reasons for propagating this idea is to reduce the pain of transformation that the Industrial Revolution brought to the greatest feudal dynasty ever, regardless of the prosperity of the place under Luo Sheng's rule. In fact, any social change will bring discomfort and some lost classes. This is inevitable. For example, by forcibly nationalizing all land, the landlord class almost directly declared bankruptcy, which has caused many rebellions in the past few years. Even if some big landlords get partial compensation, they try to maintain the previous standard of living, but the compensation they get is squandered all at once, and they cannot escape the fate of bankruptcy. In addition, the imperial examination system was changed to a school system. Not all the old scholars could accept the new learning of mathematics, science, and law. They adhered to the rules and could not survive under the new system of the Kyushu army, and their situation was even worse. There are also skilled workers who went bankrupt due to the use of machines. Some banned occupations, and even traditional occupations such as matchmaking have suffered considerable impact. Social changes have reduced some people to refugees and poor people. If they are not properly resettled, it is likely to cause social unrest. At the same time, a theory is needed to explain this phenomenon to reduce the panic among the people. So the concept of survival of the fittest began to spread, encouraging people to adapt to the changes in this society as much as possible. When Nelson was chatting with the Tanjin General Guard before setting off, a large sailing boat from Xiamen Bay docked. Urguzi, tell me honestly, why did my son let me sell the house in Xiamen City, and then come to the capital with you? That was his father who used to risk being intercepted by pirates at sea to make money to buy it. His house, a woman in her 40s babbled. Old lady, the young master has said that he will develop in the capital in the future, so naturally it is better to live in the capital. Li Jin's apprentice sent to pick up his old mother explained. When he came to the capital to meet the military master, he decided to stay in the capital to develop. His contacts are all in the Xiamen Bay area, and he doesn't know any big people in the capital. Aunt Li obviously abandoned his son. The foundation, the idea of planning to work hard in the capital, is not very agreeable. Old lady, please be relieved, the young boss has his own plan, and he thinks well, said the apprentice. I always feel that he has something to hide from me, and he bluffs in the family letter to me. Alas, my son is thinking about growing his father's fortune all the time, but he has been reluctant to find a good friend. When will I be my mother able to hold the grandson? Aunt Li was angry when she mentioned this. It's not just looking for a friend, but just getting married. The apprentice murmured in his heart. It is estimated that Li Jin would be afraid of his old lady being angry, so he would not dare to mention the marriage with Li Auntie directly in the family book. The 986th chapter. Li Auntie arrives 3 shifts, but I'm scared. The train is so sudden, the movement is so loud. Aunt Li took the train from Tanjinwai to the capital, but still couldn't recover. The rumbling of the train shocked her, a traditional woman who had never been on a train before, and she was too slow to get over her. The small group of people was shocked when they first took the train. It's just that they have become accustomed to everything they have experienced. This train is not very different from a carriage. The apprentice who took Li Auntie pointed to Li Jind, the house he currently lives in. This is the new house that Sheldong's family bought in Beijing. Originally, Sheldong's family only rented here for a temporary period of time, but later decided to buy it directly as his own residence after developing in the capital. This courtyard doesn't look very good. It's far from our old house in Xiamen. Aunt Li is used to the southern architectural style and feels uncomfortable with the north. Young boss, in bringing the old lady back. The apprentice led Aunt Li into the door. It was exactly this time that Selina was about to go out and ran into Aunt Li head. It's you? Aunt Li spent a few days with Selina in Xiamen City, and once suspected that her son was interesting to her. At this time, I saw Selina again in my son's house, just not wanting to suspect that it would be difficult for the two to have a relationship. When Selina saw Aunt Li again, remembering what Li Jind had said to her, she seemed to have to change her words now. Aunt Li, mother, we meet again. My dear, why would you say what we are here? Aunt Li was surprised when she heard Selina speak Chinese. But she noticed a more detailed thing, and Selina was a little strange to call her. What are you talking about, mother? When Li Jin came back from the outside, he found that his mother had arrived from Xiamen and sat opposite Selina. The atmosphere was quite embarrassing. Mother, you can be regarded as coming to the capital city, and my son is looking forward to your coming here day and night. Has the old house in Xiamen City been sold? No one lives there, but it remains vacant and wasted. Li Jind knows the matter. Not good, said with a smiley face. Do you still remember me as a mother? Even big things like marriage are hidden from me, and you don't need to ask for my consent. It seems that your wings have grown hard, and you have completely forgotten the old lady. Li Dianyang He Dongxi roar. Isn't it because, mother, you are far away in Xiamen City? Where can my son be notified? Li Jind tried to conceal his mistake. Originally, Li Jind thought he had done something to Selina when he was drunk. But it was not until later that Li Jind found out that he had done nothing wrong before. If I let Aunt Li know about this embarrassment, I guess she will often talk about it in the future. As the saying goes, parents are not traveling far, not to mention getting married. I think you have a daughter-in-law and forget your mother, Aunt Li said coldly. Oops. This time things are trickier. Li Jind thought that sooner or later there would be this hurdle to pass, and winked at Selina. Selina had discussed with Li Jind before and understood the meaning of his wink, so she got up and took the teapot. Mother, I'll pour you tea. You don't have to be so polite to me, you are a Western noble lady. How dare you to bother you to pour me tea for an ordinary woman? Seeing you learn from our side, it's pretty fast. I remember when you came to our house before, even I still don't know how to use chopsticks, and I'm still a smart person. Because Li Jind lied to herself about this matter, Li Auntie thought that Selina was also involved and didn't give them a good look. Mother, for the sake of Selina's filial piety, you can accept the tea this daughter-in-law gave to her mother-in-law. Li Jind said from the side. You didn't get my consent to get married. You all said that your parents ordered the matchmaker. I still don't recognize this marriage, Aunt Li said proudly. It seems that, mother, you want your son to die alone. Pity your son has only found a suitable wife for more than 20 years. Mother, you still want to beat the mandarin ducks. My son is really hard. Ah, Li Jin pretended to wipe his tears. However, Aunt Li was still unmoved. If you don't tell your parents, it would be better to find a daughter-in-law. Li Jin used his light to peek at his mother's side and found that she was not fooled, so he had to say, oh, it seems that my experience of being a son is not good. But for the sake of grandson, mother, you will always forgive me, right? It doesn't work for Anon's sake, you mean grandson? Aunt Lee wanted to continue to show Li Jin and the others, but she became calm when she heard her grandson, and the air she put up finally disappeared in an instant. Of course it's your grandson, but it's hard to say whether the grandson or the granddaughter is temporarily. Li Jin shrugged. Okay, it doesn't matter if it's a grandson or a granddaughter, as long as it's a grandson. Aunt Lee suddenly opened her eyes and smiled, and it was pleasing to see Selina a lot. My dear, since you are pregnant, what kind of tea are you going to pour me? Get a good rest and I will pour tea for you. Aunt Lee snatched the teapot from Selina and pressed her on the seat, instead of pouring tea for her. No, as a daughter-in-law, I should honor my mother-in-law. Isn't this Eastern etiquette? And it's similar in our West. Selina was flattered. I am angry that the two of you are not against you, but that you hurried to get married without telling me. If I had known it, I would go back to the countryside of Fuzhou and set up a banquet for more than 10 or 20 tables to let the village elders know about our Li family. There is a future, Aunt Lee said. That's why I don't want to tell you that if I have to go back to the countryside of Fuzhou, it is tedious to go back and forth, and it is extremely delayed. How can I be busy with my affairs? What's more, those relatives in the countryside want to go after my father's death. Come to divide our possessions. I don't want to see them again, turning the original festive day into a quarrel. Li Jin whispered. Only you are the most thoughtful. Don't hurry up and prepare the food. The old lady hasn't eaten anything since she came to Beijing from Tianjin, and my good wife should also eat. Do you want to starve us too? Li the aunt said to Li Jin with her arms akimbo domineering. I can't live this day. Li Jin discovered that after Aunt Li came to the capital, he turned out to be the lowest-ranking person in the family. Sure enough, it was his biological son. Li Jin reluctantly went to prepare meals, and at the same time he had a new sense of responsibility. He is now a man with wives and children, and he must do a good job of leading Western companies to Europe next year. Chapter 987, Return to the City of London for more. Since Aunt Lee came to Li Jin's house in the capital, Li Jin has suddenly become the lowest-ranking person in the family, and this Aunt Lee, who should have been a strict mother-in-law, has shown her favor to Selina, not only because Selina had the Lee family, and Selina is also trying to please Aunt Lee, the mother-in-law, after she has learned some Chinese. You said that my father-in-law is in a city called London City. How far is it from our capital? Aunt Lee asked about Selina's side. Britain is tens of thousands of miles away from here, and it takes several months to take a sailboat, Selina explained. It takes months to take a sailing boat to return to my mother's house. That's not easy. I will stay at our house in the future. If someone bullies you, just tell me. Auntie, I have no other advantages. The only advantage is special. Protect your shortcomings, Aunt Lee said at the dinner table. Msangong, he will lead the fleet to London next year. I originally planned to go with him and see my parents by the way. But now I am pregnant. I don't know if I can give birth to the baby before he sends it out. Even if I give birth to a baby, I can't just leave it alone, Selina said. Between returning to London and staying to take care of the child who was about to be born, she chose to stay. Lead the fleet to the west. Aunt Lee looked at Li Jin and asked, what else can you hide from the old lady? This matter is really not that the child has concealed it, nor is it that the child once again had the idea of going to the west, but the arrangement of the military master. Li Jin explained in detail to his mother about the ins and outs of Western companies and his investment of 30,000 taels of silver, which made Aunt Lee relieved. It turns out that you want to help the military master do things, which is naturally a good thing. But you have just married soon, and you will leave your wife and children to go to the west next year. It would be too bitter for the noble lady, Aunt Lee said. During the flood control day you still went through the house for 3 times and didn't enter. I just went to the west for 2 or 3 years and then came back. It's not like staying there forever, Li Jin said. 2 or 3 years are not too long. How can you compare to Dayu? Aunt Lee rolled her eyes. I thought of your going to sea, And I remembered your dead father. He was killed in the sea at the time. I'm really scared. In case you also show up for a good or bad bar. No case. Just pretend that I haven't said it. Mother, you think too much. The sea route to the west has been quite mature after 200 years of exploration. We are still a huge fleet this time. We are not afraid of pirates and savages on deserted islands, and there will be no accidents at all. Li Jin said indifferently. He has successfully traveled between China and the west. In addition, the Kyushu army will send warships to escort the merchant ships of Western companies and anchor in British ports. Basically, there is no need to worry about being attacked by pirates and becoming their captives. Never underestimate the sea. The sea is a very dangerous place. If you are not going to do things for the military master, I don't want to be a sea merchant. There are more than a dozen stores under 30,000 tals of silver, enough for our family. People have no worries about food and clothing all their lives. Our family is originally poor, and there is no such thing as rich people. The money earned in these years is enough to spend, so why take the risk to make more money? Aunt Lee said. How can a man be satisfied with the stability in front of him? If a person does not make a career in his life, wouldn't he be useless in his life? Li Jin disagrees with his mother's expectations, and hopes to make a real career. There is no way to make money in this world. Aunt Lee opposed Li Jin, the only male in the family, to take risks. When Selina saw Li Jin arguing with her mother, she put the dishes in Aunt Lee's bowls. Mother, you eat the dishes. You are also a hard-failed baby. It didn't take long for you to marry on our side. My stupid son wants to do business with you. If there is a long and two shortcomings, you will be the next me. Aunt Lee shook his head. I agree with the idea of comrades. I think a person should have his own pursuit. Selina said, I want to complete my studies at the Academy of Sciences during this period of time. There is a lot of knowledge I want to know. I really can't say that you young people, maybe I'm really old. Mother, do whatever you like. Aunt Lee knows that her son is a little stubborn, so it's hard to continue to oppose it. I heard that my father-in-law came to our east with you and returned to London not long ago. I don't know if he has returned safely now, Aunt Lee said. Calculate the time carefully. It should be up. Selina calculated the date of Sir Greenville's departure. At this time, she should have returned to Britain. On the Thames River in the city of London, Britain, the sail battleship Crown Prince brought 3 armed merchant ships to the east and returned smoothly. During the period they also encountered pirates, but the pirates were stunned by the Crown Prince sailing battleship, and did not want to spend a huge price to attack this fleet. The news of Sir Greenville's successful return from the east farther away than East India caused a huge sensation in British City. This is not the first time Britain has contacted China, but it is definitely the most important milestone. The Earl of Stratford, Charles's confidant, brought a group of Privy Council officials loyal to the royal family to the London City Pier to greet them in person. Sir Greenville, welcome back to our city of London, Earl Stratford said to the disembarking Sir Greenville with his cane. It's like a dream to go to the east. It's great to be able to return to the voyage smoothly. Sir Greenville said, what is the strength of Huaxia in the farthest east? Are they qualified to cooperate with us in Britain? The Earl of Stratford is more concerned about the cooperation between the two sides. Their power is unfathomable. They possess many eastern mysterious powers that we don't know. They are far stronger than those depicted by missionaries from various countries. It is not whether they have the qualifications to cooperate with us, but that they have to think about it. There is no need to cooperate with us. After all, they are too powerful, and many things can be done by themselves. Oh, is the farthest Huaxia so powerful? Earl Stratford was a little surprised at Sir Greenville's evaluation of China. Very powerful. I will describe to you what I saw in the local area later. And the local chefs there are good at cooking all kinds of dishes that we have never seen before. They are very delicious, and they are better at cooking than the proud French. The seasonings are also excellent. Sir Greenville has not been in China for a long time, but he was impressed by the new things he came into contact with. Chapter 988 Beware of Parliament. 5 more. In August of the 6th year of the Apocalypse 1626, the Emperor's star fell in the sky over the vast Liaodong land. At the same time, a traveler from another time and space will rewrite the history of the Ming Dynasty. Liaodong Paidao, the base camp of Mao Wenlong, Dongjiang Town Commander General. A young officer in military uniform of the Ming Dynasty looked at the blue sea and the vast Liaodong plain on the opposite side. Liaodong has been occupied by Hujin, and Phi Island and other islands are the only territory behind Hujin during the Ming Dynasty. Chu Qian, Master General, wants to summon the generals on the island, saying that it is the spies from Hujin who have sent good news. A soldier trotted over and reported to the young officer, with panic sweat on his face. Understood, I will go now. The young officer turned around. Luo Sheng, a history student from 400 years later, inexplicably traveled to the last years of the Ming Dynasty and entered a Ming Dynasty's thousands ensemble called Luo Sheng. And the most amazing thing is that he has an industrial revolution system in his body. Luo Sheng can clearly see the science and technology tree icon of the industrial revolution system, which is roughly divided into 3 backbones: basic science, industrial technology, and humanities. Basic science is divided into science and technology such as mathematics, physics, chemistry, biology, medicine. Industrial technology is divided into energy and power, military industry, metallurgical technology, transportation, construction and other science and technology, and humanities are divided into science such as economics, psychology, and management. It takes civilization points to light up the tech tree. Achievement points come from the comprehensive strength of population, military, culture, economy, etc. under autonomy. At present, Luo Sheng has 53 civilization points, 50 of which are the initial civilization points, and 3 points come from the more than 300 Dongjiang Town soldiers he brought with him. As for what will happen after lighting the science and technology tree, Luo Sheng still doesn't know, because he is still hesitating to use this poor 53-point civilization to light up which science and technology tree is the most cost-effective. Master Qian, what do you think will be the good news from Hujin spy? Xiaobing followed Luo Sheng. Probably the thief leader of Hujin Nahaki has passed away. Luo Sheng from the Department of History clearly remembers that the 6th year of the Apocalypse was a special year. This year he opposed the Ming Dynasty and the leader of Hujin, Nahaki, died of illness. It is said to have suffered trauma caused by the artillery of the Ming army under the city of Niniuan. Ah, sir, what you said is not true. If the Hujin thief dies first, can't we recover Liaodong? Xiaobing's eyes flashed. How easy is it? Nahaki is gone, but the more ruthless people are here. Luo Sheng sighed. The more ruthless person he was talking about was Huangji, who founded the Qing dynasty. The main barracks of Dongjiang Town is the resident of Mao Wenlong, the general soldier of Dongjiang Town. This time, the news from the Hujin spy may be too big. There are more than 1,000 generals on Phi Island, and there are dozens of them. In addition to General Soldier Mao Wenlong, there were also Deputy General Soldier Mao Chengzuo, Deputy General Chen Jixing, Deputy General Xafu Zuo, and Guerrilla Liu Guangzuo. Although Luo Sheng is a commander of more than 300 people, he is still a bit inferior to these military leaders. Hujin's spies sent a great news today. You might as well guess what the good news is. Mao Wenlong, who was about 50 years old, sat on the main seat. The tired-old military veteran on the battlefield has white frost on his temples, but his eyes are still as sharp as a knife. It must be the imperial court who knows that Grandpa Qian has killed countless enemies and wants to be promoted to Grandpa Qian, said a school official in his early 20s. Luo Sheng gave a slight gesture, knowing that this was the school official Kong Yaod, one of Mao Wenlong's grandsons. No, Mao Wenlong listened with joy, but shook his head. That's a great victory from Guaning? There was another speculation. Only a few months ago, there was a great victory for Nina Yuan, but now that both Daming and Hujin are temporarily rested, There is not yet another great victory. Mao Wenlong denied this a group of warriors in Dongjiang town. Look at me and I look at you, without a clue for a while, master soldier. A little courageous guess. Could it be that there was some turmoil in Hujin? For example, Nahaki suddenly died of illness, Liu Sheng said cautiously. Huh? How do you know? Mao Wenlong asked in surprise. Liu Sheng was the first group of subordinates he brought out from the pass, so he became the head of 1,000 at a young age. But Liu Sheng used to be more than brave and lacking in strategy. Today, he has this judgment. I don't know if it was a blind cat who met his death. Rats still have real talents. Subordinates are also guessing casually, of course. Liu Sheng could not say that he not only knew the life and death of Nahaki, but also the life and death of Mao Wenlong. The post-gold bandit leader Nahaki died of illness. The Dongjiang generals were surprised at first, and then rejoiced, as if a boulder was laying down on their chest. Nahaki shocked Liu Dong. He was a confidant of the hundreds of defenders of Ming Dynasty. Now he died easily? Yes, Nahaki is dead. The soldier guessed that the 8 great Balers of the Hujin and Huang Taikai of the 4 Balers will become the lord of the Hujin. Mao Wenlong continued. Liu Sheng's pupils shrank slightly. It seems that Mao Wenlong is not a mediocre person who can sit on the Dongjiang River. His vision is very vicious, so it is easy to judge that Huang Tji will inherit the sweat. Jishi Huang Tji will inevitably fight a battle of power, either attacking Niniyuan defense line, or attacking Jiaoli, or attacking our Dongjiang town. We must prevent it. Mao Wenlong continued. At this point, the generals in Dongjiang town knew the purpose of Mao Wenlong's summoning. Mao Wenlong is to make strategic deployment. The general army intends to station on Tishan to replenish food and grass. Another army is stationed on Gwenglu Island to contain Hujin. One army stationed on Phi Island and staying at the base camp, stationed on Yunkang Island all the way as a back road. Gwenglu Island is the closest and remote, and it is shouldering the heavy responsibility of restraining Hujin. Can someone recommend themselves? Mao Wenlong looked around. The generals of Dongjiang were silent. Gwenglu Island is far away from Phi Island and Iron Mountain. It is impossible to divide too many troops. It is indeed a bit dangerous. Grandpa God, Kong Yaod, are willing to lead 1,000 troops to guard Gwenglu Island and contain the Hujin. Kong Yaod took the lead in requesting orders. Subordinates are also willing to go to Gwenglu Island. After Kong Yaod's petition, Liu Sheng also petitioned Mao Wenlong. Well, this general soldier will send you more troops. Kong Yaod will add 500 troops, and the Chuan ministry will add 200 troops. A total of 2,000 people are stationed on Gwenglu Island. Mao Wenlong said. For a while, everyone cast a fiery jealous look. In Dongjiang town, the number of soldiers in hand determines the weight of the speech. Kong Yaod and Liu Shengping have a lot more troops. How can they not be jealous? Liu Sheng had his own plan. Kong Yaod's bravery is bravery, but in terms of tactics, he is far worse than Mao Wenlong and others. Therefore, if he and Kong Yaod were stationed on Gwenglu Island, Liu Sheng would be able to engage in small actions in private, especially to secretly use the Industrial Revolution system. In this era, Daming will be the first dynasty to start a vigorous Industrial Revolution, and the origin of the Industrial Revolution is in the small land of Liudong. Chapter 989. Conditions for Charles I. This is a letter handwritten by the ruler of the East. The handwriting is a bit scribble, and the language is very strange. After Charles I read Liu Sheng's letter, he felt that the language in the letter was very different from the language of his time. Despite this, Charles I understood what Liu Sheng wanted to express. One of the most tempting is that in addition to paying tariffs on goods entering and leaving Britain, companies formed by Western companies and other Chinese businessmen will also pay an additional protection fee to the British royal family. This additional protection fee is not recorded in the register, and will be collected by the Kyushu army on its behalf. That is to say, Charles I did not need to work hard, he had an extra income every year, and this income did not need to be approved by the parliament, because it was privately donated to the royal family by the Kyushu army. and it would not harm the nobles and bourgeois squires. Interest. Charles I forwarded the personal letter from Liu Sheng to him to some of his cronies present. The Earl of Stratford and others are kings, and they are incompatible with the Parliament. Charles I trusted them. It's probably a personal letter from the ruler of the East. When I talked to him, he used strange grammar and vocabulary that I didn't know where he learned from. And he also had an Eastern accent. Sir Greenville missed a few words. The content of the letter was found to be exactly the same as the modern English used by Liu Sheng when he spoke. The East is really a strange place, especially here. Let me be careful of the Parliament. Is it possible that the disbanded Parliament cannot come back? Charles I didn't quite understand what Liu Sheng conveyed, and he didn't know the original history. Orbit. He will be tried by a bill establishing a special court of parliament and sentenced to death. Liu Sheng reminded Charles I that, on the one hand, it was to sell him a favor, and on the other hand, he did not want the parliament led by Cromwell to come to power. That would not be conducive to the treaty reached with Charles I. A monarch like Charles I is easier to win and control than a large parliament. And Liu Sheng had what Charles I longed for: money. At this time, the silver mined from the Americas by Spain and other European countries, and the silver mined by the shogunate from various mines in Dongying, a considerable part of it flowed into China. Compared with the smaller Britain, Liu Sheng was really very rich. The parliamentarians are very restless. They have frequent contacts and exchanges in the city of London and the counties in private. I even suspect that they have a secret conspiracy, said the Earl of Stratford. Our British Parliament is a tradition, and even the bill to increase taxes requires their consent. They are a collection of squires, free citizens, and artisan owners. Once taxes are increased, they will be counterattacked by them. Charles I thought the issue of Parliament is a headache. His Stuart dynasty has been in debt since the time of Queen Elizabeth, and the Parliament will support him when the country is in danger, and hinder his other actions, making it difficult for Charles I to raise enough funds. The situation in Scotland is getting worse. The conventionists in Scotland are dissatisfied with your policy and are trying to form an army to resist your rule over there. There were also many rebellions in the local government during the period when the minister was the governor of Ireland. The minister was worried about Scotland. Once the convention faction is formed into a powerful army, it will invade our northern counties. Ireland will also take the opportunity to break out of our control, said the Earl of Stratford. I have always wanted to use force to solve the problems in Scotland. It used to be my hometown, but we didn't have enough military spending. If we convene Parliament to raise military spending, they will advocate limiting my power, or even asking me and the Privy Council to wait. The organization is accountable to their parliament. Charles I said, according to the promise in this letter, if we promise to sell the shares of the East India Company to them, the Eastern Kyushu Army, that is, the troops of the Eastern rulers, is willing to provide the royal family with at least £100,000 of asylum per year. As for the provision of military ports to them once our British fleet sends troops into Scotland or goes to war with other European countries, their fleet can unconditionally assist us in blocking the English Channel and even help us fight. Sir Greenville saw Liu Sheng's personal letter to Charles I. Discovered that Liu Sheng actually promised such a generous condition for Charles I. Based on his knowledge of Charles I, these conditions will certainly make Charles I tempted to sell the East India Company and provide a European naval port for the Kyushu Army's fleet. Charles I lacked military expenditures and troops, and the Kyushu army had a large number of warships and troops idle. The two sides were likely to hit it off. The port is easy to say, letting them in is that their arrival can also promote the development of the port. But the shares of the East India Company are private property. Our royal family has no shares. How can we sell 90% of the shares to the East? Although Charles I was short of money, but he also believed in the sacred inviolability of private property, and could not directly order the East India Company to transfer it to Liu Sheng. Although the East India Company is not your Majesty's industry, The royal family has granted the East India Company a charter to allow them to monopolize East India's trade. If it threatens to cancel the East India Company's monopoly status, plus the Kyushu Army's investment acquisition, they will definitely agree to hand over the shares, Sir Greenville said. But my father granted the East India Company an indefinite charter. It will only be cancelled if the company has not made a profit for 3 consecutive years. According to the East India Company's annual report, the East India Company has been profitable. There is no right to disqualify them. Charles I worried. The charter of the East India Company was granted to the East India Company by the previous His Majesty the King, and His Majesty has passed away, and now Your Majesty has the final say. We may as well go and test the attitude of the East India Company. Even if our government does not revoke their charter. Quain Chen did not think that the East India Company could continue to make a profit in the future in the face of Eastern competition. Chen met many of their wealthy businessmen in the East. These people were wealthy and had their own galleons, and even had the right to the army buys armed merchant ships, and almost the entire Pacific Ocean is their profit-seeking field. Listening to the rulers of the East, they plan to advance to the Indian Ocean. Even if the East India Company refuses to buy shares, it will eventually end in a disastrous defeat. Green Sir Will said. Then who should be sent to Lydha Street to negotiate with the directors of the East India Company? Charles I asked. Chapter 990 Selling the East India Company. One more. Why would the Easterners think about buying shares in our East India Company? Our East India Company has never had any direct contact with China. Didn't they always have no interest in ocean and foreign trade? They want to buy 90% of our shares at a time, but they know that the value of our East India Company is more than the £720,000 it was established. The current East India Company is more than £1 million. More than a dozen directors of the East India Company who were in the City of London gathered at the headquarters of the British East India Company on Lahore Street, and they were in an uproar when they learned that King Charles I wanted to sell the East India Company to Orientals. This is what His Majesty means. I hope you can make a wise choice. This is not only a business matter, but also related to the cooperation between the two countries. Sir Greenville, who came back from the East, personally came to the East India Company. The directors negotiate. Since his daughter chose to stay in the East, his thoughts have undergone subtle changes. It seems that union with the East is also a good choice. His Majesty chose to sell the East India Company. The members of the board of directors looked at Chairman Smith. Smith felt the eyes of his colleagues. Although the East India Company was a company established by private merchants, the franchise came from the royal family and had a close relationship with the royal family. It often depends on the attitude of the royal family. Our East India Company pays taxes to the royal family every year, which is about £20,000. How can His Majesty abandon our East India Company? In the future, our East India Company will be bigger and stronger and will provide higher taxes to the royal family. To grant income, His Majesty's request that our East India Company stocks be sold to the East is undoubtedly killing chickens. I believe that our East India Company can become a great company in the future. Please Your Majesty the King to give us some more time. Smith sent to Charles I. The official who came said the East India Company was still at a disadvantage in the competition with the Dutch. The Orientals were hit by the Oriental fleet in the Spice Islands in the past 2 years. The entire Spice Islands was lost, and Director Cohen was also held accountable. They are far closer to the Mughals than ours. Malacca is already under their control. When I went to the east this time, I saw their warships in Malacca, and they were not at all weaker than our battleships. If we were not cooperating with them and letting them intervene in the Mughal market by force, the East India Company cannot compete with them. Selling shares to them is just a timely reduction of future losses. Sir Greenville tapped the table and said, Oriental people want to intervene in the Mughal market? They have a large population. Is the internal market price saturated? What do they want from East India? Directors of Yagan East India Company said one after another. As far as I know, the Oriental Empire is rich in resources, tea, silk, cloth, saltpeter, spices are all available, enough to meet all their expenses. Why covet the barren mug? Smith was puzzled. For the East India Company, the value of the Spice Islands in Southeast Asia is even higher than that of the mug. Previously, the Spice Islands were controlled by Dutch, Spanish, and Francobots, and the East India Company has never been able to infiltrate. Eastern China is rich enough in itself, and with the Spice Islands occupied, it is hard to imagine that there is still enough energy and the need to deal with the unfamiliar Mughal Empire. The other directors of the East India Company looked at Sir Greenville at the same time, and they also wanted to know what Luo Sheng wanted to do to intervene in the affairs of the Mughal Empire. The rulers of the East are ambitious. They probably want to occupy the market in the Eastern Hemisphere and build an unprecedented Eastern Empire. Sir Greenville said, if they are allowed to occupy the Mughal market, will they invade our domestic market in Britain? Asked the director of the East India Company. In fact, His Majesty has planned to allow Eastern goods to enter the City of London, and allow their merchants to rent land and hire workers in the City of London. We are working hard to build an alliance across the East and West. Stratford, the Governor of Ireland, said the Earl. He was the hardcore favourite of Charles I, and what he said basically represented the meaning of Charles I. The directors of the East India Company looked at each other, and the news was too shocking. In this era when we still need to rely on wind to sail, some people are thinking about forming a national alliance around the world, and this alliance is an ancient land dynasty in the East and a new sea power nation in the West. It is estimated that this news spreads, and the whole Europe will be shaken. What do these two countries want to establish an alliance? To say that there is no idea about other countries on the European continent and their colonies, I am afraid that no one will believe it. According to the treaty, if the East India Company agrees to sell 90% of its shares, the Kyushu army will purchase all the assets of the East India Company at fair value, and all employees will not be dismissed. Sir Greenville put forward Luo Sheng's terms. Then what should we do with the original directors? We only have 10% of the shares left, and we don't even have the way to speak. And the assets of the East India Company will belong to in the future, and to which tax agency will it pay taxes? The shareholders asked. After acquiring the East India Company, the Kyushu army will send their officials to the Mughal as new directors and move the board of directors from the City of London to the Mughal Empire. You can get dividends from your own shares every year, or you can sell the shares to them. Sir Greenville said, but we have very few employees in Mughal, and it is not suitable to serve as our headquarters. Smith said of his concerns, they have a lot of manpower and material resources, and they can build a permanent fortress on the territory of the Mughal Empire. This is their business. They promised to expand the market of the East India Company in the Mughal Empire tenfold. Even let the Mughal Emperor surrender, by then 10% of the shares will still be able to obtain no less than the current profits. Sir Greenville said, when the directors including Smith learned of Luo Sheng's ambitions, his expression was a little surprised. Luo Sheng actually wanted to control the Mughal Empire second only to China in terms of size in the world. We must know that these two empires are the first-class agricultural powers in the East, and the vast plains of the South Asian subcontinent have nurtured a large number of people and troops. According to the Kartavar East India Company, the Mughal Empire may have more than 400,000 troops on paper. If China really has the courage to explore this market in an all-round way, it must be military serviced by the Mughal Empire. The question is, do they have the ability to cross the oceans to fight against the cavalry of the Mughal Empire? The East India Company, which is not yet a powerful one, has doubts about Luo Sheng's ability. Chapter 591 The Parliament and the King. 2 more. Don't worry, I was born in Cromwell and was born in the swamps, and I will definitely be on your side. It is impossible for the Adventure Company of the Earl of Belderford to empty the 60,000 acres of communal swamps in the Erie area. A middle-aged man comforting angry farmers in the Erie marshes in Britain. These angry marshland farmers held sickles and grass branches in their hands, and on one side there was a fence enclosing the land by an Adventure Company. Mr. Cromwell, Our eerie marshland has been a public land since the day I was born. Everyone can enjoy every inch of public land equally. Once the Earl of Belderford's Adventure Company has drained off 60,000 acres of land, among them 95,000 acres of dry land were rewarded by the king to the Earl of Belderford, and the other marshes belonged to the royal family. The commons became private land. How can we farmers live in the future? A peasant with a sickle said. Originally, the nobles kept enclosing the land and drove us away from the original farmland. Now we don't even let go of the marshlands. From now on, our farmers' lives will not be able to survive. A group of marshland farmers told Cromwell you complained. After Cromwell became a local squire, when the local peasants clashed with the nobles, they had to come to him for help. I have understood the whole story. Please believe me. I will negotiate with the Adventure Company to protect everyone's interests and prevent the swamp from being drained. This will still be the commons. Cromwell said to this, said the group of farmers. After hearing that Cromwell had come to help them negotiate with the Adventure Company, the angry farmers settled down, and later vomited with Cromwell before leaving one after another. Cromwell looked at the fence enclosing the swamp with mixed feelings. My dear, are the surrounding residents making trouble again? Elizabeth came over and asked. The issue of the occupation of the commons has been rioting recently. I have to stand on the side of the peasants in the swamp area. Our family represents their interests. I was elected as a member of parliament and had their support to maintain the swamp. The current situation can soothe farmers' emotions. They don't need to be driven away or pay high rents. But I don't think it's a mistake to drain the swamps. If swamps become dry land, they can have more yields. Out. The efficiency of the use of the commons is too low, and it is not a good thing to use the land without restraint and planning. Cromwell said. But the well-being of ordinary farmers is also very important. Enclosures are getting worse, and more farmers are being driven away. Now there are many poor people who have no income in the country, and the bread donated by churches to civilians is no longer enough. Elizabeth said. All of this is that the profit of exporting wool is much higher than that of farming. All the squires and nobles can't wait to turn all the land into farmland. The previous farmland is not enough, so they want to develop the swamp area and change the swamp area. Sheep will be kept in captivity after it becomes dry land, Cromwell said with emotion. Not only is Liu Sheng experiencing the pain of reform, but Britain is also experiencing the pain of social transformation. But the process is slower. The enclosure movement and the price revolution have reduced a large number of farmers in Britain to poor people or workers who live on wages. There is news from the parliamentarians in the City of London that King Charles intends to bypass the Parliament and unilaterally conclude the Holy Alliance with the East. There has been some news that King Charles intends to sell some privileges to China under the Treaty of Holy Alliance. In exchange for their support, Elizabeth handed Cromwell a letter from London. The king is trying to form a diplomatic alliance without our parliament. What is he thinking? He doesn't understand how terrible the ancient dynasties of the East are. Their population is more than 10 times ours. Cooperating with such a behemoth, it's not at all a country in size. Cromwell read the letter and couldn't help being disappointed with Charles I. The king sent an envoy to the East before, presumably for the purpose of forging an alliance. Over the years, the Parliament and the king have been unwilling to compromise. Did the Parliament push the king too tight and let him go slant? Elizabeth said. King Charles believed in the army. He wanted to establish a standing army and had to use force to subdue the Presbytery of Scotland. The military expenses required are very large and will eventually be spread to the people. If we take the initiative to compromise, the power of the monarch will increase, and our parliament will become a vassal of the king like the Privy Council. On the contrary, if the king takes the initiative to reconvene the parliament, then our parliament will be able to limit the king's power and reduce taxes that are unfavorable to us. The king is a person after all. He is not rational. Sometimes he will act according to his own preferences, so that the council can act on behalf of all the people's will, Cromwell said. But now King Charles unilaterally concludes a treaty with China, and soon the ancient dynasty of the East will send fleets over, and we don't know anything about them. With their support, the king might not even reconvene the parliament. Elizabeth was a little worried. Your worry is not unreasonable. King Charles is playing with fire. I have to go back and write to inform other councillors to intervene in this matter. Otherwise, if the king is allowed to mess around, it will destroy the future of the country. Karen after Will knew that King Charles and Liu Sheng had cooperated. He was full of worries. In Cromwell's impression, the East is a powerful and mysterious existence, and any diplomatic behavior with China must be cautious. Cromwell was undoubtedly crazy in Cromwell's eyes that Charles I was about to forge an alliance shortly after contacting the East. The people in the parliament may not have thought that they would force Charles I to build up debt. Charles I was already anxious. Under the temptation of Liu Sheng's constant hints to send him money, he quickly made up his mind to alliance with Liu Sheng. The East India Company paid him a tax of £20,000 a year, but Charles I planned to sell the East India Company to Liu Sheng because Liu Sheng paid much more money than the East India Company. Charles I did not think that the East India Company, which is still weak, would have future glory. Thing to obstruct the alliance? Our parliament has been disbanded for several years. How can I obstruct it? Elizabeth asked. First, submit a letter of protest to His Majesty the King. If His Majesty does not postpone the conclusion of the alliance, we will organize tax resistance in the counties. No one would hope that the Orientals will intervene in our affairs in Britain. Cromwell said. Maybe Liu Sheng and Charles I didn't know about it, because they wanted more than just an alliance. History side was changed beyond recognition. But also the history of the West has started to the original completely different trajectory. Chapter 992 Protest of Parliament 3 Shifts. Protest. Easterners should not be allowed to enter the City of London until the purpose of the Easterners is clear. This will threaten the interests of our people. Before Charles I woke up in the dormitory near Whitehall, he heard noisy protests outside, and he was in a good mood in recent days. Charles I frowned and led the people out and found a large crowd gathered outside the court, some of which he was familiar with. It was the parliament and some new aristocrats who were making trouble outside. Your Majesty has come out. Please stop the act of concluding a treaty with the East. This is a serious matter and you need to reconvene the parliament to discuss it. Seeing Charles I coming out, a group of councillors immediately surrounded themselves and expressed themselves to Charles I dissatisfaction. Be quiet before your Majesty the King. Several court ministers shouted sternly. I have to say that Charles I was still a bit majestic as a king. After he came out, many yelling congressmen calm down. Your Majesty, I beg you to make a major decision after careful consideration and seek the consent of all the people. Don't make a sudden whim and be bewitched by the Easterners, said a squire representative. How do you know that I have concluded a treaty with the East? Charles I turned his head to look at the court ministers, knowing that someone must have been telling the news about the alliance with Liu Sheng in advance. No matter how we know about this, I am waiting for the fact that the alliance with the East is inappropriate. We need to have more contact with the East and learn more about them before we can form an alliance. It is better to make an alliance with the East than with the Scots. For peace talks, it is in Britain's interests that our British Isles become one country, said the representative of the squire. Peace talks. I am the common king of Britain and Scotland. My teacher is a member of the Scottish Presbyterian Church. But now the Presbyterian Church opposes my policy of unifying the churches and institutions of the two countries and does not want to become a common British alliance. Only rely on it. Unification can only be achieved by force, just like the Roman Empire in the past. Charles I sternly accused the people marching in front of the palace. You should support me and provide military salaries to our British army, instead of embarrassing me everywhere. The Roman Empire used force to conquer all parts of the world. In the end, it could not escape the disintegration. Caesar admired force and could not escape the fate of being assassinated. Force cannot bring peace and unity, but a series of disasters. Our dispute with the Scots was also caused by you, Your Majesty. The churches of the two countries have their own beliefs. There is no need to merge. I think Your Majesty is really unnecessary. Your Majesty, You have spent too much in warfare. The Spaniards have organized expeditions to us 4 times in the past. It is true that we have to retaliate, but when we are still unable to compete with the Spanish Empire, you have repeatedly organized troops against Spain. The Empire's expedition was fruitless and cost a lot of manpower and financial resources. 8 years ago, you forcibly loaned £260,000 and the Parliament approved another £50,000 as a grant to invest you in the war with Spain. But these 2 huge sums of money, the money is like a stone thrown into the sea, unable to make any waves in the sea. War is a bottomless pit. Please give up the practice of starting war with the Scots. The royal family also spends a lot of money every year, setting up tons of taxes, pound taxes, seizure of knighthood, forest law and other tax items, which are collected wildly, in order to raise military expenses. The royal family should take the lead in reducing its own expenditure. The representatives of the squire, the craftsman, the emerging aristocrats, the big businessmen, etc. You said every word from the opposition to the alliance between Charles I and Liu Sheng to the profligacy of Charles I. The more Charles I heard, the deeper his brows frowned. How could it feel that everyone was accusing him of not? The more so, the more determined Charles I was. I am the king, the monarch. Power is granted by the gods, I speak the law. The Congress has been disbanded, and no longer has the power to legislate, let alone the power to influence diplomacy. Legislation and diplomacy are the monarch's powers, and there is no need for Congress to intervene. Charles I was outraged by these numbers. Many people protesting outside were originally members of Congress, and it was even more upset to see Charles I despising the disbanded Congress. This is not in line with our British tradition of the king is in Parliament and king is under the law. According to the Magna Carta and the Petition of Rights, your behavior violates tradition and is irresponsible to your people. Some squires attacked. Your Majesty, you must reconvene the Parliament, with the approval of the majority of members of the Parliament before you can pass the alliance with the East. A gorgeously dressed parliamentary nobleman stood up and said, Sir Eliot. When Charles I saw this man, he was furious. 6 years ago, Charles I intended to deny the petition for rights and attempted to circumvent the Parliament to impose new taxes. As a result, Sir Eliot, a member of the Parliament, led the House of Commons in an attack and criticized him for turning back and refusing to recognize the petition for rights. Finally, Charles I disbanded the Parliament and restrained the opposition members such as Sir Eliot. Now Eliot and other opposition MPs have appeared before him again to criticize him after he was released. Boom them away. Charles I growled almost hysterically, asking the guards to drive away the squires and parliamentarians who had gathered outside the palace to protest. This group of guys are against me everywhere, just to restore the Parliament and control me as the king. They care about their own interests. How can they think of my good intentions to establish the Great Britain League? Whether it is to completely conquer Scotland and Ireland or to revive the Royal Navy requires a lot of money's support. Charles I returned to the court and thumped the table angrily. Originally, he thought he could easily unite with Liu Sheng, but he didn't expect the disbanded Parliament to appear again. No wonder the rulers of the East made me be careful of the Parliament. It seems that the tradition of the Parliament really makes me like a thorn in my back. Charles I remembered the reminder in the letter that Liu Sheng had sent him, and became more curious about Liu Sheng. The parliamentary faction represents the ideas of many people, and we still need to make certain concessions to them, otherwise they will get bigger and bigger, and even cause rebellion. Sir Grenville said to Charles I with some caution, are we going to cancel our cooperation with the East because of their obstruction? Charles I was not reconciled. We can pretend to agree to their request, but privately we still form an alliance with the East. When the Eastern Fleet arrives, the two sides have become an established fact. What can they say? Earl Stratford said coldly. Chapter 993. An accident in the Tokyo branch. 4 more. Edo Castle, Tokyo branch. The head of the bank appointed by the Ministry of Housing and Urban Rural Development is busy. The Tokyo branch encountered a new crisis not long after Dayu left. Has Guan Shi found it? Bank Chief Qian anxiously paced the backstage of the Tokyo branch. No, he has disappeared for several days. His home is empty. I'm afraid he ran away with the money. An employee who returned from Wang Guanxi's house was sweating and his tone was also full of anxiety. Damn it, when he told me to take a break a few days ago, I thought he was just taking a break. But I didn't expect that he had caused a terrible disaster and ran away with money, Governor Qian said angrily. This time the Tokyo branch was attacked. A huge crisis. Moreover, this crisis did not come from the outside, but it came from the inside, which made Governor Qian ashamed. A while ago, there were some cases of tax evasion and bribery of Dongying company officials by businessmen in Toyo trading. President Qian was afraid that someone in the Tokyo branch might be involved in this case, so he started an internal self-examination of the Tokyo branch. It doesn't matter if the result is not checked. Under the investigation, a manager was alarmed, and before the incident happened, he fled with the money. The current system of the Bank of Kyushu is like this. There are branches such as Tokyo branch, Nanjing branch and Liaonan branch under the Beijing headquarters. Below the president are branch presidents, managers, and ordinary employees. The manager is already a middle-level cadre. President, what should I do about this? If it is known from above, everyone in our Tokyo branch will probably be dismissed. The person who knew about this in the Tokyo branch was panicked. Several other stewards were sweating even more. They didn't know that their colleagues would dare to do such a thing, and they just stabbed the sky. If we don't report it to the boss, how can we find the disappeared Wang Guan? He really had the courage of the bear heart and the leopard, and even dared to do such a thing. Doesn't this put us on the stove and roast us? President Qian, it can be said that he hated the disappeared Wang Guan. Let's look for it again in Edo Castle. Report such a thing to the head office, and we are all done. Several stewards and other ordinary employees were almost crying. Look, Dongying is so big. How can our branch find someone? He might have fled to the sea by boat. And those debt collectors are all outside. Governor Qian felt his scalp numb when he thought of the consequences. A group of people in the Tokyo branch sighed, not knowing whether to report it to the capital head office. It will be fine if Daya is still there. She has always been very accurate about the accounts. Guanxi Wang started offending just after Daya left. It seems that he was also afraid of being found out by Daya, and didn't dare until after he left. Do it. You said that. Where did Wang Guanxi have such courage to do this behavior? Could it be that he is really related to the condemned tax evasion merchant? Some employees muttered in private. Some of them are big-hearted, and when the sky is falling, President Qian and a few stewards are still fighting. President Qian thought for a long time, but made up his mind. Take the official telegraph route and report this matter to the head office. Regardless of the above handling opinions, we need to bravely bear the responsibility and all the consequences. Several stewards were silent. They and President Qian walked out of the Tokyo branch. There were many businessmen outside waiting for the result. When they saw President Qian and a few stewards from the Tokyo branch came out, they hurried to greet them. President Qian, Guanxi, in the name of Tokyo branch, loaned us 10,000 taels of silver, and also received a deposit of 1,000 taels of silver. However, the 10,000 taels of silver loan did not come down, and Guanxi was nowhere to be found. How can this be good? Said a Chinese businessman doing business in Dongying. I also gave Guanxi Wang 800 taels of silver as a deposit. He promised to grant us a loan of 5,000 taels at a low interest rate. This is a loan approval letter with the seal of the Tokyo branch. Guanxi Wang promised us that he was willing to sell us 10 shares of the Edo textile factory at the price of 000 taels of silver. I don't know if it counts. Other businessmen said one after another, making Governor Qian and others feel deeply troubled. Before the accident, Guanxi Wang made many promises to the merchants in the Tokyo branch in the name of the Tokyo branch, defrauding these merchants with more than tens of thousands of taels of silver, and the amount promised to the merchants amounted to hundreds of thousands of taels, which made the Tokyo branch unable to cash out these promises. Even whether to help Guanxi Wang fulfill these promises is a headache for President Qian and them. Dear treasurers, Stay safe, our Tokyo branch will properly handle the Wang Guan incident. Wang Guan disappeared for no reason. There must be something strange behind it. We need to report to the head office first, and then solve the problem for you. President Kiane said. President Kiane, we can all trust your Tokyo branch. If we hadn't seen the seal of the Tokyo branch, how could we believe the words of Guanxi Wang? If the Tokyo branch didn't handle this matter properly, I'm afraid it would make me chill. Everyone said. Since you saw the seal of our Tokyo branch will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. The reason why President Kiane has a headache is because the Tokyo branch also has a lot of responsibility in this incident. Guanxi Wang used the seal of the Tokyo branch, causing many businessmen to misbelieve that he represented the will of the Tokyo branch to issue loans and sell the assets held by the Tokyo branch. As a result, the first financial fraud occurred, which was not handled well. Kyushu, the bank will lose its prestige. Tadaki Abe of the Bank of Edo smiled triumphantly when he watched people from the Tokyo branch rush to the port of Yokohama to inform the head office of the mainland. He already knew the importance of credibility to the bank. This time he wanted to take advantage of Daiyu's departure from Dongying to destroy the Tokyo branch and expel the Kyushu army's financial power in Dongying. The current banknotes issued by the Tokyo branch have threatened the shogunate's coinage rights. The banknotes of the Tokyo branch can be freely exchanged for gold and silver, and the transaction is convenient, so many Eastern merchants have begun to use them widely. Once the coinage was plundered by the Kyushu army, the shogunate could not control the country's economy, and the consequences would be disastrous. Guanxi has fled to Hokkaido with our assistance. It is impossible for the people of the Kyushu army to find him. A samurai said to Abe Tadaki, "This is not enough. Kill him, sink him to the Hokkaido fishing grounds, and let him be buried in the belly, so that everything can be foolproof. I will see how the Tokyo branch responds to this crisis." Abe Tadaki felt a sense of revenge. Daiyu used a run to break his Edo bank before, but this time he also used a crisis of confidence to counterattack the Tokyo branch. There is a problem inside the Tokyo branch. Let's see who else will dare to believe them in the future. Chapter 994 Mathematics is very useful. 5 more. Liu Ru wants to go to the Department of Mathematics. Liu Sheng was quite surprised when he learned Liu Rui's thoughts inadvertently. Well, how can ordinary women have such an idea? Mathematics is difficult, and it can't be seen immediately, Ella said. Mathematics is a good thing. Although simple arithmetic is good for ordinary people, and the application of numerical calculations mentioned in 9 chapters of arithmetic is already considered advanced knowledge in the agricultural era. But in the industrial era, it is not enough. We need more advanced pure theoretical mathematics, which is the basis of natural sciences such as physics, engineering, medicine, etc. Some people even think that mathematics is the tool to explain the nature of the world. Liu Sheng mentioned the development of mathematics and couldn't help feeling a little. Mathematics also appeared in ancient China, and some people studied this science. For example, Zhou Shuang mentioned 2 methods to prove the Pythagorean theorem in the notes of the ancient astronomical work Ziti in the Dongwu period. Unfortunately, there is no demand and it is not accepted. Paying attention to it will not become a system. Before the Renaissance, Western civilization was half a catastrophe. It was not until the emergence of the great nautical era that knowledge of astronomy was urgently needed, and only a group of people went to study the lower-level mathematics. Astronomy and mathematics were really inseparable in the beginning. Is the essence of the world really mathematics? Ella wanted to know the answer from Liu Sheng. Liu Sheng shook his head. No one knows what the nature of the world is, otherwise idealism and materialism will not fight for thousands of years. Even if the world is knowable, it is divided into the recognizable and the unrecognizable. But I believe that one day I will understand all the laws of the world, and then humans will no longer be humans, but the gods in the eyes of all other creatures. Ella nodded. I understand. Obviously he didn't understand, and he pretended to understand. Liu Sheng deliberately tapped Ella's head. What we can't explain now doesn't mean that we can't explain it in the future. We can only make technology move forward a little bit. It's not up to us to decide whether people later can explore the end of the science and technology tree. It doesn't matter if Ella doesn't understand. As long as her family is healthy, Linga grows up smoothly. Ella stuck out her tongue. Liu Sheng found out that after she had contact with Deiyue and others, she became more active and proactive, which also brought some new fun. If Liu Ru wanted to go to the Department of Mathematics, she asked her to apply. If she could study the field of mathematics without any worries, she might be able to make a name for herself. Liu Sheng did not object to Liu Ru's involvement in basic science research. On the contrary, he encouraged her. More people are devoted to basic science research. He doesn't think that the Chinese people have no talent in this area, but they lack the atmosphere for pursuing natural science. Traditional culture focuses on morality and ethics, and more about human ethics. The ruler hopes that the people can abide by the ethical and moral order and keep themselves safe. As long as the government takes the initiative to guide and provide sufficient teachers, a large number of mathematicians, physicists, and chemists will naturally emerge. At present, the Department of Mathematics of the Academy of Sciences includes Newton, Taylor, Lagrange, Fourier, Gauss, Fermat, Riemann, etc., from calculus to modern algebraic number theory to non-Euclidean geometry. The teachers are powerful. Almost a living history of mathematics. Liu Sheng believed that if teachers and students of the mathematics department of later generations were fortunate enough to see this group of men's heavenly groups in mathematics circles at the same time, they would definitely be breathless with excitement. He also couldn't imagine how Liu Ru could grow up in this star-studded mathematics department. The current number of mathematicians in the mathematics department of the Academy of Sciences is more than the number of students enrolled. Deiyue studied economics, Xiaoxiu studied medicine, and Goya was from the army lecture hall. Liu Ru wanted to learn mathematics. What do you think Linga will study in the future? Ella hugged Linga, full of expectations for him. In another 2 or 3 years, let him learn Chinese characters first, then general education, and he must be involved in arts and sciences. When he grows up, he should be sent to the army lecture hall to experience a few years. There is always a style of admiring martial arts. I'm afraid that he will follow you women all day. What if he becomes a sissy in the future? Liu Sheng was also helpless to this son. Because he rarely had time to look after Linga, Linga gave it to Ella's women to take care of him. Liu Sheng was really worried that his son would become soft and weak. Liu Sheng, who started as an army, believes that the style of Chongwu cannot be lacking even in peacetime. Linga seemed to be shocked by the words his father wanted to send him to the army lecture hall. Her eyes widened and her nose was running down without realizing it. Well, it's better to send it to the military lecture hall of the army than to the military lecture hall of the navy. Sea power seems to be more important. Ayla, who is a navy lieutenant, does not oppose Liu Sheng's plan to send Linga to the military academy for a few years. Linga sent to the Navy Lecture Hall. Navy Lecture Hall, the students there have to experience in the sea, and it is even more dangerous. Maybe they will encounter sea storms, pirates, and reefs. But the big man should venture out in the sea. Those who have not experienced the sea, it's boundless, and it's hard to let go of your horizons. Liu Sheng does not oppose this proposal, and it is also important to inculcate the thought of sea power. Mother Linga grabbed the corner of Ella's clothes with her little hand, desperate for her future. Look at how your nose is running down. Ella quickly wiped his nose with a handkerchief. Mostly I was frightened. This little guy is very strange. I really don't know if he is a genius. Liu Sheng found that his son seemed a little clever. When 2 people were sitting in the pavilion in the backyard talking about parenting plans, a maid came to the backyard and reported, "My lord, a secret letter from the head office of the Bank of Kyushu." Liu Sheng received the wax-sealed secret letter, and after opening it was a report. He originally thought that the head office of the Bank of Kyushu would report the issue of the first batch of silver and copper coins, but it was a case of an internal middle-level cadre running away with money in the Tokyo branch. I didn't expect such a thing to happen to the Tokyo branch. What exactly did this Wang Guan think? Who gave him the courage to cheat around in the name of the Tokyo branch and then ran away with the money? Luo Sheng learned of the Kyushu Bank's case. The report feels a bit weird. The entire Western Pacific is the sphere of influence of the Kyushu army. If you want to flee with your money, where can you escape? Luo Sheng thought for a while. If there was no shogunate behind Wang Guanxi's escape, he would not believe that he was killed. The Dongying shogunate has been tossing for several years and has been doing things. Is it time to support a puppet regime? Luo Sheng muttered in his heart. Let the shogunate continue to toss, and eventually waste manpower and material resources to deal with them. It is better to support a puppet regime close to him, so that Luo Sheng has the energy to open up the European market and establish colonies on a global scale. Chapter 995. The Crisis of the New King of Goryeo 6 more. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. Gangwon Island in Korea, facing Seoul across the sea, is currently the second base of the Beiyang fleet. The commander of the Beiyang fleet, Zheng Zilong, sits on Gangwon Island himself. Secretary of the Navy Nelson led the Vostok steam cabling ship to lay the submarine cable through this area. Knowing that Zheng Zilong was stationed on Gangwon Island, Nelson temporarily left the Vostok and boarded Gangwon Island, intending to have a drink with Zheng Zilong. Nelson also taught Zheng Zilong a lot of naval tactics in the sailing battleship era, and in a sense it was the relationship between teachers and students. General Zheng is not on Gangwon Island at this moment. A soldier of the Beiyang fleet stationed on Gangwon Island said to Nelson, "Oh, isn't this Zheng Zilong's residence? How could he not be here?" Nelson originally planned to come to Zheng Zilong to beg for a drink, but found that Zheng Zilong was not in Gangwon Island. Returning to Minister, General Zheng led the soldiers to the southwest peninsula to help the king of Goryeo put down the rebellion 7 days ago. The Jeollabdo observation made Shenkyu-an stand up for the new king, Lee Dyokin, and defeated Goryeo in the southwestern part of Goryeo. King Division. King Goryeo had to ask General Zheng for help again, said the soldier of the Beiyang fleet. I have long heard that after the crown prince of Goryeo, the kingdom of Goryeo continued to rebel. I didn't expect it to be so serious that it was fighting almost all the time. Nelson sighed for a while. The son of Korea's prince, Lee Hin, was promoted by Luo Sheng to the throne of the king. However, the succession to the throne of Korea was full of hardships. The local civil service group was strong, and according to their inherited Confucian ethics and moral system, it was worthwhile for the son to usurp the seat. Countless rebellious conspiracies can use this as a legitimate excuse, isn't it? In order to help the king of Goryeo put down the rebellion, our Beiyang fleet is helping them fight all the time. Thanks to our advanced firearms, otherwise the thousands of people who were brought ashore with General Zheng would have long been unable to sustain day after day. The war resulted in heavy casualties. The soldiers of the Beiyang fleet complained, when we were in Yokohama port, we said that there was no place for peace in the world, but after we came to Korea, we continued to take turns. The less he wants to fight. As soldiers of the Admiralty, it's not enough for you to be wary so fast. At the beginning of a real naval battle, you must be prepared to fight at sea for several months. The pursuit of several months is often just to capture the most suitable opportunity for a decisive battle. This time the military department asked you to help the King of Korea to quell the rebellion, just to experience your northern fleet. The southern fleet had a brief encounter with the western fleet in the Spice Islands, and participated in a series of landing operations to pacify the Southeast Asian countries. The northern fleet is the loosest, and most of the soldiers are recruits. Nelson said, "My lord, what you said is that I only joined the Beiyang fleet 3 years ago and have never really been on the battlefield. I went to the battlefield for the first time a few months ago, and my body was shivering. Only then did I understand that the exercises on weekdays are it's one thing, it's another thing to actually go to the battlefield. said the soldier of the Beiyang fleet. After learning that Zheng Zilong was not in Gang Island, Nelson felt that it was boring to drink alone, so he gave up the idea of drinking. Instead, he strolled around Gang Island and found that a fishing ground and a farm were being built on Gang Island. This fishery was invested by our Chinese merchants. They paid for the fishing boats and hired merchants. There were also farms. In addition to planting crops, some farms also specialized in ginseng. I don't know if they can make a profit. A soldier of the Beiyang fleet for Nelson introduced traces of the activities of Chinese merchants on Gang Island. Compared with other places in Goryeo, Gang Island, which is closer to Seoul, has gradually become a relatively prosperous place for Chinese businessmen to invest because of the shelter of the Beiyang fleet. Money is faster than artillery. Nelson felt, "Huh, Your Honor, what do you mean by this?" The soldiers of the Beiyang fleet were puzzled. "It's nothing. I think I should continue to return to the Vostok. I will arrive in Seoul soon. I want to see whether the current king of Goryeo, Li Hing, can be alone." Knowing that Zheng Zilong was leading the army to counter the rebellion, Nelson had no intention of drinking, so he continued to return to the submarine cable deployed by the Vostok to Seoul. Nelson, the eldest son of the former king of Goryeo, has also seen him once or twice. He was still studying at the Academy of Sciences at the time, but now he was forced to stand alone and was pushed to the position of king of Goryeo by Liu Sheng. Turning his father into a prisoner and imprisoned in Dongjiang town, Li King sitting in his current position can be described as sitting on pins and needles. The only thing that can inspire him is that he has the power to change his country according to his own wishes. However, this feudal dynasty, which was influenced by the civil official group, was still unable to change according to Li Qing's wishes. Since Li Qing learned from Liu Sheng's decree to nationalize all land, domestic rebellions and conspiracies have been one after another, and Li Qing is at a loss for this situation. He ignored the biggest difference between him and Liu Sheng. Liu Sheng had an army loyal to him, and this army was strong enough to help him suppress the rebels. There is no way for Li Qing to pin his hopes on the Beiyang fleet. While training his own guards, the Beiyang fleet is helping his colleague to quell the rebellion, and Li Qing is patrolling the new army he has established. His confidant Jin Zidian stood by his side as the commander of this guard. The guards have more than 1,200 front-loaded musket guns, 8 bronze smoothbore guns, with sufficient ammunition, and Beiyang fleet officers to provide training and instruction. I believe that even if they go to the front to engage the rebels, they can easily defeat the rebels. Jinzi confidently patted his chest. Li Qing looked at the new soldiers standing straight, and finally had a little confidence to deal with the turbulent situation. Unfortunately, they are still unwilling to provide us with the most advanced guns and artillery. Our new army uses firearms that have been eliminated by them. Jin Zidian sighed with regret. Li Qing stretched out his hand and said, "Don't say that. As the sovereign state, the Heavenly Kingdom has done everything possible to me. Our firearms are much more advanced than the rebels, enough to calm the current situation. I heard that you have already started the telegraph plan to connect to the capital. Soon the submarine cable will be laid in our Seoul." "I don't know if this happened," Jins asked. "It's true that their huge ship is already on the sea, and it will arrive in Seoul in a short time. By telegraphing directly with the military commander of the Celestial Dynasty, you will be able to listen to his opinions." Li Qing always believed in Liu Sheng's ideas. Suspicious, even wanting Liu Sheng to advise him to deal with the current situation. The 9th chapter, Complaints 7 more. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. The Vostok steam cabling vessel appeared in Seoul and caused an uproar in Seoul. Most people have never seen such a 100-meter iron hull ship with billowing black smoke, and the shock it brings is even greater than the arrival of the Beiyang fleet. General Nelson, why are you personally responsible for laying the submarine cables this time? Li Qing brought Jin Zidian and other cronies to arrive, and found that it was Nelson, the Navy Secretary of the Kyushu Army, who led the Vostok steamer to Seoul. Li King met Nelson when he was studying at the Leonin Academy of Sciences. He knew that this Lok man was extremely powerful in the Kyushu army. Almost all mid and high-ranking officers of the Navy Department had learned the combat techniques of sailing battleships from him. This kind of power and energy even surpassed him, the King of Goryeo. How about the King of Goryeo? In the face of constant rebellion, he has no choice but to rely on foreign aid to barely maintain the situation. I happened to be free, and I was short of staff to be responsible for the laying of the submarine cable, so I was sent to supervise this project. If Seoul and Edo City are connected to the telegraph system, our three areas will not be separated in the future, Nelson said. Sending the Secretary of the Navy to supervise the laying of submarine cables is really a waste of talent, right? Li King thought to himself. This is the smoking iron boat reported by fishermen who went fishing. Li King noticed the arrival of the Oriental steam iron hull ship. When I was studying abroad in southern Lining, I saw the prototype of this huge iron ship at the dock. It was not yet completed by a time. I didn't expect that it would be so magnificent after it was completed. Just like a black iron mountain. It's like a black iron mountain. Isn't it the same steam system as the Yongcheng? It must be expensive to build such a huge steamed ship, and the technology is also very profound. When will we be able to build such a ship in Korea? Li King said about the steam cabling of the Vostok. The ship was very envious. In his opinion, it is almost impossible for Korea to build such a huge ship. Funding is one thing, and technology is another. The Korean officials brought by Li King also looked at the Vostok moored in the harbor in disbelief. They saw such a peculiar ship for the first time. The steel hull with a length of 100 meters, the thick chimney billowing with black smoke, and the black hull gave them unparalleled shock. Li Ming, you seem to have lost too much weight. After Nelson came to Korea and saw Li Ming, he found that Li Ming seemed to be a different person, with slightly sunken eyes and heavy dark circles, as if he hadn't rested for a long time. There are constant rebellions, and various factions are fighting each other. Even some trivial things need me to deal with. I can be regarded as experiencing the hardship of the military master. The place he manages is more than 10 times that of mine, and I can't manage even such a little place. It's hard to get food and drink every day, and I can't sleep. But I still can't balance the forces of all parties. Li King said in distress. My lord, General Nelson has come from a long way. You should host a banquet for him. Jin Zidian reminded. Yes, General Nelson, please come with me. I will make someone prepare drinks and pick up the dust for you. In order to prepare for the new army, our finances are very poor. Maybe the food is a bit crude. I hope you can forgive me. Li Ming very enthusiastic about Nelson. Nelson discovered that Li King's admiration for Luo Sheng was in his bones. Not only did he completely copy the system set by Luo Sheng in terms of policy, but he also did not live in the palace like Luo Sheng, but moved to the central street of Seoul. There is currently only one Jiang family as a wife. His physical condition does not allow him to accept other concubines. Li King was worried about government affairs and found that there was a lot of resistance to change, and his physical condition was deteriorating under anxiety, and he was almost on the verge of collapse. That's why Nelson saw Li King and found that he was different from a few years ago. Li King hosted a family banquet to receive Nelson, and Princess Jiang also attended. When I was in southern Lining, I saw the great achievements of the reforms of the Heavenly Dynasty. I just wanted to follow suit, but it was so difficult. Why is it a good thing for the people, but it is so difficult to implement? All landlords occupy the land is unwilling to let go. Once they forcefully conquer them, they will elect representatives to rebel. I have been extremely tortured every day. After Li King got drunk in his mansion, he complained to Nelson in a gloomy manner. Nelson just drank silently, listening to the young king complaining to him. He knew he didn't need to say anything. Listening carefully was the greatest support for Li King. All the young people who are willing to support me are going to study abroad, but their qualifications are very low, and there are older generations of people in the family intervening. They still can't help me deal with the rebellion and stabilize the situation. Li Qin kept talking and stopped complaining until he fell asleep. Jiang was secretly anxious about Li Qing's gaffe, but he felt relieved to see that Nelson was not unusual. My husband is working hard to change things, and it is getting worse. I hope that the suzerain country can generously support him, and we will also give the suzerain country the necessary rewards. Although for the suzerain country, we have nothing to do in Korea. Jiang Shi also tried his best to help Li Qing win more support from the Kyushu army. I can understand the difficulties he is facing now. The assistance that our Kyushu army can provide is limited. After all, Li Qing is the king of Goryeo. As a king, he must use his own efforts to settle the current situation. Our army may not be able to be defeated, accepted by your subjects, and the army owner has sent the Beiyang fleet here to help you put down the rebellion for more than half a year, which cost us a lot of military expenses. Nelson shook his head. I knew that. He might as well not be the king and stay as a scholar in the Academy of Sciences. If this goes on, he will lose his life sooner or later. I have regretted that he was persuaded to ascend the throne to try to change the situation in the country, so that he became in this way. His personality is not suitable for being a monarch. He is neither cunning nor forbearing. Jiang cried. Nelson saw that Li Qing and Jiang were suffering in this position, and he couldn't help but rejoice that Luo Sheng and Ella were not so uncomfortable. At least Luo Sheng grasped the situation. Please rest assured, if the situation is out of control, we, China, will always be your backing, and you can come to our side to take refuge. Nelson never thought that the contradiction in the Goryeo kingdom was so sharp, and the counterattacks by civilian officials and landlords would be one after another. It is estimated that Li Ming will soon rule is at stake. There were only 1,000 people led by Zheng Zilong to help the Goryeo king's division fight. Everyone is an Iron Man, and it is impossible to help Li Jin suppress the rebellion spreading across the country. Chapter 997. Conspiracy with Jin Zidian 8 more. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. The Korean rebellion is really a headache. I don't know how Luo Sheng will deal with it. Zheng Zilong also led the soldiers of the Beiyang fleet to help Li Qing desperately attack the rebels, but the rebels became more and more vigorous. Some of the officers who had originally taken refuge in Li Jin's command from Inzhou had rebelled under the temptation of the rebels, which made the coalition composed of Wang Shi and the Beiyang fleet in a difficult situation, and Zheng Zilong led a group of incompetent teammates to stand alone. Luo Sheng might not be able to spend enough military expenditure to send an army into Korea to fully control the situation. The intensity of the contradictions in Korea seems to have turned this place into an untimely bomb. After Nelson walked out of Li Hyun's house, he wanted to wait for Zheng Zilong to return from the front line of Jeolla province and ask him about the specific situation. Zheng Zilong assisted the king of Goryeo in fighting the rebellion for a long time, and he should know the situation of the rebels here best. Master Nelson, you can be regarded as coming out. The villain has been waiting outside for a long time. Outside Li Ming's house, Jin Zidian said with a smiling face. You are called Jin. Nelson also drank a little wine, knowing that the man in front of him had been chasing Li Qing. He was one of Li Qing's important ministers, but he couldn't name him for a while. The villain Jin Zidian. Jin Zidian knew that this person was Luo Sheng's low-cold husband, and was also the minister of the navy of the Kyushu army, and he didn't bother that he didn't remember his name. Nelson has more power than Li Qing. How could he remember him as a courtier of Li Qing? Yes, Jin Zidian, I don't know what you are waiting for me here. Nelson saw Jin Zidian waiting outside, knowing that he must have something to do with himself. My lord, you guessed it right. The villain really asked you for something. To tell you the truth, the military master once looked for me, but he seems to be busy with government affairs. I don't know if he still remembers the agreement with the villain. Jin rubbing his hands. Since the point, he asked awkwardly. What's the agreement? Just tell me, if you need to convey something, I can convey it on your behalf. Nelson said, last year the king was exiled to Jeju Island when he was the prince's son. When I went to Huixia capital to ask for help, the military master once made such an agreement with me: if I can promote our country to become a province of China, then he will be able to serve as the sheriff of the Korean province, and be in charge of Korea together with civil affairs officers and law enforcement officers. Jin Zidian said, it turns out that he made such a decision with you. Nelson was a little surprised that Liu Sheng had already made such a deployment. And Liu Sheng seemed to forget Jin Zidian after finishing all these deployments. Now Jin Zidian is very depressed, and Jin Zidian sees the current Goryeo rebels all around, and his status is not guaranteed. For what Liu Sheng provided suggest more heartwarming. Liu Sheng's plan for the Goryeo province not only allowed the Kyushu army to fully control the turbulent situation in Goryeo, but Kim Zidian could also become the sheriff of the Goryeo province, which was much better than his current precarious position. Yes, but the military master sent someone to contact the villain in the first few months, but almost no one showed up after that. I don't know if the military master said last year still counts. If it still counts, maybe I can persuade the king to hold a court meeting and announce the merger of China. The king has suffered from constant rebellions for a long time, but unfortunately he is unable to completely stabilize the situation. I think he is passionate, but he is not suitable for the king. If he can be relatively peaceful, incorporating China into China, he does not need to continue to worry about the government affairs of Korea, but hand it over to more experienced civil and law enforcement officials. Jin Zidian said, this Jin Zidian is a bit cruel, and he wants to persuade Li King to turn Goryeo into a province. Nelson knew that Jin Zidian was also a cruel man who broke his wrist. If the rebels knew that the king himself destroyed his own power and invited the Kyushu army to intervene in the civil war, it would definitely explode on the spot. I don't know if the military master is still considering this plan. I need to get some important information from Zheng Zilong before I can decide whether to raise this matter to the military owner. Nelson could not figure out whether Liu Sheng really forgot contact with Jinzi still decided to withdraw this vast conspiracy. The provinces of Korea and Dongying are around the northeastern sea area. If two countries that originally respected the Celestial dynasty as the suzerain state became provinces, wouldn't the entire East Asia and Southeast Asia be the territory of the Kyushu army? Even the Sea of Japan will become an inland sea. In that way, the Admiralty will be even more idle, and can only point the finger at the navy of European countries, the Ottoman Navy, the Mughal Navy and other naval forces in the world. I have Lord Law Nelson. We in Korea had rebellions and conspiracies every few years during Injo's time. This time the situation was completely out of control. Tens of thousands of people died because of the rebellion and the war in more than a year. I think we Korea can no longer bear this kind of pain. I hope that the military master can quickly make a decision to send troops to our country. I am willing to act as an internal response. I have accompanied the king to study in Liaoning and know that your Kyushu army is strong. If you can mobilize the forces of the two regiments, cooperate with the Northern Fleet to sweep from north to south, and they will surely destroy all the rebels. Jin Zidian said, as far as I know, aren't you training the new army? Our logistics department also sold you a batch of firearms and gunpowder. Isn't the new army able to deal with the rebels everywhere? Nelson was still a little confused. It would be great if the new army can play a role, but it is a pity that they are showing it to His Majesty the King. It is basically impossible to go to the battlefield to fight the rebels. Many of them have problems with the rebels. Kinship. We won't go all out to fight. Jin Zidian said helplessly. I understand your request. Our telegraph staff is building a telegraph station in Seoul. As long as the telegraph station is set up, I will try to inform the capital. The capital will determine the future of your career. Nelson said. Thank you. Jin Zidian was nervous about inviting the Kyushu army to fully intervene in the affairs of Korea. Fortunately, Korea has always studied Chinese culture and uses Chinese characters, so it is not against the Kyushu army. Nelson led the Vostok to Seoul. After a few days of hurried preparation, The Seoul Telegraph Station was quickly established. Li King wanted to be the first person to send a telegram from Seoul to Beijing. After learning that the Seoul Telegraph Station was officially established, he soon couldn't wait to bring the minister to try to send a telegram across the ocean to Liu Sheng. However, before Li King arrived at the Seoul Telegraph Station, Nelson had already used a telegram to ask Liu Sheng, who was far away in the capital, whether he would send an expeditionary force to intervene in the internal war in Korea. Chapter 998, Goryeo or Dongying 9 more. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. I thought that the Dongying country had an accident, but now Korea is also having an accident. Didn't this deliberately add to the blockage for me? Liu Sheng received the first telegram from Seoul, but he didn't expect it to be from Nelson about Korea. The situation of the civil war. There were dozens of large and small forces from north to south in Korea against the new King Lee Jin's land nationalization policy. After Zheng Zilong led the soldiers of the Northern Fleet to land, he assisted the king to suppress more than a dozen rebels. As a result, the rebels not only did the number of people increase, but Zheng Zilong was also overwhelmed. If we are to intervene in the civil war in Korea, how many troops are expected to be deployed? Liu Sheng asked a group of high-level officers in the military and general staff. The first corps led by Taiyang of our army is stationed in Liaodong City, which enables it to cross the Yalu River and reach under Seoul by land within 12 days. In addition, it is possible to transport an additional corps by sea to land from Seoul and launch by sea. Joint operations of the two regiments. Yang Tai's regiment marched south, and the Hailu regiment used Seoul as its base to support Yang Tai's regiment, and it would surely be able to pacify the Kingdom of Korea within 3 months. The head of the staff, Zhao Ugwang, pointed a baton at the map of Korea on the wall to explain his plan. Calm down Goryeo within 3 months. Liu Sheng always felt that what Zhao Ugwang said was somewhat similar to what a certain army general said before. The more confident Liu Sheng became, the more worried Liu Sheng would capsize in the gutter. The two corps plus the increasingly high logistical supplies need to send as many as 40,000 to 50,000 people. If the Beiyang fleet needs to block all coastlines and land from ports in the southwest and other places, then the Beiyang fleet needs to be here. 10,000 to 20,000. Zhang Yuan, deputy head of the staff, added, just calling 2 corps and 1 fleet requires as many as 60,000 to 70,000 combatants and logistics personnel. Such a scale is not small at all. Liu Sheng reconsidered the gains and losses of a full intervention in Korea. Supporting 60,000 to 70,000 people to start a war is not of much interest to the current domestic economic construction, but it will retrench various expenditures. Yes, in fact, the number of combatants is about 20,000, and the rest are basically logistics personnel. To provide assistance to combatants, they may not be competent for the task of maintaining law and order. Zhao Ugwang said, if there were generals who had experienced the 1 years of Japanese turmoil, it would be much easier to lead the way. Unfortunately, it is 40 years since the only Japanese turmoil. Almost all of the original officers and soldiers have passed away or are too old to know their way. The same participated this time. Luke Xiangxing, who was discussing, said, as for the cost issue, because our firearms are very advanced, it has increased the soldiers' dependence on firearms. The more soldiers depend on firearms, the greater the consumption of gunpowder. Moreover, our soldiers have high salaries, good food, and their own uniforms. It also increased expenses. If the war drags on to the winter, we have to prepare bedding and padded jackets for the winter. The worst result is that our 2 corps are delayed indefinitely in the local area, and the annual military expenditure is at least 3 million tals. The Minister of the Military Supplies Department said an astonishing number. To maintain the cost of war, you need to pay 3 million tals every year. When Liu Sheng thought of this astronomical figure, he couldn't help thinking of the big American soldier. The more advanced the technology, the stronger the combat effectiveness of the troops, but the higher the cost of launching a war. In the era of cold weapons, Everyone's technology is similar. As long as they are desperately heaping human lives, the treatment of soldiers is also very poor, and some soldiers have to prepare their own clothing and equipment. And because of Liu Sheng's strategy of streamlining troops and simplifying administration, every corps enjoyed good treatment, and the army was grateful to Liu Sheng. But the problem was that these big soldiers must be dispatched, and the logistics is a huge burden. If you don't fight, you won't fight anymore. Entering Goryeo now does not benefit us at all. Liu Sheng heard that the cost of maintaining 2 corps and 1 fleet during the war would cost 3 million tals a year, and he immediately retreated. In the past, attacking the Southeast Asian countries was able to monopolize the spice trade with the West and extract local oil and other minerals. The output of the Borneo refinery alone can make up for the cost of Liu Sheng's launch of the all-out Nanyang War every year. But what can be gained by playing Korea? Everything that the Goryeo country possesses can now be continuously obtained by Chinese businessmen by means of trade. Liu Sheng can't think of any reason other than to expand the territory and completely merge East Asia into a monolith. The civil war and rebellion in Korea is also a good thing for us to sell arms. In order to arm the new army, King Li Jin purchased a batch of illuminated firearms from us. As a result, our logistics department returned a lot of blood. The logistics minister said, "Damn, it's really black-hearted." Liu Sheng strongly condemned the sale of arms by the logistics department during the Korean Civil War, but he still approved the proposal to sell out firearms. The arms business was too profitable. It's just that I feel sorry for Li Jin, who has worked so hard to support the rebellious state of Korea. Then don't participate in the civil war in Korea for the time being, and give Li Ming more arms to organize a new army to suppress the rebellion. Liu Sheng still didn't understand Li Ming's physical condition, thinking he could hold on for a longer period of time. Next is the issue of Dongying. I am not worried about Goryeo. Their army is weak and trapped in a corner of the peninsula. If Dongying is turned into a province, then Goryeo will be covered by our territory and territorial waters. Surrounded, sooner or later, it will be in the bag. Liu Sheng wanted to keep the landlord and bureaucratic classes of the Goryeo kingdom going to make trouble for a while and prioritize Dongying. Conquer Dongying by force. All the leaders of the military, staff, and logistics departments were present, and they smiled at each other. Since Liu Sheng had summoned several departments in charge of the military, Liu Sheng's intention to use force was obvious. Of course, Liu Sheng couldn't comment. Why, your military master, when you plan to use weapons against Korea, you feel sad when you mention military expenditures, but you don't feel heartache at all about the use of weapons by Dongying country. The logistics director saw that Liu Sheng could not support enough military income to intervene in Korea, but I am very interested in attacking the shogunate. First, the Eastern Kingdom has many silver mines, and the shogunate is very rich. We can get enough compensation from the spoils. Secondly, as long as we want to deal with the shogunate, a group of people will fall into trouble. Yes, they all like the downfall of the shogunate. Thirdly, they want to engage in my Tokyo branch, and the loss of the Tokyo branch will be compensated from the spoils plundered by their shogunate. Liu Sheng said in the capital. Chapter 999. The punishment is too light. One more. The head office has already replied to us and has given a handling opinion. President Qian raised the telegram from the headquarters of the Bank of Kyushu from Beijing, grinning openly. Your Excellency, if something like this happened within us, the head office will definitely punish us. Why are you so happy? The employees of the Tokyo branch were unsure. You guessed it right. The head office in Beijing really give us a notice of punishment. Everyone present has a share, said Governor Qian. Punishment notices are all down, and the president is still laughing. Could it be that I was so sad that I lost my mind? The employees of the Tokyo branch look at me and I look at you. The more you think about it, the more you think it is possible. The head office requires our branches to conduct strict self-inspection and rectification, deducting all employees' wages this month, and at the end of the year, officials from the National Audit Office will be sent to conduct assessments, said President Kiane. What else? Many employees asked. No, that's all about punishment. Do you know why I am so excited? Governor Kiane was like a survivor. Strange, it was just such a small punishment that only 1 month's wages were deducted. Impossible. Did I hear it wrong? This is a matter that will cause the Tokyo branch to go bankrupt, and only 1 month's wages will be fined. I really don't know if the headquarters is too tolerant or feel that this matter is insignificant. When the employees of the Tokyo branch learned of the punishment imposed on them by the Beijing headquarters, they felt that they were too light. There was an incident of internal personnel escaping with money in the Tokyo branch. According to Reason, it is possible for the Tokyo branch to undergo a major exchange of blood, and the head office's sentence was fined only 1 month's wages, which is tantamount to great news in the eyes of everyone. Why is the headquarters sentenced so lightly? Our Tokyo branch caused as much as tens of thousands of tons of direct losses and indirect losses of hundreds of thousands of tons of silver due to this incident. At least a group of people must be dealt with to quell public anger. But the head office didn't mean to deal with us. 1 month's wages is just a symbolic punishment. A group of employees stayed at the Tokyo branch for quite some time. They thoroughly studied the meaning behind these notices and found that the head office did not blame too much. What they mean. 1 month's wages are nothing for employees of the Tokyo branch who are ready to be fired. As an emerging official financial institution, Tokyo branch's employees are also the first batch of official financial industry personnel, and the treatment is very good. Especially in the early stage, these talents who understand finance are very few, and it is not easy to train the first batch of people. Even Liu Sheng can't bear to punish them. The incident of Guan Shai Wang running away with money is a shortcoming in the management system, and even the shogunate's figure is behind it to manipulate this matter. And it will not help to punish unrelated employees. So how does the headquarters plan to deal with Wang Guanshai? An employee asked curiously. Everyone looked at President Kiane in unison, and they all wanted to know what other response measures were behind the headquarters. The headquarters intends to send people to find Guanshai Wang. Before he finds Guanshai Wang, all the contracts and treaties he signed with the merchant in the name of the Tokyo branch will be eaten if the conditions are not excessive. All losses will be reported to the head office. The head office bears all losses, said President Kiane. The head office bears all the losses? The employees of the Tokyo branch were stunned when they heard that the head office was going to help the Tokyo branch eat all the losses caused by the loan treaties and property rights contracts. The behavior of the head office is simply majestic, and the direct loss of tens of thousands of tals is simply a drop in the head office, which has absorbed a lot of deposits. These loans and property rights contracts are not completely loss-making, and they can also recover some of the costs, so they will not really cause a lot of money. 100,000 tals of loss. As long as the head office bears the loss, the Tokyo branch remains as unmoved as before. What will the general behavior help our branch suffer losses? Is it because we are afraid that our Tokyo branch will be discredited in this crisis of confidence? A steward asked. It is very likely that this is the reason. Although Wang Guanshai made a personal mistake, he always signed a contract with the merchant in the name of our Tokyo branch. Some merchants have already made preparations based on the contract. If we deny the previous contract, we will bring losses and at the same time damage the reputation of our Tokyo branch. Our Tokyo branch is damaged as a branch, and the head office and other branches will be discredited. Therefore, the head office must protect us when the loss is small. If so, the loss has increased tenfold. I think the headquarters will still save the branch, but even those of us who are not guilty will be treated as guilty to quell everyone's grievances. Governor Kiane analyzed. Several stewards and other ordinary employees nodded, and they also felt that the head office had taken all the losses through careful consideration. What should I do if things like this continue to happen in the future? I'm not aiming for the management of all of you, but measures should be taken to prevent individuals from entering into contracts with outsiders in the name of our Tokyo branch. Regarding this incident, an employee who survived the disaster, we began to consider how to improve the current management system. In their view, If the bank's management mechanism does not change, then there will be internal personnel taking risks. The letter from the headquarters has already said that at the end of this year, the Bank of Kyushu will be reformed and rectified throughout the management structure. The bank has the money bag, and it must not be able to lose. Governor Kiane was overjoyed and said, "Janch again. Face, let's continue our self-examination next, and don't do anything like Wang Guanshai again. This time Wang Guanshai will be arrested, but he will be executed." Governor Kiane knows the severity of the above for officials and employees of government agencies. If a businessman commits a crime, he may be sentenced to fixed term and life imprisonment. But government employees run away with money. There is only one dead end in Liu Sheng's eyes, and he will be put to death as soon as the evidence is complete. It would be great if the eldest lady was there. When she was there, Guan Wang was only a promise. How could he dare to do such a thing? The Bank of Edo has recently begun to raise interest rates again. They want to make a comeback. Is it possible for our Tokyo branch to compete with them again? The Bank of Edo is backed by the shogunate's support, leading Edo Bank's Tadaki Abe to become more and more cunning. The means of competition with interest rate tools are also more adept, but in the future it will be a difficult opponent. Employees of the Tokyo branch found that the shogunate's Tadaki Abe became more mature after being calculated by Daiyu, and he had his own insights into banking business without a teacher. He was able to succeed Tadaka Sakai as the leader of the shogunate reformists in his early 30s. Naturally, he was not an ordinary person. He was defeated by Daiyu armed with currency and banking. He learned from the pain and summed up his own set of banking theories. The first 1,000 chapters of the shogunate's determination to fight 2 more. The Tokyo branch intends to fulfill the contract signed by the manager Wang and the merchant. While Tadaki Abe was waiting for the Tokyo branch to lose its credibility due to the incident of Guanshai Wang escaping with the money, news came that the Tokyo branch had defended its credibility and forcibly consumed all the losses. Their Tokyo branch is ruthless enough to take all the losses and maintain its good reputation. Credit is the cornerstone of the bank. Without the cornerstone, all business will not know where to start. Abe realized that credit has an effect on the financial system. The importance of, when they came this way, everything we did before was wasted. Another shogunate's minister Nobuzuna Matsudera and Tadao Abe were in the tea room of the Edo Bank. After the Edo Bank was calculated by Otama once, its vitality was greatly injured. Fortunately, Tadaki Abe was also a genius. He did not completely destroy the Edo Bank. With the credit of the shogunate and its own network, the Edo Bank was rescued, and gradually from losing all market share to recovering 20% of the market. Later, as an innovator, Tadaki Abe issued a decree, requiring that the merchants of Toyo must go through the Edo Bank to conduct transactions with the Chinese merchants, which is exactly the same as the Chinese merchants must go through the Tokyo branch to conduct transactions. After all, in the Toyo market, there were more local Toyo merchants. The Bank of Edo monopolized most of the trading channels of Toyo merchants. The market share rose from 20% to 50%, and once again confronted the Tokyo branch. The reason why the Tokyo branch has not been in a slump in the battle with the shogunate is because the Tokyo branch has shown sufficient credit during the run to convince everyone that the Tokyo branch has the ability to deal with the crisis. We didn't lose this time. Sacrificing a Chinese man caused the Kyushu army to suffer a loss of tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of tals of silver. We have earned it anyway, Abe Tadaki said indifferently. As far as the results of this conspiracy are concerned, he has already won. That Wang Wan is also a gambler, otherwise he would not owe us so many loans to the Edo Bank, let alone be driven by us. Unfortunately, there are not many people who can use this, and it would be a waste of abandoning this chess piece. He could have played a bigger lease, and even defeated the Tokyo branch in one fell swoop. Nobutsuna Matsudera put down the tea set, deeply regretful. It is not easy for them to infiltrate important financial institutions such as the Tokyo branch, and they are afraid that they will be known to the upper ranks of the Kyushu army by Gomi Liuang Guanshai to make mistakes, and then continue to lend to the Edo Bank, to achieve the purpose of controlling Wang Guanji. It's nothing to sacrifice a gambler. It's not important. I really want to get the big devil back. I look forward to confronting her next time. This time Edo Bank has occupied 50% of the market, and we can compete upright. Abe Tadaki. At this time, I was full of confidence, and wanted to make Dieu return to the Tokyo branch for another financial decisive battle with him. However, Dieu is already a member of the Monetary Policy and Fiscal Policy Committee of the capital at this time. What she considers is the monetary and fiscal policies that affect the 20 provinces of China and Beijing, and is no longer limited to the confrontation between the financial circles of Edo City. Behind the Great Demon King is the owner of the Kyushu army supporting her. The last time she was impeached and left our Dongying, she did not return. However, many of the businessmen who offended her were imprisoned, as well as a member of the Eastern Company. The director was executed. No one who offends her will have a good end. She is really a terrible person, and she deserves to be called the Great Demon King. Masuira Nobutsuna mentioned Dieu, thinking about the recent collection of her intelligence. The Great Devil must have used some special means to retaliate against those who offended her. I don't know if there is any other person in the Kyushu army. Fortunately, the head of the Tokyo branch is calm. But there are no wizards. Tadaki Abe the same is full of fear for Dieu. If Dieu knew that these two shogunate loyal ministers were so jealous of her, she would have been dumbfounded. Isn't it because she used any means to retaliate? It's just that those businessmen who smuggled, evaded taxes, and bribed the directors of Dongchuang Company made the incident and committed themselves to death. Without talking about the Great Demon King, she might not be sent here. Now is the second chance facing our shogunate reforms. According to the intelligence gathered by my spies, the main force of the Beiyang fleet led by Zheng Zilong is helping the king of Goryeo calm down. The rebellion will not be able to withdraw for a while. At present, there are only a few warships of the Beiyang fleet in Yokohama port. We and the protagonists believe that we should take advantage of this opportunity to launch the battle against Osaka again. The rebels of the southwestern domains, the bases are in Kyoto and Osaka. If our shogunate can concentrate forces to conquer these two cities, the rebel forces will surely fall apart and the Shimadzu family will fall without a fight. Masuira Nobutsuna announced an extremely important one to Tadaki Abe. News. Is there a decisive battle against the collapsed coalition forces? I have been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. Our Edo Bank will imitate the Kyushu Bank to issue war bonds to raise money for the army. We must resolve our civil strife as soon as possible and gather all the forces that can be assembled with Kyushu. The army contends. Abe Tadaki agreed with Matsudaira Nobutsuna's decision very much. The southwestern domains delayed us and hindered our reforms. Our ultimate goal is to build a unified empire so that we can have enough capital to compete with China. A divided empire can't fight against powerful enemies. Matsudaira said. What is the attitude of the shogun? Abe asked. The shogun will be conquered by himself and summon more than 100,000 troops from all over to surround Osaka Castle. I will lead a 20,000 partial division to move towards Kyoto and drag at least half of the rebels. We plan to put in all the firearms and gunpowder. A battle will be the winner. Matsudaira Nobutsuna said sharply. Tadaki Abe reflexively respected him and threw all his troops and strategic materials into a decisive battle with the rebels. The shogunate decided to unify Toyo this time. Without the foreign enemy of the Kyushu army, it would be impossible for the shogunate to have such a cohesive force, uniting all the daimyo, feudal lord and kimoto within the shogunate's sphere of influence. For the first time, Dongying has a unified trend. If the shogunate really defeats the allied forces in the upcoming Osaka battle, then the provincial system led by the shogunate will be extended to the entire east, and a complete empire will be established for the first time. On the contrary, if the shogunate fails, the down Shogun coalition forces may be pushed to Edo Castle again. This time the Beiyang fleet will not necessarily help the shogunate. If you don't want to sit in Edo Castle, I will definitely invite an army to kill the enemy. Samurai's brutality appeared. Since the fall of the Allied forces and the arrival of the Beiyang fleet, the shogunate has been very aggrieved, and finally became intolerable. Point.